Hello, everyone. Let me just oh, I always forget something. In this case, I forgot to actually send the thingy. Hey, base. Good to see you. And here it is. Ah! I am being watered. Thank you, Evangeline. And thank you for the first. Ah. Can everyone hear me all right? Is everything good? So runs around you. Aren't you at a birthday? Aren't you at a birthday, Aurora? Have fun. I hope everything is going wonderfully. Right. So this is what hopefully we'll be playing tonight. I'm gonna be playing this with my friend Niko. And we were hoping to do a shared chat stream, but there may have been a miscommunication because it looks like Niko's offline and possibly going to be a bit late. So, in the meantime, I will talk a little bit about this game to introduce it to the audience. One moment, let me just send him a message. The streak of most importance.
Snake.
And I'm being stretched. Right, let me take care of those. First, water. And then...
long snake.
Wonderful. Right. So, first things first, I'm turning the sound effects off because while this table absolutely rules, it the longest and smoothest snake. Well, it absolutely rules. It does have a couple of small problems in terms of streaming specifically. Namely, if I... Basically, the problem is, if I press this button, I get copyright struck. The table has a lot of little things that you can, little sound effects that you can play that are, in fact, from the Lord of the Rings movies. And I am unfortunately going to have to turn all of those off. For the record, the game's, like, opening sequence is or not opening sequence, but when you load up the game, it plays Galadriel's narration from the Fellowship of the Ring. You know, the world has changed. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. That thing. It just plays that. Which is very fun if you are playing casually on Tabletop Simulator. Not so amazing if you are, in fact, trying to do streaming on twitch.tv. Ah, there you are, Niko! No worries, no worries, I understand. Alright, so let me start explaining this to our players. So this is War of the Ring. Or players, viewers. War of the Ring is a approximately it's a two-person to technically four-person, but it is effectively a two-person tabletop war game. One of the complicated ones like Dune that I tend to like. Mordor? I already have a front and back door. uh it's about a asymmetrical battle between the free peoples of Middle-earth and the Shadow of Mordor. With one player as the Free Peoples and one as the Shadow. And this battle is effectively on two fronts. One of them is the military battle, in which armies are going to sweep across Middle-earth and battle over major settlements from the books that for the Shadow to try and take them, and for the Free Peoples to defend their homeland. And the other front that the battle is being waged on is that the Free Peoples are trying to get the Ring Bearers, Frodo and Sam, across the board all the way to the Crack of Doom itself, to destroy the ring and destroy Sauron's evil forever. Meanwhile, along with, at least initially, a fellowship of companions. And meanwhile, the ring and Sauron through the ring are trying to corrupt the ring bearers and end the quest early. This game has a number of expansions. The main ones being Lords of Middle-earth, Warriors of Middle-earth, and Kings of Middle-earth. Yes, Kings and Lords are separate. They all kind of have a different effect on how the game... Are you winning? Haven't started yet. They all have kind of an effect on what is simulated in this game. Lords of Middle-earth more heavily involves the wielders of the 3 elven rings of power. Warriors of Middle-earth includes a number of different potentially relevant groups, such as the Ents or the Corsairs of Umbar, and kind of acts as a what-if scenario of what if those groups ended up doing things differently than they originally did. And Kings of Middle-earth includes the various rulers of the nations as potentially corruptible individuals that can, if the Free People's player doesn't guard against it, cause the tide to turn. There's also a number of other smaller rules changes, expansions, and other little things that make for some definitely interesting replayability in the game. But we're only going to be playing with the base game because, trust me, that is going to be enough for us for now. So, while we await Niko's arrival, let's go ahead and basically talk about you're gonna see Niko and I have already gone over the rules. Uh, but some easy terms and basic ideas. So, there's a lot of different units on this board, but they can basically be divided into three types of character. Each nation has regulars, elites, and some form of leader unit. Um, Regulars are your basic foot soldier. Uh, for example, these guys right here that I'm focusing the camera on. Elites are bigger foot soldiers, oftentimes on cavalry among the Free People's Nations. And while they are not particularly that much stronger than regular units, they effectively are a little bit harder to get rid of and bolster the amount of damage that your forces can take considerably. And leaders, which are the banner carriers for Free People's Nations, and for the Shadow, it's the Nazgul, the Ring Wraiths, the 9 original kings of men that were corrupted by the rings of power. They act as the leaders for the Shadow faction, and what leaders do, they do not contribute directly to combat effectiveness, but they allow you to re-roll your combat dice when those dice fail to get a result. So they basically organize the rest of the troops and make them stronger. Aside from the generic leaders and the Nazgul, there are also characters, which can be either companions or minions, depending what side they're on. The companions are the various members of the Fellowship of the Ring: Gandalf, Strider, Legolas, Boromir, Gimli, uh, Meriadoc, and Peregrine, or Merry and Pippin, as they would more often be called. Um, but and the Shadow has a number of characters as well, notably Saruman, the White corrupted wizard, the Witch King of Angmar, the leader of the Ringwraiths, and the Mouth of Sauron, Sauron's most trusted general on the field. There's also a couple of additional characters for the heroes, which include Gandalf the White and Aragorn, heir to Isildur, which are basically upgraded versions of Gandalf the Grey and Strider. I probably should have said this earlier, but keep in mind that there are going to be spoilers for Lord of the Rings, so if that is something that you're not particularly interested in this game, then this might not be the stream to go to. However, honestly, I think that Lord of the Rings is well known enough through just cultural osmosis that most people know the basic idea. I still very heavily do recommend both reading the books yourself, because they are quite good and they hold up amazingly well, as well as watching the excellent Peter Jackson movies. The later Peter Jackson movies in the same universe, the Hobbit trilogy, and so on and so forth, aren't as essential. Um, there were some problems with how The Hobbit was shot, but the original Lord of the Rings films, the trilogy, was a labor of love that I think holds up wonderfully, even if it makes some substantial departures from the novels. That said, Niko could probably talk about all this better than I reasonably could. I found out in all this that Niko is a big fan of Lord of the Rings, so that'll be fun. Um, Alrighty. There's an ad coming up, so I'm going to take a break from explaining the aspects of the game. And probably just see if there's anything else I can do to
I
prep
can
for
smell
when.
you.
Oh,
Hello.
um, but we're gonna introduce you after the ad break. Timing was a little bit off there,
That's valid.
but yeah. Uh, welcome in, Niko. Let me send you the invite. Where are you?
Oh.
Oh, you probably have to be online on Steam.
Yeah, I'm open Steam right now.
Are you streaming, or do you plan to start streaming soon? Because we were planning to do that shared chat thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it started here in a sec.
Awesome.
Once I have the game open, so it doesn't
You gonna be
freak out on
okay?
me. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm sorry. No, I literally just woke up.
I am so sorry about that.
No, that's my fault, not yours. I'm the one who was up until 7 in the morning.
I see.
Yeah, I did this to myself. You're completely valid.
Alrighty. I'll continue talking a little bit about rules stuff. Not going over the rules in detail, but just telling the audience like essentially the vocabulary that we're going to be using.
Okay.
That would probably give you a little bit of time to wake up. Alrighty. An ad break ends about now. Oh, I am being watered. I am being watered and stretched.
Oh, whoa.
What happened?
Huh?
Just the whoa.
The woe was in response to you being watered and stretched.
Oh, all right.
Long snake. Thank you, Blippi.
Thank you for the water and the stretchy.
Blippi.
Oh, new bed assembled. Yay!
I do have the game open, by the way.
Awesome. And so there's the invite. And we are good. So, I talked about the different kinds of thing. The companion characters. These characters can the companions or the minions if they're on the evil side. They can act as leaders. They have a score as if they were a leader in terms of also doing reroll stuff, but they have additional rules and work a little bit differently. Other parts of the board and how they can be read. There's actually, I just realized I should probably say, hi, Niko's here. Niko came in during the ad break for those who were
In ad jail.
in ad jail, yes. I am continuing the explanation, basically to give Niko a little bit of time to wake up.
Yeah, I need it.
So, there's these little markers on the board. These mark settlements. Settlements are basically important areas for the purpose of scoring and recruiting units in the wargame part of this game. There's 3 types of settlements: towns, cities, and strongholds. You can actually see 3 of them right next to each other here, so it's pretty easy to tell. Westamnet here is a town. This little thingy right here just shows whose control it's currently under. Edaras here is a city, and it has this rectangular border. And Helm's Deep is a stronghold, and it has a square border. These all act as recruitment centers, so we can both recruit units here. but towns are only recruitment centers, uh, and there's no other benefit from them being conquered beyond denying them to your opponent. Cities are worth 1 point, and strongholds are worth 2 points. There's also fortifications, which are basically cities but not settlements. They have the same otherwise rules as cities, but they're not worth points. They only provide the same defensive bonus that cities do. Copper Dinosaur, this game is pretty easy. Just use the eagles to fly the ring to Mordor. So what a lot of people don't realize about that, a lot of people use the same phrases of like, oh, you know, the eagles couldn't have, the sky was guarded by the eye, or maybe the eagles wouldn't want to. Frankly, the eagles are not strong enough to resist the pull of the ring, and I don't want to know what Dark Lord Gwaihir the Wind Lord looks like.
I like the implication that the ring could even fit on his talon.
Technically, isn't it that you don't... If I remember correctly, you don't technically have to be wearing the ring to use its power in a way that corrupts you. Like, when Frodo laid the Gesh on Gollum at the foot of Mount Doom, if you try to take the ring from me again, you yourself shall be cast into the fire. When Frodo laid that curse and used the ring's power, I don't think Frodo was actively wearing it. I knew for a fact that joke would set you off on a tangent. I should have taken bets. God damn. Fuck you, Copper. Thank you for coming. Love you.
Also, hi, Copper. Oh my god.
Anyway.
That's so funny. Okay, I have all my stuff set up on my end now. I just gotta hit a button. I don't actually know how to do shared chats. Just as
Okay.
a fair warning.
So
Never done it before.
The way I've learned how to do it, right, is let me actually do I not? Okay. Where the heck? I was looking at my sidebar. I could have sworn I was. If I'm not following you, I'm sorry. I need to do that.
No, you are. I just have everything set up. I haven't hit the button.
Oh, you need to actually start streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for it to work. Sorry, the shared chat is actually done after you begin. Twitch does make it easy like that. It's the only way in which they make it easy, because every single time I've done it, it's been kind of a challenge to get going, but we'll manage it. Base says, or that they could have given the ring to a chicken and let the ring corrupt a chicken, but that is what everyone was thinking about hobbits. How much damage could a corrupted hobbit possibly do? Reference the concept that the ring tempts Sam with, of the world as Sam's personal eternal garden.
See, I don't know. I think I'd be content under the eternal garden of Dark Lord Samwise Gamgee.
Okay, fair, but still.
Okay, I'm up now.
Alrighty. Wise! Hi! Hi! It's good to see you. It's been a minute. What if they put the ring in... Ah! What? What's happening? Thank you for the follow, Wise. I appreciate it. Oh, holy shit! That's 100 followers! Congratulations, Wise!
What?
Oh my goodness.
What did I miss, huh?
Wise2D just followed. And... oh my god, you haven't been following for months because you were waiting for it to be, like, last one to 100 followers?
That is so deeply funny to me.
Well, congratulations, Wise2D. You have to ban them now. It's good luck. No, I'm not doing that. But yeah, absolutely dedicated. Uh,
Absolutely.
incredible. Thank you so much, Wise, and thank you everyone for 100 followers. I can't believe it. Oh, and we are redeeming an Harara.
Yo.
Hope you enjoyed that. Blows up
See,
comically.
see, I hear that. I can't do that without like rolling the R.
I go very breathy. Because I'm putting my voice up high.
That's so real.
Yeah.
I try to do it, but like every time I try, I always end up rolling the R's, and it just sounds weird to me.
Try like instead of saying it like you're trying to say a word, try like breathing it. That's effectively what I do. I like take a deep breath and I exhale, and while I'm exhaling, I make the ara ara like noise. I
Mm.
like hold on. I'm gonna hit you all again as by way of example, but listen closely to me, Niko. All right.
I'm listening. I'm here. I'm poised. I'm ready.
Harara. You see
Okay.
how it's
Yep. I
kind
hear it.
of you see how it's
Yep.
kind of an on an exhale? I found that that works really well.
Okay. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in mind.
Yee. But
Mhm.
ah, but yeah. Uh 100 followers. I didn't really come up with an explicit goal for this or anything, but I'm I'm really happy. Thank you all so much for being here. I when I started this all out, I never thought that I would ever get this far. I was terrified that I would start putting things out there and no one would be interested and my channel would get 0 views and I'd be talking to myself constantly. And I cannot express how lucky I feel to have all of you here and how much I appreciate every single one of you.
Hell yeah. We feel
All right.
appreciated,
Alrighty.
and we're always
Um
happy to sit and join you.
all right. So, let's do the shared chat. Um what we're going to do is I okay. Gonna have to look it up because otherwise it will otherwise I'm not gonna know what the heck's going on. Um okay. Apologies for this. This is gonna be a little bit messy. Because
Th-
it friggin' always is. Okay. Uh invite to stream together.
I heard a noise.
Welcome to the 3 Digit Club. Someone will be around shortly to teach you the secret handshake and explain how to control hamsters with your mind. Huh. There aren't a lot of hamsters in my area to do that with, but sure, I'll add that to my toolkit. Okay. Stream together. Okay, I go to my creator dashboard. And I click on the thing that says stream together, and I click start streaming together. There we go. Hamsters in your area. Click now. Rick rolling. Shit, that was supposed to be a DM. This was a joke. We are not planning anything with hamsters. Maybe you're not planning anything with hamsters. I might be. Okay, I've started up the stream together window. So now I have to invite guests. And I will invite... Gato Kaiser. Let's add you to favorites. And I send you the invite. And you should get some kind of invite to join stream together. The first rule of the 3-digit club is that you do not talk about the 3-digit club. We have no hamster army. Got it. Got it.
Hey, so you know what's a great thing?
What?
Even though my browser is built off Chrome architecture, it won't let me use it. I have to actually have fucking Chrome or Firefox.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it won't let Opera.
Do you want to, like, switch for the purposes of this or just not do it?
I can get one of them. I think I might still have one of them.
This is your daily reminder to switch to Firefox. Please, I promise it's actually good, and I promise that Google is not your friend.
Well, I have Opera.
It's still Google.
Yeah.
Every single Chromium browser has Google's bullshit baked into it.
Yeah.
Anyway, while Niko's getting that set up, I've talked about the troops, the characters, all the little pieces, and the different sections of the board. So a couple of notes here. This section of the board, there's a set of 2 decks of cards, one for each side. These are character and strategy events. We'll be playing these to turn the tide of battle in various ways. This section up here, as well as this section down here, determines the current status of the Elven Rings of Power, whether they have been used by the Free People or used by the Shadow, after being corrupted. This section here, this counter determines how far the Fellowship has moved since they were last revealed to be somewhere. And on this side, it will show if the Fellowship has been revealed or not. And this marker determines how close Sauron is to permanently corrupting the Ring Bearers and winning the game. This section determines who the current guide of the Fellowship is, as well as which characters are in the Fellowship, as opposed to being on the board doing stuff. This section, the political track, shows each individual nation, both Free People's nations and Shadow nations, and how close they are to being officially at war. These are reserves. They basically are how many units each side has in reserve. This is the victory point tracker, with 2 markers. The Shadow player wins if they get 10 points. The Free People's player wins if they get even just 4 points. Like I said, asymmetric. This box determines how the hunt for the ring is going on a particular turn. The more dice are in this box, the easier it is for the Shadow to track down the Fellowship. And this area of the board is mostly just for quality of life when various strongholds are being sieged or when armies get too big to officially fit on the map. Oh, and this bag right here is called the Hunt Pool. It consists of a bunch of tiles that are involved with that whole hunt for the ring thing. Finally, um, this is the combat tracker, which we'll be using whenever we have combat to do various dice rolling things. In fact, it's actually just used for general dice rolling, but it has stuff for combat and the hunt for the ring, as well as these action dice, which we're going to be using to determine what we're actually able to do on a given turn. And
I think I got it.
I think we're good. I see you in the stream together. So all I need to do now is hit start sharing chat. And yep, there we go. Now our chats are combined, and you'll be able to see my chatters in your chat room, and you'll be able to see you'll be able to see I'll be able to see yours. Yeah.
Yay!
And let's just
switch to live scene then get started.
Let's go ahead and test this out.
We got high. Oh my god. OMG. Thank you for that 11 months of tier 1.
But yep, I'm seeing that on my end as well. And also, I hadn't even noticed for a while, but apparently we can have a shared hype train.
That is deeply funny to me.
So, get hype.
I have no volume. The fuck you mean I have no volume?
Huh, that's odd. I can hear Niko just fine. How's my volume, everyone? Is everything good? Do I need to turn things up?
No, your volume. What happened, I think, is when I downloaded Firefox, it fucked up my mic setting.
Oh no.
Yeah, OBS had reverted to default instead of to my actual mic.
Right. Now,
so hi everybody. Hello.
Hello. To explain for people just coming in to Niko's channel what's going on. Hi, my name is Anna or Viken. Either what? Whoa!
Damn it! Who did this? Oh, hi Freya. Thank you.
But yes, my name's Anna. I'm a board game streamer mostly. I do other things, but board games is the main thing. We were playing Tabletop Simulator, and I have invited Niko here to join me for a game of War of the Ring, 2nd edition, which is a tabletop war game based on Tolkien's Lord of the Rings trilogy. And yeah.
Hold on. I just need to ask something quick before I do this. Before I hit this button. My PNG is going to change because it has been requested to. So I do apologize.
That's fine.
In advance.
I see. Alrighty. Okay. I've explained now, at least to my chat, some of the basics of how things are going to be looking on the board and what we're going to be doing here. Niko and I both already know the rules, so there's no longer rules explanation we have to get to. Plus, it would take 4 hours to do it in full. So it's probably better just spend that 4 hours playing the game and let people pick up on the rules from what we're talking about. Really, just the only thing here is I'm going to be sticking to this more often than I usually do. I'm going to be very vocal about exactly how and why I am doing every single thing that I am doing. So, let's get things started. I am going to have to, unfortunately, for I think some of the scripting to work properly, move you to the blue seat.
Sobs, cries. That's so real, though.
I'm sorry.
No, that's so valid. I just like color green.
Yeah. Of note, by the way, I do want to just mention this. The mod that we are using for this is War of the Ring 2E, scripted by DevKev. And DevKev, if you're watching, you're not, but if you are, you did a fucking fantastic job on this mod. This is one of the best scripting jobs I've ever seen done for a game of this complexity on Tabletop Sim. It is incredibly good. Just, oh my god. All right. We're doing 2 players, 1v1. We're not using any of the expansions, alternate scenarios, or fan expansions.
Mm-hmm. So 90% of the board is about to disappear.
Yeah.
Revised also, Copper, you think this is 3 kinds of cursed? You haven't seen all of it because, like, the legs are still off screen. There's fishnet stockings and golden Crocs.
Oh, Copper can see. The thing is,
yeah, that's right. Copper's on your end. You don't have it hidden. Yeah,
I do not.
Yeah, and you can't tell because it's so small, but those fishnets actually leave indentations in the leg.
Let me actually hold on.
I put I paid good money for this. I did not suggest either the fishnets or the Crocs. I need that to be noted. The artist did that on their own.
There we go. Now you're a little bit bigger.
Yay! Y'all can look at handsome Squidward Niko on full blast.
But thank you all so much for thank you for the shared hype train. This is awesome. When people start to make sexy versions of my slug cat avatar, I'm done. Listen,
hey Copper, can you make can you get a sexy version of your slug cat?
Listen,
I mean, you don't even really have to. The slug cat's already pretty sexy.
Yeah, I was about to say, listen, slug cats are inherently sexy. I'm sorry.
The sex appeal of the slug cat is not only through the roof, but it is beyond the ability of humans to rationalize.
Oh, there's the hype chest.
Servalbop. Off the charts. Like, just way up there.
All right, and revised Treebeard, and here we go. Now everything's vanishing off the board.
Yep. 90% of the board just disappears.
If I had sound effects on, you would be hearing dun 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 dun. Right out. So,
Treebeard, my homie. Treebeard remains.
You know, I just realized that I did kind of assume this, but did you want to go with the same setup that we kind of did during the during that rules tutorial where you're playing Free Peoples and I'm playing the Shadow?
That works for me.
Alrighty. And do you feel like you have at this point a decent enough understanding of the game rules, or is there anything else that last minute that I need to refresh you on?
Not at the moment. If I have questions, I will ask them as we go. It'll likely be during combat steps and stuff is where I'll have the questions, but we can worry about that when we actually get to combat.
Gotcha. Oh, and one extra thing that I think you might find a bit fun. There's actually a chart down here that is very, very, very useful. And it's a little feature that this has, which is, you know, in RTSs, how there's unit formations? This Tabletop Sim mod has unit formation hotkeys for organizing a group of soldiers. Basically, let's say I were to, if you take a look over here, I pick up, I select these Southron Easterling troops. If I press the middle button on my numpad, it actually puts them back down in wherever they were before.
Okay.
But if I press any of the sort of directional numpad keys, it organizes them facing in that direction.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
If you want to quickly move around your selected troops, feel free to use that because it's really nice. Okay, so.
Oof.
See how easy it is?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave them right there.
Yeah. Alrighty.
One of your biggest fears is that your stream gets really big, but somehow it's with Gooners. Listen. That is a great fear and understandable, but counterpoint, they're also more likely to just, like, you know, stay. You'd be surprised how much loyalty you get out of a Gooner that's there to goon once and then sits there and just watches the stream. Don't take my advice, though. Never take my advice. I'm bad at everything.
Gooners are they provide they're an important part of the Twitch ecosystem, okay?
They are. Which that reminds me, I need to get a sexy version of Niko at some point.
Do I need...
Remind me that.
I was about to say, like, I am the sexy version of Ana here. Do I need to get a non-sexy version of Ana? I don't know what that would look like.
I don't know. Heavy armor.
God, she would never.
In a hand.
God, she would never wear heavy armor. That's the one.
Exactly.
The one thing, like, from D&D game onward that has always been consistent is Ana is always just rocking out with a bra unless she's wearing a sweater.
That's so real.
It's bra or sweater or nothing. Nerds are inherently sexy in many a way. I bet that would do it for somebody's suit of armor, Gooners. I have run a Monster Girl type Dungeons and Dragons campaign where one of the enemies was in fact basically just a living suit of armor.
I love that.
And I did manage to make it at least sexy to someone. All right.
I mean,
Everywhere he looked, he saw the signs of war. The misty mountains were crawling like anthills. Orcs were issuing out of 1,000 holes. Under the boughs of Mirkwood, there was deadly strife of elves and men and fell beasts. The land of the Bjornings was aflame. A cloud was over Moria. Smoke rose on the borders of Lorien. Horsemen were galloping on the grass of Rohan. Wolves poured from Isengard. From the havens of Harad, ships of war put out to sea, and out of the east men were moving endlessly. Swordsmen, spearmen, bowmen upon horses, chariots of chieftains and laden wains. All the power of the Dark Lord was in motion. The Fellowship of the Ring, by J.R.R. Tolkien, Book 2, Chapter 10.
Yum.
Alrighty, so, starting things off, let's go to the part where I actually go over... We've done all of the game's basic setup. That's effectively been done for us. Unless... Did we start with drawing cards? I forget. Doesn't say to draw event cards.
Nope. Not in the setup.
In the setup. So that must be on turn 1. Okay. So. Disappears into the shadows after a small hug to Snack. Ah! I'm being hugged. Thank you, Evangeline. Love you. Alright. So. Turn 1. What we're going to do is, first off, we would recover action dice, but we didn't use any last turn because this is the first turn. And then we each draw 1 card from our respective event decks.
It doesn't say 2.
It says 1 from each deck.
Oh!
So you
yeah.
get a character event and a strategy event. All right.
I'm gonna show these to people who want.
I am showing mine to my own chat. We're probably not going to be looking at each other's other streams during this, just because there is hidden information.
In case you were worrying about that, because I do have yours open on my monitor, on my other monitor. That monitor also is mostly taken up by other OBS information. The only thing I see is you in the corner.
Ah, gotcha. Hello. I am here in the corner.
Yep.
Alright.
Make you a little larger, just so easier. Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing.
Okay, so we've drawn our cards.
There we go.
The next step is the fellowship phase. Now, normally, this is where the Free People's player would declare the position, could declare the position of the fellowship if they wanted to. And if the fellowship was declared in a city or stronghold of a Free People's nation, that nation would be activated. Now, the thing is that the fellowship has not moved at all from its starting point in Rivendell. For those who are familiar with the story, this game is the where the game starts taking place is directly after the Council of Elrond, with the Fellowship prepared to cross the Misty Mountains in some way. Because they're already in Rivendell, the Elven Nation actually starts out already active, because it's assumed that that's what the Council of Elrond did, mechanically. So if the ring bearers had moved somewhere, like let's say the ring bearers, the progress counter was somewhere in the tens, and Niko could be like, I want to declare that I want to declare the Fellowship in Erebor. And that would activate the Dwarven Nation, and it would also, whenever the Fellowship are declared in a city or stronghold of a Free People's Nation, the ring bearers get to heal some corruption. But the ring bearers currently don't have any corruption, so there's no real advantage to declaring the Fellowship. Although technically Niko can declare the Fellowship.
I declare the Fellowship, and they're in Dale.
No, they're not. They're in Rivendell.
I know.
But yeah.
Oh shit, I don't even need to go to Dale. I could just go to the Shire, and that would be enough to activate the entire north.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to go backwards. That's too much work.
Yeah. So, okay. The other thing that can happen here is that if Niko wants, he can swap out the guide of the Fellowship. Basically, you can swap between Gandalf the Grey or Strider. And the main change is that it's whichever character's guide ability you want to be active right now. So if you would like to change that, go ahead and do so.
I'll keep Gandalf on the field.
Probably a good idea. So, then the hunt allocation. So, I'm gonna start off... okay, the Shadow player may now place a number of action dice in the hunt box located on the game board. I need to place at least one action die if the Fellowship moved last turn, basically. and I am limited in how many dice I can place by the number of companions currently in the Fellowship. So right now, if I wanted to, I could put all 7 of my dice in the hunt box. This would be a hilariously bad move.
You should do it anyway.
No. I am, however, going to put 1 die in the hunt box.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna see how things go from there.
It would be really funny is if they'd put like an actual 3D model of Brandr with like every time the more boxes you put, the more its like orange beam gets brighter. And whenever it reveals the Fellowship and you move them, the eye just snaps to them.
That would be really cute, but that would be a lot of scripting work.
To code. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So next step is we roll the action dice. So,
Okay.
Oh wait, actually, hold on. I just realized that we've been doing this manually, but I forgot something.
Cool.
Which is, do you want to go with
scripted?
Full scripted. Don't worry, we can still actually, like, manually do stuff, and we're still going to be doing a lot of manual stuff, but this is stuff like, it automatically will roll the dice for us.
Oh, sweet, let's do it.
All right. Start turn 1.
Should we put our action cards back?
No, I can just continue. We did it for the first time there. That's a nice thing, is that they make it so that if you've already done it, if you want to do it manually, you can just hit the continue button. So we can use the scripting to do whatever we like, really. Yeah, free peoples may now declare the position of the Fellowship, change the guide of the Fellowship. I have allocated 1 die to the hunt box. And now we hit the button to roll the dice. And it looks like I rolled 2 more eyes, so those 2 eyes get automatically added to the hunt box.
Damn, that means you actually have to use the same number of actions that I do? Whoa.
Exactly. This is the thing with Sauron, is that Sauron has more potential actions, but he gets easily distracted by hunting for that ring. And now we do action resolution, which is the majority of the game. So, let's take a look. I have rolled a Palantir, a character action, and 2 muster actions. You have rolled a muster action, 2 character actions, and the Will of the West.
Ooh.
Which, unfortunately, it's probably going to be a little bit tricky to actually use the Will of the West to bring out any of your upgraded characters on turn 1.
Yeah.
But either way, that is basically a wild card slot. Anywho. We've got little references of how what the various different dice can do. So, let's see. Who starts things off? Action resolution.
Okay.
Starting with the Free People's player. So you get to move first.
Oh boy. Okay. Give me a second.
Right now, your muster die, you're not going to be able to use that to recruit any reinforcements, because none of your nations are at war. So your options with that die are either to play a event card that has the helmet symbol on it, or to advance a nation 1 space on the political track.
I am actually going to use it to do something really, probably, arguably one of the stupidest moves I can do on turn 1. Put in the used action dice. And I'm going to use it to play King Bran's Men.
Oh.
recruit in 2 North regular units in Dale, then draw 1 strategy event card.
That's not bad. That actually is a very good idea.
I don't know why, but I completely lost where these were.
Yeah, so... I know I just said that Niko could not recruit this early because the North is not at war, but event cards like this that allow you to recruit effectively skip that requirement. So then you draw another thing, and you put that in the discard.
Yep.
I think you actually discard face down. There we go. All right.
And then I have 2 character actions.
And one of whatever you like.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now it's my turn. I am going to use a muster die. And I will use it to advance the nation of Isengard to being at war. Isengard is locked in.
Locked in. I mean, look at Saruman. He's just, look at that man. Look at it. Not only is he locked in, he is focused.
Yeah. All right, back over to you.
Okay. Give me a second. Oh.
Need to check what character action dice can do.
Oh, tiny bit, yeah. That's the face of a man who's locked. That's the face of a man who's mogging on all of us.
Yeah. So okay, here's what you can do with the character die. So you can right now, you can use it to move an army containing a leader or character if you like.
Mm-hmm.
Attack with an army containing a leader or character, though you can't actually attack when you're not yet at war.
Mm-hmm.
You can play a character event card, which I know you have one of.
Smiles.
But you might not have like the specific requirements to be able to use it, which it often happens. And you specifically, as the Free People's player, can do the following things. Move all companions not in the Fellowship. If the Fellowship is hidden, it currently is, you can move the Fellowship. If the Fellowship is revealed, you can hide the Fellowship. And if you want to separate companions from the Fellowship, you can also do that.
I see. I don't really think there's any benefit of separating one of the companions immediately.
Yeah, the main benefit of separating companions, for the record, is that you get to use the bottom half of the companion's card, and you get to use them as a leader militarily. And also, that very notable thing about companions is that if companions go into Free People's cities or strongholds, they can also just activate those places.
I see.
Most companions are, like, very specific. For example, Gimli can only activate the Dwarven nations, and Boromir can only activate Gondor.
Mm-hmm.
But Gandalf, notably, has the symbol where he can actually activate any nation.
That's because Gandalf's just cracked like that.
Yeah, specifically, just to see here, Strider can activate the North, because no one cares about who he is in Gondor just yet. Legolas, unfortunately, has the aspect of being able to activate the elves that start the game activated.
I mean, I think that's useful for if you're starting if you're starting with one of the alternate scenarios.
Probably, yeah.
Because I think the breaking of the Fellowship obviously takes place after the breaking of the Fellowship, so I think that's when he's useful for activating elves.
Yeah. Gimli activates the dwarves. Boromir activates Gondor. No one specific person activates Rohan, but aside from Gandalf, Merry and Pippin can also activate any Free People's Nation.
Kate was just like, "Oh, rip, Legolas, baby, I'm so sorry. You just look pretty." Which actually, yeah, let's pull out
Yeah,
Legolas for a second.
Let's show what everyone looks like. So this is their
Gandalf.
version of Gandalf. This is Strider, also known as Aragorn.
Look at those lips, pursed.
There's Legolas.
Twink. That's a man who you could find in a lot of places. I'm not finishing this joke.
Oh, he is pretty. Yeah, he is.
He is pretty.
Here's Gimli, who I also think is, like...
Also really pretty.
Yeah, he looks mournful, and I think that fits because, like, God, in the books, Gimli's so much of a poet.
I hate Strider's fuck ass hat so much.
Yeah. Here is Boromir. With the Horn of Gondor. Here is, I believe this is Pippin.
Yeah.
And Merry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta be Pip, because Pippin was on the walls of Minas Tirith.
And the game's yelling at us because it couldn't. The game could not automatically determine who the guide of the Fellowship was. But yeah.
Get you curious. There's also little figurines for each of them.
So, yeah, moving the Fellowship is mainly used for getting them out as pieces on the board and activating nations without having to have the actual ring bearers go. Like, basically, think of it like this, right? If you move the ring bearers to the Old Ford, you could have Strider kind of fuck off over here to go and activate the North through Dale without actually interrupting the ring bearer's journey to go down to Lorien.
I could do the same thing with Gimli to activate Erebor.
Exactly. And frankly, you probably want to separate Strider and Gandalf from the Fellowship after they've served their initial purpose, just because that's how you turn them into their upgraded forms. Why is this version of Boromir so hot? What the fuck? Boromir's always been hot. Like, Boromir is canonically very attractive, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Like, I actually think that, like, while Aragorn in the... Like, Viggo Mortensen is extremely attractive in the movie, but I actually think that the movie does a pretty decent job of showing that, like, there's a certain scruffiness to early Aragorn that makes it hard to believe he's a king.
Yeah. Sean Bean doesn't really do it for you. Well, I'm sorry. I think...
Bad taste, but I respect it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a character flaw.
Like, of course, everyone has their own own personal things they find attractive or not. I just think that wow, Sean Bean is very attractive.
Well,
he's standing next to
Viggo.
That's fair.
So,
I can see that.
To be perfectly honest, whenever Kate says something that I'm like, I disagree with that, instead of saying I disagree, it's just, that's a character flaw on your part.
Anyway.
Holding my hands to heart shape.
So what would you like to do with your character actions?
Okay, so character actions. What if I just like started amassing a gargantuan army on the borders of Dol Guldur?
Interesting choice. Okay.
I said, what if?
Well, you would have a massive army on the borders of Dol Guldur
that I'm not at war with.
That you're not technically currently at war with. And keep in mind that if you, like, let's say you moved these guys out of Dale, but you couldn't actually invade my territory because you weren't at war politically yet, I could, in theory, take my guys in Dol Guldur and counter-invade Dale.
Yeah, which would leave us in a stalemate.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, well, in that case, what if I just did... What if I just slithered both of my character dies and just moved the fellowship?
Yeah. Gotta do it one at a time, but
Okay.
yeah. So, is that locked in? Are you moving the fellowship?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
move the fellowship.
So, let's
That
talk
goes here.
about how that works. So, fellowship.
Moving the fellowship.
Right out. So, each time the fellowship moves, the fellowship progress counter is advanced one step on the fellowship track. So what you're gonna do is you take this little counter right here with the ring on it, and put it up by one. All right, fellowship track goes from 0 to 1. Now, the actual position of the ring bearers on the board does not actually change.
Ooh,
All we know
always
now,
in Rivendell.
all that we know right now is that the ring bearers are either in Rivendell or up to one space away from Rivendell. And this does not actually have to be decided until the Fellowship are revealed for whatever reason. This can be via Niko declaring the Fellowship, like you did at the beginning of this turn. When you declare the Fellowship, basically it automatically sets the track back to 0. The other way is if I manage to reveal it. So, I now get to hunt for the Fellowship.
Hunt.
So, the way that the hunt works is as follows. Now that you've moved the counter, I determine the hunt level. Let me take a quick look at the exact timing of this to make sure we're doing it right.
Understandable.
Right, move the Fellowship. Character die. What the heck? Where is it? All right, I need to make sure I know when you're supposed to basically put this character action die in this little box that sends it to the hunt box, but I need to know exactly when that happens, whether it's before or after I make the hunt roll, because I just realized I don't remember that. Okay.
That's valid. That's fair.
Moving the Fellowship. After the hunt has been completed. Okay, so it's not there yet.
Okay.
So, the way that the hunt works is that now I roll a number of dice equal to the total number of shadow dice in the hunt box. So in this case, 3. I succeed on a 6, or I succeed on 6s only.
Okay.
I currently have no rerolls. Nope. I did not successfully find you.
Yeet.
Now.
Okay, now do I move the die?
Yes, you do. Just put it here. And it automatically moves here. So now, if you were to move the Fellowship again, the same thing would happen, but now instead of 6s only, I win on 5s and 6s.
Okay, and is the progress counter on a 1 or should it be on a 2?
It's currently on a 1, because you've only done it once.
Okay. Because once you put the die in there, it automatically moved it up 1.
Ah, I see. Fair enough. Okay.
So, I just wanted to make sure it was going to be on the right spot.
Gotcha. All right, back to my turn. I'm going to use another muster action die, but this time for something very different, which is... Isengard is currently at war. I did that on my first action. Orthanc is not currently conquered. It is still under my control. I may use one muster action die result to place Saruman in Orthanc.
Damn. The man's here to mog us.
Yeah, Saruman is here. He is doing shit. He can't actually leave Orthanc. He has no movement and can never be away from here because he is a shut-in. And starting next turn, I will effectively have an extra action die to work with. Saruman also gives me the following abilities. As long as Orthanc is under my control and not under siege, I may use a muster action die result to recruit one regular Isengard unit in every Isengard settlement. Those being Orthanc itself, as well as North and South Dunland. Or I can replace 2 Isengard regulars in Orthanc with 2 elites. And also, each Isengard elite is now considered to be as a leader as well as an army unit for all movement and combat purposes. So elites now give me rerolls, and I can use character dice to move Isengard elites.
Okay.
And that's my move.
All right. Character action. I'm just going to mildly go back over all of the character actions. Not that I... Wherever the fuck that is. Jeez, why are the rulebook so big?
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure what I'm thinking of doing will work. I am also going to commit this to the Fellowship.
Alrighty, you're moving the Fellowship again?
Yep. Do believe you rolled then?
Yep, okay. I'm gonna make a hunt roll. It's 3, but this time I succeed on 5 ups. That is 2 successes. So, here's what happens. Here is how this goes down. So, determining hunt damage. If the shadow player rolls at least 1 success on the hunt roll, the hunt was successful, and the shadow player draws 1 tile from the hunt pool. I don't draw tiles equal to the number of successes, I just draw the 1.
Okay.
So let's see what I get. I get a 3. That is one of the more dangerous ones. So, here are the options that you can take. I am throwing 3 hunt damage at you.
Oh.
If you had a play on the table event card that could cancel or reduce hunt damage, you could use it now, but you don't.
Mm-hmm.
The Free People's player may now use the guide's special ability if after these steps the hunt damage is 1 or more. The Free People may decide to reduce the hunt damage by taking a casualty. That would mean losing a companion due to the hazards encountered by the Fellowship. Any remaining hunt damage must be dealt with by using the ring, increasing the corruption of the ring bearers. Notably, this tile did not actually reveal the Fellowship. There's a special icon that shows if the Fellowship is revealed on the hunt tile. So you're still hidden.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that you have to deal with this incoming damage. So what it comes down to is that you can either take a casualty or use the ring and take corruption. Here's the way taking a casualty works. You have to eliminate one companion. You can decide between either taking the current guide as a casualty or randomly picking a companion from the Fellowship.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, I just select a random face-down companion, and the drawn companion is eliminated from the game. The companion's level will then be that was sacrificed will then be subtracted from the total hunt damage. So, if you were, for example, to sacrifice Gandalf, who is level 3, that would completely wipe out everything.
Mm-hmm.
Notably, Gandalf is a very good choice for if you want to do this, because Gandalf can actually come back from being eliminated.
And we have a powerful cut off field unit.
I'm just going to tell you this right now for free.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to eliminate Gandalf right now,
mm-hmm.
he would have been eliminated, and a minion is currently in play because I do have Saruman here. He is a minion.
Oh my god!
And you have a Will of the West die.
I could bring a Gandalf out literally turn 1.
Yes. That is... You are actually capable of bringing out Gandalf the White right now, if you wanted to.
Thinking. That's not. I'm gonna trust you. That's not a bad decision.
I don't think it's a bad decision.
Okay, then we will.
It gets you an extra die to work with. Action economy is important.
Yeah. All right. Then we are going to sacrifice Ganondorf. How do I do that?
What we're gonna do
card off?
is just pull the card off, and Strider automatically becomes the guide.
Okay. And then Gandalf's figure gets moved off the Fellowship thing.
Yep.
Away he goes.
I'll put the out-of-play companions there. So Gandalf's seemingly dead. Not for long.
Damn, that's fast on his part.
Yeah. Well, think about it, like, it's a little bit faster than normal. Also, we do move you to 1 to 2 there.
I hadn't put the Fellowship
I
in
see.
the box.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
There we go. That's how it's done. All right. Think about it this way, is that you're 2 spaces away. So if we're going by the canonical route, it's only 1 space away from where Gandalf does canonically seemingly die in Moria.
Yeah, that's true.
We can just say that the Balrog got there a bit early and was in Holland somehow.
They just arrive in Holland, and there's just the Balrog is just standing there, whip in hand, just smacking the open palm.
Yeah.
And Gandalf's like, "I'll take one for the team." The rest move on, and they don't know why, but Strider has a strong suspicion none of them want to know exactly what was going on with that whip.
All right.
Gandalf arrives in Fangorn Forest. Conspicuously, he never sits down.
Okay.
Anyway.
Now, next up for me, I'm going to use my event action die.
Whoa.
And I'm actually going to use it to draw an event.
Gasp.
I want to draw a character event card. Ooh, okay. Your move. I think I know what you're gonna do.
You know what I'm doing. I'm gonna use that Will of the West.
Will of the West. And, yeah, Gandalf the White can be placed in either Fangorn Forest or any unconquered elven stronghold of your choice.
I'm gonna put him in Fangorn.
Nice. That way you can potentially use him to go down and activate Rohan right away.
And then immediately activate Minas Tirith right after.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
he's... I guess I was looking at it, and, like, yeah, I could put him in an elven stronghold. I could put him, like, in the Woodland Realm. And then take Erebor and Dale, like, immediately. But those are also reinforcements that would take forever to get anywhere.
Yeah.
Whereas if I get Edoras and then Minas Tirith, that's two of the principal centerfold nations activated.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
Alrighty. That also take the Gandalf die and put it in this not chosen section, so it'll get added back to the big die thing later. Of note about his abilities, Gandalf has 3 movement, 1 leadership, gives you the extra die. But if Gandalf is moving alone or with only 1 hobbit, so either Merry or Pippin, but not both, his level is considered 4 for the purposes of movement only. Because of Shadowfax. And if he is in a battle, you can forfeit his 1 point of leadership at the start of the battle to basically lock all Nazgul out of the battle for the entire duration.
Okay.
Alrighty, and I've got 1 left, and I am going to use this action die result to play the shadow character action that I just got. This, and this one is actually when I play on the table. So I'm going to put it right here. And this is now active. This is Flocks of Krebine.
Gasp.
Those for those who don't know, the Krebine are basically really big and scary crows that work as spies for Saruman. So now, before I make a hunt roll at any point, I am allowed to discard the Flocks of Krebine card to add 1 to all dice on that hunt roll, including rerolls. So this card makes it easier for me to track you down. But if you successfully manage, before that happens, to declare the Fellowship in an unconquered Free People's city or stronghold, then I have to discard the card without any further effect.
I see.
Alrighty. And I believe that's both of us having done all of our actions. So, now, victory check. The Fellowship track is at 2, Corruption track's at 0, and neither of us have any victory points, so we do another turn.
Alright.
Okay, starting turn 2. More event cards, and more, and we get all of our dice back.
So, the Fellowship has not been revealed. Do I have to declare the position?
You do not have to.
Okay. And I don't have to change the guide.
You do not have to change the guide.
Alright.
In fact, you actually literally cannot change the guide right now.
Yeah, because Strider's the only one who can lead her at the moment.
Yeah, the guide can always is only whoever has the most leadership in the party. And that was a tie between Gandalf and Strider, but now Gandalf is no longer in the party, so it's just Strider.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I stepped out of the room and I went to go grab some socks because my feet were getting cold.
Yeah. Alrighty. So you're choosing not to either declare the position or change the guide?
Correct.
All right. Now I get to allocate my hunt dice again. And I have minimum have to allocate 1 because last turn you did move. I'm gonna just still allocate just the 1. Also, I need to check something about the hunt tiles. I don't think I actually put them back in the bag afterwards. Draws 1 tile from the hunt pool.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, hunt tiles. Okay, yeah, if at any time all the tiles in the hunt pool have been used, we return all the beige tiles to the bag, but not any special blue or red tiles or any tile that's been permanently removed from the game. So
Okay.
this 3 tile is now just out. It's out here.
Okay.
If you're wondering how, where these ones come in, these get added to the bag by events.
Okay.
And yes, if you're wondering, this one does just straight up heal corruption when you draw it.
Sauron out here going, oh, I'm so sorry. I've corrupted you. Here, have some balm for that. Just like, I'm going to stitch your soul back together, all nice and kind, and then 3 minutes later, he's like, why the fuck did I do that?
As funny as it is, I actually remember exactly which of the Free People's event cards causes this tile to be added to the bag. It's actually the File of Galadriel.
I love that.
Yeah.
Galadriel out here, coming in clutch.
Yep. All right. So now we I've allocated my 1 die. There are 6 companions in the Fellowship, so Shadow can't allocate more than 6 in the hunt box. And let's roll the dice.
Ooh,
Wow!
boy.
I am being very heavily distracted.
Damn. Wow, you only have 4.
You got 2
Wow.
Will of the Wests!
Yeah!
Oh, man. Alright. Well, you start.
That does remind me, I didn't actually bother to,
Hold on. Ali,
What?
thank you!
OMG Ali.
Long snake.
Stretch. You want to take a stretch?
gonna do
Yeah.
your redeems. Just
Cool.
for the sake of it.
It'll make it easier. I'm taking water.
Except for that Aura. That's yours. Unless
come
people
on.
want me to do it.
Hara. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Hara.
Damn. I don't even know if Evangeline was here to hear that.
Well, Ollie was the one who redeemed that one.
That's so right. Ollie, that's so right. Pat.
Yippee explodes.
Explodes.
Alrighty.
Okay. I'm looking at this the cards I drew this turn. I'm like, okay.
Alrighty. Yeah. So what you've got a event action which you can use to draw or play an event. You've got another character action die. You've got 2 Will of the Wests that you can turn into anything that you want. And you have an army muster action, which means that you can use that as an army die or a muster die.
I see.
I'll say that early on, muster dice tend to be a bit more important than army dice because that's how you...
Hey, what if I did something really stupid? Actually, no, I won't do that. That's too stupid. That's too stupid. Let's not do that.
All right. I'm curious, but...
Never mind. Yeah, I'm not doing my stupid thing. I am going to. I'm assuming I always start the turns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Generally, like, there's the only reason that there would be ever be for me to start the turn is if I somehow had fewer dice than you. But I believe it is that I'll check this while you do the turn, but either way, you have more dice, so no matter what, you start it. But I believe that also by default, the Free People's player just starts each turn.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, it just says starting with the Free People's player. I think actually, even if you have more dice than me, yeah, more dice than me, then you still start. It's just that you can pass turns if I have more dice than you. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to spend my muster army die.
All right.
And I'm going to use it to move the elves.
All right.
Forward.
The elves are a little bit more ready for war. Okay. Over to me. I want to take care of this as quickly as possible, so... I use a character action die to play an event card that I just drew.
Okay.
Balrog of Moria. I play it on the table. I can discard Balrog of Moria to draw an additional hunt tile if the Fellowship moves into, out of, or through Moria while being declared or revealed. If the tile shows an eye, I discard it without effect. Otherwise, I follow the rules for a successful hunt. I ignore any reveal icon on the drawn tile if the Fellowship has been declared in a Free People's City or Stronghold. Or, at any time, I can also discard Balrog of Moria to use its combat card effect, Durin's Bane, as if I was playing the card from my hand. Which, for the record, Durin's Bane is if a defending army is within 2 regions of Moria, notably Lorien is, then before the combat roll, I get to make an additional attack with 3 combat dice, scoring hits on 4 up. So, if I want to at this point, I can direct the Balrog to get out of bed and go bother the elves down here.
The Balrog shows up to Lorien, clearly rolled out of bed. Like, we're talking, he's still wearing sweatpants. A shirt that's like 7 sizes too big. Still has like the old-fashioned nightcap on.
Yeah.
Minus the nightcap, that's what I'm currently wearing. Sweatpants and a shirt that's several sizes too big.
I will say that I've played this before, I've had this exact thing happen before, and nuking Lorien with the Balrog is one of my favorite maneuvers as the Shadow player.
Damn, I can't believe the cards are in your favor.
Alright, your turn.
Okay. I'm going to take a character action.
Alright.
And I'm going to once again move the Fellowship.
Alrighty. I will discard my Flocks of Krebine to add 1 to all dice rolls here.
Okay.
So I basically, I want 5 ups here.
Okay.
Oh, it should be face down. Okay. So I have 4 dice. I go on 5 ups. That is a success. All right. Let's draw the hunt tile.
Do you find them?
0 damage, but you are revealed.
Shit.
Okay, so now we are revealing the Fellowship, and the way that this works is as follows. So, for the record, technically you have already made a move. So, the counter should really be at 3 for this, but that's done. Go ahead and put the die in so that we know how to do this. So, where it's currently revealed. Revealing.
Hey, so I'm just asking here. Strider's effect here for the leadership.
Yes.
I can just sacrifice like the Palantir to that, right? Or the
You absolutely
Bloodlust,
can.
and prevents you from finding me.
Exactly. Well, no, it unreveals you after you've been revealed. It doesn't prevent the reveal from happening in the first place.
Okay. But like that prevents you from doing anything funny with where the Fellowship is, I think.
We'll go through it. Basically, normally you would have to use a character. Normally the Fellowship would remain revealed until you used a character action die result to hide them again. What Strider does is make it so that you can use any die result, not just character.
Okay.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that doesn't actually stop this from happening. I found you, it's just easier for you to hide again afterwards.
Okay.
And keep in mind, you can only move while you're hidden.
Mm-hmm.
So, a hunt for the ring was successful and revealed the Fellowship. So, you must move the ring bearer's figure in a way that cannot end in a region containing a free people's stronghold or city. And moving the ring bearer is you get to move the figure a number of regions from its last known position equal to or less than the number on the Fellowship track, which is currently 3. So the rules here are that you can move the ring bearers up to 3 spaces away. The only thing, and it doesn't have to be 3 spaces, but you cannot have them stay in Rivendell because this was a reveal.
Mm-hmm. This
And
wasn't each. Yeah, this was while they're in journey.
Yeah.
Shit. You and I both know there's only one good option here.
Having them revealed in Moria would be kind of a nightmare scenario for you. Because keep in mind that if you pass through Moria, I get to pull another tile and see if I can do some damage to you.
So I realistically actually only like I said, there's only one good option realistically.
Yeah.
That's well, 2 technically.
I mean, unless you want to go over to Bree or some shit.
And activate the free people. Oh, 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 oh. Thinking it through. Technically, so I have 3 like. Well, I have more options than that, but the 3 like primary ones is Goblin's Gate, Moria, or Bree.
You could also potentially try to make your way through Dunwich, but that would be a little bit dangerous.
You know what? I'm gonna make a really weird play, and you're gonna be like, "The fuck is wrong with you?"
Okay.
And you're gonna reveal them in Cardalon.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Interesting choice. The Fellowship are taking a bit of an odd route. Instead of crossing the Misty Mountains to get to Lorien, They appear to be skirting around the edge of Isengard. Possibly in order to continue in this direction and sneak in through the fords of Isen to get towards Helm's Deep. Interesting
Wouldn't you
play.
like to know, Weather Boy?
Yeah. In theory, also, you could potentially, from this position, break off either Strider or more likely one of the other hobbits, Merry or Pippin, to hop over to the Shire and activate the North.
Yep.
Strider's a bit too valuable as the guide of the Fellowship to break him off just for that, although he could do it immediately. Then again, you usually want to... Yeah, you do usually want to separate Strider to eventually get him to be in one of the Gondor settlements, but still.
I'm actually just going to leave the Aragorn's card. I'm actually going to leave all the cards flipped up just so I can actually see what the activation costs are.
The indication that they're actually active will be the guy being on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the record, the for Gollum, it's just automatic as soon as there's no other companions in the Fellowship. And he just permanently becomes the guide.
Yep.
Treebeard is Gandalf the White has to be in play, and a companion must be in Fangorn, and then you can use a muster action die to put Treebeard in Fangorn.
Technically, I think Gandalf technically counts for both of those conditions.
Gandalf the White is a companion legally.
So technically, with him there, I can just activate Treebeard.
Yeah. Aragorn needs to have Strider in Minas Tirith, Dol Amroth, or Pelargir, and for that to be unconquered, and you use Will of the West instead of action die. And for me, you've already seen Saruman. Witch King, Sauron and at least one other Free People's Nation must be at war. It uses a muster die, and it automatically activates all of the Free Peoples. And the Mouth of Sauron... Either all the Free Peoples need to be at war, or the Fellowship must be on the Mordor track.
Yeah. Which I know once we're in the Mordor track, or like once we're in Mordor, there's a whole nother set of rules that apply to the Fellowship.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It's basically just they go on this track, and they start climbing up the mountain in the same way that the Fellowship's been moving all game. But it becomes... much more severe, and the things that you can do to most of the rules are basically around how you can't stop once you've hit the Mordor track. You can't back off.
Yeah, once you're there, you're there.
Yeah, you have to just go.
Okay, I'm gonna send this to you. This is one of my visuals right now while playing.
Oh, let's see.
So just look at DMs.
Cute little creature.
He's usually asleep up there if he's not curled up in his bed next to me. Yeah. When he's feeling a little chilly, he lays on top of the PC because it warms him.
Nice. But
for those who haven't figured out what I'm talking about my cat. He's currently asleep on top of my PC.
Right. So, the Balrog has not been activated because the Fellowship, at least for now, has not decided to go through Moria. This does mean that the Balrog is still on the table for if I want to nuke Lorien later.
Ugh.
That's a nice thing about the Balrog.
Nuke the Balrog.
Yeah, the nice thing about the Balrog and how he's played is that it gives you the option to basically, like... They basically know that the Free People's player can avoid the Balrog by just going around Moria. So... there's basically no wrong way to play the Balrog.
Yeah, the Balrog just is a generally good card. Is what
Yeah.
it looks like.
It's a huge power play for the Shadow player, and I'm very lucky to have gotten it this early. But then again, you were also lucky to have Gandalf the White out on turn 1, so...
Which is a really powerful unit.
Yeah. Anyway. I believe that was your full move. Fellowship is now revealed and back at 0 progress. And you will have to use an action die to hide them once again. But thanks to Strider, that can be any action die that you like, including that Palantir that you were asking about. All right.
Yeah, because because a Palantir can play any of the cards in my hand, but then so can the Will of the Wests.
That's correct.
Technically, at the current, aside from like, technically I could play 3 cards from my hand if I really wanted to.
Yeah.
But I'm going to sacrifice a Palantir for Strider's ability to once again hide the Fellowship.
Well, okay, it was my turn. So before you do that...
sorry.
Before you do that...
Unflip that and undo that. Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
I will use a muster action to move the Southrons and Easterlings 1 space forward on the political track.
Okay.
So they are now over here. Now you can do your thing.
Okay. Now I'm going to do that whole combo of events again.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry I jumped ahead of you.
You're fine.
There we go.
All right, back to me. Trick so nice that it works twice. I am moving the Southrons and Easterlings to at war.
Whoa. Damn, you got two massive armies you could just ready up.
Yeah.
1 massive army and 1 tiny. Well, that's still pretty big.
Yeah. All right, back to you. You've got 2 Will of the West, so you can do literally anything you want.
Sitting here all perky-cheeked and ready to go.
Yeah.
This might be a little thinking. My little peanut brain is moving. I'm going to take Will of the West, and I'm going to convert it. Well, I'm just going to use it as a Will of the West, and I'm going to play Treebeard.
Alrighty. Technically, you're using it as a muster action.
Yeah, it's a muster action. So he appears, I believe, in Fangorn, yeah?
Yep, he is in Fangorn.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so now I have 2 characters in play. Whoa! And then... my other Will of the West, I'm going to convert it into a character action, I do believe. And I'm going to move a character.
Alrighty, moving Gandalf.
Yeah, because he's the only one who can.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just moved to my used action dice.
Treebeard currently has no movement, and Gandalf is the only other character that is outside of the Fellowship.
Oh, wait, you still have an action before I can do this.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. I also got ahead. I forgot. Oh,
okay.
I'm going to be right back while you take your action, though. I have to go grab my food. It just got here.
Gotcha. I should probably get some food myself. Okay. So my action, this is an army action. So what can I do with an army action? Move 1 or 2 armies, attack with an army, or play an army event card. So let's get things... Let's get things going. I'm going to take the move armies action. And I'll leave, like, one guy in Barad-dûr just to make sure it's not completely undefended, but for the most part, these guys are going to Gorgoroth. And we're going to move this group into South Ithilien.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I took my army action, moving 2 armies, and I moved everyone from, except one guy, from Barad-dûr into Gorgoroth, and then I moved everyone from Minas Morgul into South Ithilien.
I see you're preparing to invade Osgiliath.
Perhaps.
Well,
is Gondor prepared for war?
You will not be missed, Denethor. You just immediately crack Minas Tirith like an egg.
All right.
Damn, the entire Western Front just folds.
Your turn.
Okay. I'm still going to go do what I said I was going to do. Use that action to move Gandalf.
Righto.
So in order to activate, he has to end his movement, yes?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to move him into Edoras.
Righto.
Which will activate,
Rohan.
Rohan, which I think I just flip it, yeah?
You just flip it, yes.
Yep. Okay,
so let's double check to make sure that, the politics of Middle-earth. So, here, for the record, here are the exact rules on politics.
Mm-hmm.
As long as a nation is passive and not active, it can never be moved to the last step of the track and thus be fully mobilized. Free People's Nations are activated whenever any of the following events occur. A region of that nation is entered by an enemy army. So if I actually invade your borders, then you automatically that nation becomes active.
Mm-hmm.
An army containing units of that nation is attacked. Again, that activates you. The Fellowship is declared in a city or stronghold of that nation, or a companion capable of activating that nation ends their movement or enters play in one of its cities or strongholds unless it's controlled by an enemy.
Okay.
The political counter of a nation is advanced a step by playing a muster action result or a certain event cards, and also, anytime an army containing units of that nation is attacked, and every time a nation's settlement is captured by the opponent. So, notably, if I were to actually attack one of your armies with one of mine, that would automatically both activate the nation and move it one space ahead on the track.
Okay.
But notably, right now, because Gondor is not at war, your guys in Osgiliath cannot actually attack my guys in South Ithilien. It is impossible for a nation to attack another nation when they are not at war. The trick is, of course, that I'm at war, so I can attack you.
Okay.
That also means that me leaving Minas Morgul undefended is actually not a huge misstep, because just the same as you can't attack me, you actually can't enter my territory.
Yeah, and like regardless, I wouldn't have been able to reach it. Well, I'd pretty much have to go through in order to get to Minas Morgul. Not only do I have to activate and then get to the at war step, my nation would also have whatever nation's moving would also effectively still have to go through the army you have there.
Yeah,
because regardless, it can easily just turn and attack anyone in North Ithilien.
Pretty much.
You're just pressing the border advantage.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
Speaking of which, were you aware Osgiliath is the original capital of Gondor?
I think that you mentioned it when we were going over the rules together.
Oh, possibly. Sippy sip and a posture check?
Because I...
What the fuck?
Oh, huh. For some reason, it doesn't, I guess it doesn't. It doesn't show your redeems on my, my stream.
Which is, yeah, no, I have... Which is why I have you open on one monitor, just so I can also see your redeems. So I can do
Gotcha.
yours as well.
I will take a sippy sip. And I don't actually have a posture check redeem, but I am fine. I'm
not.
I actually have a very nice, nice swivel chair with a lot of back support. So posture tech is not nearly as much of an issue for me.
So do I, but like I run into the issue of I tend to lean forward a lot. Like leaning back in the chair is fine. It's good. This is actually a really nice chair. But I have the habit, but because of how my desk is set, I can't like I don't know. I tend to put my keyboard so far up that it makes me have to lean forward to do things.
I see.
So they force me to check my posture a lot.
Dang.
Because otherwise I'm constantly shrimping.
He shrimps anyway.
He shrimps anyway. Yeah, that too.
Incredible.
And like this is a nice chair, by the way. This is like one of those like primo lazy boy office chairs.
Yeah.
That my brother pilfered from our job. Because they were just this is nothing wrong with this chair. The only thing wrong is the front ends of the two armrests were a little cracked. But the office was just going to throw it in the trash compactor.
Damn.
Because the person whose office this came from didn't like it. Because it wasn't as comfortable as what they wanted. A completely functional chair, and they were just going to throw it in a trash compactor rather than, like, I don't know, give it to an employee or drop it off at a Goodwill or something.
Damn.
Yeah. That's actually where I got both my side monitors. I know this is a slight side tangent. That's where I got both my side monitors too. They were to throw those in the trash compactor. There's nothing wrong with them. Not really. I mean, the one monitor kind of flickers in and out occasionally, but like not often. But they're still fine. I don't know. Listen, the wastefulness of American capitalism. Anyway, back to War of the Ring.
Hell yeah. All right. So, I believe that's it for both of us.
Yes.
We've done all of our actions. So, once again, victory check is we go on to the next round.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was gonna actually ask, so like, your hunt dies only trigger if I'm actually moving the fellowship.
Correct.
So if I don't move them, you have... Okay, I'm picking up what's happening now.
If I overcommit hunt dice, feel free to just not move on that turn.
Yeah.
I love Pilfering for Jobs. Did a lot of breaking the rules by taking things that should have gone in the trash from Petco.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the other thing. Is like on top of that, do you know what also breaks the rules? Putting the fact that we're gonna throw these monitors in the trash compactor.
Damn.
They're electronic, so those have to be disposed of separately. Technically, if they were caught doing that, I'm pretty sure that's a fine. But it's cheaper to pay the fine than it is to actually go take them to the proper disposal site.
All right, so Free Peoples, you may now declare the position of the Fellowship if you like, and change the guide. Again, you can't actually change the guide currently, and declaring the position of the Fellowship is possible, but does basically nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Of note, by the way, if you're wondering about something, so declaring the Fellowship in a Free People's stronghold can actually heal the Ring Bearer. Yes, let's say that you have the Ring Bearers in Lorien, and they're like at 3 corruption, right?
Mhm.
You can just repeatedly declare them to be in Lorien and heal corruption each time. Think of that as you effectively not moving the Fellowship for several turns in order to let them heal, like how they rested in Lorien after Moria.
Okay.
That is an intended mechanic. It is not cheating.
Okay.
Alrighty. So next up, I am again forced to put 1 die in the box, and I will not put any more dice in the box. Rolling. Alright, only 1 die this time. I actually have shit to work with.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
Alrighty. You go first.
I don't have a Will of the Wisp this turn, though.
Yeah, you go first, but also, keep in mind, since you have fewer dice than me, you are allowed to pass and force me to go first.
Okay. Only give me a moment to think as I eat this boneless wing. Okay, so I am actually going to go first. I'm going to expend an event action to play Axe and Bow.
Ah. Gimli and Legolas are both in the Fellowship. And yeah, after the Shadow player draws a hunt tile, you can discard Axe and Bow to reduce the hunt damage by 1 to a minimum 0. Any remaining hunt damage must be confronted normally, and this gets discarded from the table if both Gimli and Legolas leave the Fellowship. Nice. So Gimli and Legolas are now protecting against corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. My turn. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I
Also, because I didn't say it, hi, Bastian.
Let's see. I'm going to spend a character action die to play an event card. Another one on the table. The Palantir of Orthanc.
Oh, dear.
I can only play if Saruman is in play. He is. When the Palantir of Orthanc is in play, after I use an event action die result to play an event card, immediately draw another card from either of my decks. So this is basically Gandalf's guide ability, but for me. However, you can force me to discard this either by using a Will of the West action die result, or any action die result, and an Elven Ring.
I see.
Which, using an Elven Ring in that way will give me a reroll. It will give me an action die reroll later in the game. Alright, so that's my move. And it's now in effect, so the action dice I use this turn will start doing stuff. Alrighty. Your move. Would you like to pass or take your move?
I'm actually going to do something that might seem a little stupid at first. But I promise serves her. I'm going to use another event action die.
Alright.
And I'm going to play... I'm going to grab this. I'm going to play The Ents Awake. Entmoot.
Ah. Alright.
I roll 3 dice. I believe it's hitting on a 4-up.
Yep, that's correct.
Yep. And then it... Yeah. I will hit roll.
1 hit.
And I get to reroll 1 missed because I have Treebeard.
Nice.
So I hit the... Do I just manually reroll it, or...
Yeah, go ahead and just reroll. Oh, just hit R.
Oh. Still gives me a 3. Okay.
Damn. Okay.
That destroys 1 thing in...
Yeah. So
Shadow Army.
I need to bop one of the actually, you know what? I'm going to No, I'm gonna just kill an Isengard regular. Goes back to reserves. So Ents have started attacking Orthanc pretty early.
Mhm.
Because it's funny, right? That, like, if I remember correctly, despite being in Fangorn Forest and meeting Aragorn's group there, Gandalf never actually speaks with Treebeard until after the March of the Ents.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, I guess Gandalf was like the reason that the Ents awakening is happening way earlier than it normally did is frankly just because Gandalf is better able to convince Treebeard and the rest of the Entmoot about the necessity of what's going on with Saruman. Which makes sense.
Gandalf
the
actually
Ents...
did his job.
Yeah, like, it makes sense. The Ents never really exactly trusted Merry and Pippin's word on that, did they? Like, it's not that they disliked them, but the Ents just didn't know what to make of them.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Ents know Gandalf. Everyone knows Gandalf.
And because I do believe it, to quote Treebeard, I know we get like the classic, there's no words in the tongues of men, of elves or Ents for this tragedy. Technically, he also says, almost not verbatim, but he basically says the same thing about hobbits. They have no word for hobbit because they don't know what they are.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, so 2 things will actually happen.
Yeah.
I do that fun stuff with the Ents Awake. However,
Treebeard is now level 2.
Now has a movement of 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me you can probably just remember that.
Yeah.
Well, let's actually, you know what? Since it's discarded anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and say that we do this just as a like self-reminder that an Ents Awake card has been played.
Mm-hmm.
That way we'll always remember, oh hey, Treebeard's level 2.
And you know what's actually kind of funny about that?
What?
Is now that Treebeard can move, Isengard can hit the Ford of Isen, or the Fords of Isen, and the Rohirrim can now just have a giant ass Ent roll up to the fight, like, yo, what up, man?
Yeah.
And just start punting orcs.
This is an interesting new take on events. The Fellowship are going all the way around the Misty Mountains. Treebeard is already awake, and at Gandalf's request, the Ents have started to move against Isengard right away. And the Southrons and Easterlings have gone to war before the actual forces of Mordor did.
And don't forget, Gandalf is already in Edoras, too.
Yeah, Gandalf is in Edoras. Things are going very differently.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
not, maybe not for the best, but they're going to win.
Right out.
Anyway,
so that was
now
your move,
turn, I believe.
Yes.
Move.
Okay. I am going to... Let's see. Eastern edge of the map. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to use a muster action to play Horde from the East. Which is only playable if the Southrons and Easterlings are at war.
Mhm.
And I recruit 5 Southron and Easterling regulars in a free region inside the Southron and Easterling nations, but it must be adjacent to the eastern edge of the map.
Damn.
So, these guys are just going to pop out of nowhere in East Rune.
Damn, you're bulking up to move against the north.
Yep. This is the thing, right? The Free People's player, this is the very interesting asymmetry of this game. The Free People's player is playing a very defensive war. There's not a lot of good places for the Free Peoples to, like, specifically attack the Shadow in their strongholds. It's always a little bit awkward. Moria is probably actually the easiest for the Free Peoples to get to. But the thing is that the Free People's player is also has like a specific alternate win condition that they can work towards, which is moving the ring bearers. I can't actively pursue the corruption of the ring bearers. I can only react to what you're doing by moving them. If you choose not to ever move the ring bearers, there is not much I can do to corrupt them. Which means that I have to focus on the military victory, whereas you're almost intended to focus on the ring bearer victory. That's not to say that the Free Peoples can't win a military victory. I have seen it happen. I have done it myself. But it's an interesting bit. Anyway, that was my move. So Horde from the East does stuff in Rune.
Okay. My turn.
Yep. Oh, and I get to draw a card because of the Palantir. I forgot that part. I'm gonna draw from the strategy deck.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Let you do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I got it.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna spend the army muster action, and I'm going to advance. Rohan on the political track.
Alrighty.
Your turn. Or your move.
Yep, okay. I'm going to use my other muster action to move Sauron's political counter to at war. All of the Shadow Nations are now at war.
Damn, at war already in this economy? Give me the muster die, just as a is that can only do stuff with armies. So technically it's a dead card, a dead die for me right now, yeah?
The muster die?
Oh, I'm stupid. Oh no, it does do the...
Yeah, no, the muster die is the one that does political stuff, primarily.
Okay, well I'm going to use another muster die.
Righto.
And I'm going to advance.
when
I'm
these
going to
obtained.
advance.
Nice.
The elves again.
All right, the elves are almost at war.
Hell yeah, good for Wendy's. All right, I believe it is your action now.
Mm-hmm. All right, time for some event cards that are going to be scary.
Oh boy.
I'm going to play with an army action, an army event card. The Shadow is moving. Play if all Shadow nations are at war, which they now are. Move up to 4 different Shadow armies, 1 region each.
Damn.
Okay. So what we're going to do... It can be any shadow armies, which include all 3 of my little factions. So, we're moving everyone from Nir Harad to Umbar.
Okay.
We're moving everyone in Gorgoroth to Minas Morgul. Yeah. Jukai says hello. Hello, Jukai.
Hello.
Oh, I see. That was within the chat. I'm dumb. My bad.
No. You're fine.
All right, that's 2 armies moved.
You're not dumb. You stop that. Yeah, I agree. You're not dumb.
Okay, so that's 2 there.
Not to like put myself in a worse spot here, but I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to move those reinforcements you have in East Rune into North Rune, or to the Vale of the Karnan.
So the thing is, right, that East Rune is adjacent to the Iron Hills.
Yep, you got a point there. You got a great point. I mean, still is the Valley of the Karnan, but that would actually put additional pressure on 2 of my positions.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, approaching it from, is that it would give a greater pressure point.
Yeah.
Again, not to put myself in a worse position.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm moving these guys from Nirn to Gorgoroth.
Okay.
Just so that I can get people out of, like, the middle of Mordor where they're completely useless.
Yeah.
And also, I'm going to move the entirety of my South Rune guys up to East Rune.
Ooh, doubling the pressure on the Iron Hills.
Yeah.
Where are you now, Dane, King under the mountain?
So yeah, basically, Minas Morgul is refortified with a bunch new guys. Nirn is no longer being a problem, having a bunch of guys like over here with not much going on. We've got a little bit of buildup in Gorgoroth, which are going to be moved eventually, and everyone from Nir Harad moved into Umbar, so there's now a substantial buildup there. Alrighty. And that is my The Shadow is Moving play. So now I draw another card, thanks to my lovely, lovely Palantir. Alrighty. Your move. Might want to take care of that Palantir if you want to not have me just pumping out tons and tons and tons of units rapidly.
But you say I don't have a Will of the West. I'm not giving you an Elven Ring. So what I'm going to do instead...
You have the means to stop me. Are you too afraid to use it?
I'm not afraid to use it. I'm just not using them on turn 2. You leave my elven rings out of this. Mine. I'm the Lord of the Rings, not you. Why? Because I have 4 rings right now, and you got... What do you got? What do you got? What was that? What was that?
I have 9 of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Did you say none? I heard
9.
none.
9. The number 9 after 8.
See, I hear the point you have raised. I understand the point you have raised. However, counterpoint. They're all dead anyway, so I'm the only one with the good rings.
Oh no, I just suppose I'll have to be sad here with my awesome Lich Kings on giant flying dragons.
Yeah, but at least all my ring bearers have meat on their bones. Way more fun at dinner parties, let me tell you. You got ramen? Hell yeah, Ollie.
You just haven't been to a dinner parties in Mordor. Don't you know that meat's back on the menu, boys?
God, weird.
I never thought I would be engaging in Lord of the Rings themed trash talk.
I am nothing if not good at turning any board game into let's throwing random trash talk out at each other. Well, in that case, because again, my rings, keep your dirty little lich claws off of them. I can't even make a reasonable threat here. Never mind. I'm going to use a character action die.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to move Gandalf.
Alrighty.
Minas Tirith.
Alright, Minas Tirith. Gondor is activated.
Yeah. And that will be the end of my turn.
Nice.
And do you have 2 more actions to do?
Righto. Okay. So.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, that's actually, I think, probably not a bad thing that I have 3 nations active on turn 2.
Yeah, probably not too bad.
So I think that's relatively faster than most Free People's players can do it.
Alrighty. Okay. Alright, here's where I'm gonna do something very, very mean.
Oh boy, are you gonna kill Gandalf?
I have another card to play using this flag. And this is going to be the first combat of the game.
Oh boy.
This will end up basically moving Gondor closer to war, but I think it's worth it.
Taking Osgiliath, aren't you?
No. I play Corsairs of Umbar. If the Southrons and Easterlings are at war, which they are, move 1 shadow army from Umbar to a Gondor coastal region. And if there is a Free People's army in the region, a battle starts. The attacking shadow army cannot cease the attack unless the Free People's army were already under siege. I am taking...
Largir or Dol Amroth?
I am going to Dol Amroth.
Damn! Killing Imrahil? Wow.
I am, in fact, killing Imrahil.
Damn!
The Corsairs of Umbar are invading.
Damn. Okay,
All
so
right.
that forces Gondor forward. I think it just does that automatically.
Yes, it does happen automatically. Also, technically, these guys aren't here, but it's... You know what? For the sake of fun, we're going to put them, here, for now.
I immediately play, a hurricane from the Sea of Japan sinks your entire fleet. Fuck you.
Sea of Japan's over here somewhere. I don't think it can reach. Anyway.
But you see, counterpoint. I get to. I don't know. I got nothing here. All right, let's do this.
Right. I also
All
get
right.
to draw another strategy card.
I
All
really
right.
gotta break that land here.
All right. So, going through combat. Counterpoint buffering. All right.
Yeah.
So, in terms of battle resolution. So, I am currently attacking the Dol Amroth region with my army. My army does not have a leader currently. It's this is just an event movement. My army is of combat strength technically 6, but it's only actually 5. Because 5 is the maximum. I have no leadership, but neither do you. Your combat strength is 3. So, at the beginning of each round of combat, now, yeah, normally we would each potentially play a combat card, optionally. And then we would roll dice and all that, but there is something else, which is before the combat round starts, you, the defender, have to make a choice. Do you fight me in a field battle? Do you think you can defeat me in a normal field battle? Or do you want to retreat into a siege?
We did not go over the rules of the siege, so
let me go over those now. Okay.
Yeah, because I'd like to know. I'd like to know my option properly before I choose it.
As soon as the defender retreats into a siege, which again happens before battle, the region around the stronghold is left open to the enemy, who may immediately advance into the region. If the attacking army chooses to advance, the stronghold is now considered under siege, and the battle ends. The defending figures are now inside the stronghold itself and are placed in the appropriate stronghold box found on the game board. A stronghold under siege can contain a maximum of 5 army units and any number of leaders. Any unit in excess of 5 is removed immediately when a stronghold comes under siege. Units removed this way can re-enter the game later as reinforcements, so it's not death. A siege ends if the attacking army leaves the region, or if at any time the attacking or defending army is completely eliminated. While a stronghold is under siege, the troops within can only be attacked by an army in the same region using an action die for battle during the resolution phase. Any battle starting against a besieged army is considered a siege battle. During a siege battle, the attacker hits only on a result of 6 or higher, while the defender hits on a result of 5 or higher as normal. A siege battle also only ever lasts for 1 round, unless the attacker decides to voluntarily reduce one of his participating elite units into a regular unit. If the attacker decides to do so, the siege battle lasts for an additional round. Because remember, with regular combat, it just keeps going until someone retreats or is defeated. Whereas sieges, you actually, basically, every single time I want to attack you, I have to spend another die if it's under siege.
Okay.
An army inside a stronghold under siege may also choose to attack the besieging army by using an action die for battle during the action resolution phase. And this just makes a regular battle. So that's how you, like, kick them out if you think you're actually stronger than them.
Okay.
All right.
Well, in that case, I'm not going to retreat into the siege. I will face this battle head on.
Are you sure about that? Because I not to lower my own chances, but keep in mind that if I win this battle, I just take Dol Amroth. Whereas a siege could at least drag it out for multiple turns and make me spend a lot more actions on this.
Yeah, you got a good point there.
So if you don't think that you can win this, if you don't think that there's a good chance that you win this one, which you might have some kind of secret weapon. But if you don't think there's a good chance, then a siege is probably best. That said, it is ultimately up to you, and I will respect your decision. I just wanted to make sure that you understood it.
There's still a high chance I'm going to lose it, but I'm going to fight it anyway because I have tricks up my sleeves.
Okay, interesting. So we're doing a siege battle over Dol Amroth.
Okay, so just as a...
Or not a siege battle, a regular battle over Dol Amroth,
yeah.
a sortie.
Yeah. Just as a check. Oh, shit. No.
Base for Bean says, I like this counter-action economy gameplay. It's super fun.
Mm-hmm. It is. But just to clarify something, little minor thing, I just realized.
Zetos3301, thank you for the subscription. 4 months.
Oh,
man.
Damn.
I appreciate you so much. Oh, so what the heck? I think that's Wait, when was the 10? Okay, someone earlier in in the chat, I must have missed it somehow. My new subs goal was at 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point I must have gotten another sub.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Freya's subs were gifted to you.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe
might have happened a little earlier than that. Scrolling through, I can only. No, I'm not seeing any.
Yeah, no, I guess
notifications. Interesting.
It didn't give me a notification for achieving the goal, but I guess that Zetos' resub possibly actually pushed that over. Nice.
Well, hell yeah.
Thank you so much, Zetos. That is 10 new subs. Awesome. I super appreciate it. This has been a great stream so far. And thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much.
Okay, so just to clarify quickly, actually before we settle on it being an actual battle or a siege, just to clarify.
Yes.
I do not need to spend an action die.
Correct.
To play the combat half of the card.
That is correct.
Okay, then I will commit to the open field battle.
Alrighty.
And since we are doing this, I'm going to actually play a combat card right away.
Hold on. Let's check the order.
Oh, the order. Yeah.
I get to choose first whether I want to use a combat card.
Okay.
You don't get to see what card I'm picking, but I have to declare if I want to use one, and you get to react to me. Let's see.
Okay.
I think I will play a combat card.
Okay.
Oh, actually, hold on just a moment. I'm getting a call from DoorDash. I think that's my food. I will be right back.
Okay. No worries. I will be here. Ooh. Boar of the Ring board. Ooh. Anyway. Yeah, so... Woo! Yeah, so Dol Amroth is going to be the seat of the battle. There's still at least, by my math, and man, am I bad at math, an 80% chance I lose. But I'm gonna fight it out because I think it'll be deeply funny if I win. I'm still gonna lose, but it'll be deeply funny if I did win. On the 20% chance that just happens. Yeah. I'm just looking and thinking. Do it for the bet. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it for the bet. turn these guys. There. Now it actually looks like they're fighting on the beaches. Damn, I can't believe Anna just like opened up with the invasion of D-Day. Damn. Honestly, I was actually kind of expecting her to go at Pelargir first because that would crack Gondor in half. And yeah, it's less point values compared to Dol Amroth itself, but it would effectively, once again, it would force Gondor to be fighting on 2 fronts. Well, technically 3 fronts at that point, because Dol Amroth would still be open.
I am back.
Osgiliath and Minas Tirith. Welcome back.
Discussing strategy without me?
No, I was actually talking about how I honestly thought you were going to go for Pelargir first. Because yes, it's less point values, but it would crack Gondor in half. And basically force Gondor to be fighting on 2 solid fronts.
So the reason I didn't do that is because Dol Amroth, if I could easily crack Pelargir.
Yeah.
It would not be difficult at all. But the thing about Dol Amroth is that I don't feel confident in my ability to sustain 2 sieges at once. So even if I were to go to Pelargir, I would effectively have to be fighting a siege on 2 fronts, one against Minas Tirith, one against Dol Amroth.
Mm-hmm.
And I would prefer to actually take Dol Amroth and then defend it from attacks from Minas Tirith and Pelargir than I would to take Pelargir and have to split my forces in 2 directions.
Okay. I see your point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, it's early enough in the game that you hadn't fortified Dol Amroth a lot, so I'm pretty confident that I can win this.
All right. Well, you've picked your card, I believe.
I have. I've got mine right here.
I will also be using a card.
Alrighty. Why don't we put them next to each other and flip them simultaneously so that people can see?
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, flip. I've got Great Host. And you've got Daylight. I see. So I have to roll a maximum of 3 dice in my combat roll. This is only for the first round of battle for both of us, for the record.
Mm-hmm.
So if the battle keeps going, then the Daylight will not help you forever. Whereas if after removing casualties from the combat roll and leader reroll, my army units are at least twice as many as the enemy army units, I get an automatic hit.
Mm-hmm.
Just from having so many guys, which I am pretty confident on.
Which is a great one for this attack.
Yeah, because even assuming that there are no casualties, that means that I get one for free. The only way that this ends up that it ends up not activating is if I don't get any of your units and you get one of mine. And even then, you would have to get 2 of mine because otherwise I could just downgrade an elite to stay at 6.
But not unless I'm really, really lucky and I get get 3 of them.
That's definitely possible. All right. So, we've got those active.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's calculate our numbers. So, also of note, the Palantir, does not let me redraw this one.
Okay.
I can't get infinite combat cards. This is actually eating at my hand. So, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Attack rolls on combat cards. No. Okay. Next up is we calculate our combat strength. So once again, it was 5 for me and 3 for you, but I'm only allowed to use 3 of it in the first round. So we're rolling 3 versus 3. So we each are going to roll 3 combat dice. So switch to combat on your little dice tracker thingy. We both hit on 5 ups. We have a leadership of 0 for both of us. So, here we go. You ready?
Strength is 3.
Yeah.
All right. I will hit roll.
Rolling.
Come on. What do you get? You get any hits?
I did not get any hits.
I got 1.
Alrighty. I choose... That's 1 hit. I will choose to downgrade my elite Southward
Just
Easterling
retain that automatic.
into a regular. We skip leader rerolls because neither of us have leadership. So then my combat card goes off because I do have twice as many guys as you. So I automatically kill one of the Gondor regulars. And remember, this guy is removed from the game forever. He goes into the
right
graveyard.
into the graveyard.
Of note for people who who did not hear us go over this in the rules, because I didn't go over this, the Shadows eliminated units just go back to recruitment because we basically have unlimited reserves. When the Free People loses a unit, that unit gets removed forever. They're dead. Basically, this is a way to indicate I have so many more troops than the Free Peoples. Alrighty. Now, I will discard my Great Host and Many Kings to the Service of Mordor card. You discard your Riders of Theoden and Daylight card. And now, I have the option, if I wish, to cease the attack. I choose not to cease the attack. I want to keep going. You now have the option to retreat your units.
Like, fully retreat, just abandon the position.
Abandon the position, move to Eric or Lamadon or Anfalas, and let me take Dol Amroth. You can also, at the beginning of the next round, choose to retreat into a siege once again. So what do you want to do? Do you retreat into the siege? Do you retreat entirely? Or do you fight to the end?
I'm thinking through it, like, honestly, it might not... As much as losing Dol Amroth is not great, it might be more valuable to just retreat to Lamadon. Sacrifice the position, because at least that allows me to, you know, recruit, and I don't keep losing units. Which are irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I know you're not going to say anything, because I know you probably want me to keep fighting, so you can take the spot. I lose more units. Decisions. I'll retreat to Lamadon.
All right. Retreating to Lamadon, abandoning Dol Amroth.
So falls the city of the Swan Knights.
Dol Amroth has now been conquered by the Corsairs of Umbar.
And you automatically get 2 victory points.
Yep.
Damn.
I'm sorry, that was a mean move, but it's also, I gotta say, being able to sail over my being able to sail over my guys from Umbar and just take Dol Amroth is super fun.
Yeah, and it's a really good move too, especially right at the start.
Yeah. Alrighty. The only downside is that it does mean that you basically got a free muster action die worth of Gondor stuff, but that is a worthy sacrifice for 2 victory points.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, so that was my move. Over to you.
All right.
Actually, wait. You're out of dice, right? I still have one more. Okay.
It's your move, so
It is still my move. Okay.
You could press the attack.
I definitely
Take
could.
Lamadon.
Let's see. Do I want to do that?
Or you could butcher Osgiliath and really make it hard.
Taking Lamedon would be a very good move. But I wonder if... Oh, actually, wait. I already basically have... There's a limit on how many guys I can retreat into siege, and it's higher than the number of guys that came over. So, with that in mind, I believe I am going to send 3 of my guys with my final army die to attack you in Lamedon. There's no siege here. These guys are going to be the rear guard. They are just hanging out in Dol Amroth.
Yeah.
So it's 3 versus 2. Starting this off, I'm not going to use a combat card this time. You may still choose to do so as you wish.
I will not.
Alrighty. So this is going to be 3 versus 2, no leadership.
Alright.
Let's roll.
Throw a button. 2. Still hitting on 5-ups, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
No hits from me. No hits from you.
me.
Okay. I choose to press the attack? Do you retreat?
I do not.
All right. We do this again. Do you want to play a combat card? I'm not doing it.
Neither will I.
All right. Basically, let me know if you intend to play a combat card at any point. I do not think I will ever play a combat card, though I will let you know if I change my mind. All right.
Neither do I. I don't think I'm gonna.
Rolling again.
I got a hit.
Okay, 1 versus 1. We both got 1 hit. So I lose a Southron Easterling regular. In this case, it would be a Southron because we're coming from Umbar. And once again, do you wish to retreat?
No.
Okay. I'm down to 2 combat strength. So let's roll. You got 1 hit. All right. I got no hits. So another Southron is gone. Let's see.
You continue to press the attack.
Yeah, 50-50. Even if I take Lamedon with just 1 guy, you're probably just going to take it back from Pelargir. I'm going to cease the attack and retreat my guy to Dol Amroth. I've done the damage that I need to do.
Yeah, you definitely damaged my southern defenses.
Alrighty. Okay. And that is us out of actions for the turn.
Woo.
Victory check. I've got 2 victory points, but that's not enough for a shadow victory. Turn 4. You get 2 more cards. Ooh. Okay, I'm not going to tell you what it does, but I just want you to know that one of my cards happens to currently be Grand Hammer of the Underworld. I actually can't play it yet for reasons.
Well, I imagine it's because you're not attacking Minas Tirith. Or if you're not attacking a stronghold.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be Minas Tirith, although it does have to be a stronghold, and there's another condition for it to be in play, but I won't say what it is.
I don't know. The Witch King has to be in the attack or some shit. I don't fucking know, man.
Fuck it, yeah. Witch King has to be in play.
Okay. Damn, I'm so glad that Grand, a Hammer of the Underworld, was really obvious in what its conditions would be based off of based off the source material.
Yeah.
It just do be like that sometimes, no?
It be like that sometimes. Alrighty. Okay. You did not move last turn. So there's not really any reason for you to declare the fellowship, and you can't change the guide, so I assume you want to do nothing there, but could be wrong.
Not doing anything with that. Nope.
All right.
Siree.
I am actually going to not put any dice in the hunt box this turn. I'm allowed to do that because you did not move last turn. If you've moved at all, then I do need to hunt for you, but Sauron figures that maybe they're dead.
I haven't seen them in a while. They're probably dead.
Alrighty. Rolling the dice. Oh, that might have been a bad move on my part.
Did you just get like all of the hunt?
I didn't get any eyes, which means I have a lot of actions, but it also means that no matter how much you move this turn, I cannot actually find you. So the fellowship can move unharassed entirely. That is sometimes the risk you take as the shadow in this game.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, Free Peoples gets the first potential move.
Okay. First move is I'm going to move the fellowship.
Alright.
You have no hunt dice, so therefore I think it just automatically goes in.
Yep.
Fellowship moves.
Nice.
Go ahead.
Righto. Okay.
Make one of your copious amounts of actions.
I will... I'll use this Palantir to play Musterings of Long-Planned War. If all Shadow Nations are at war, they are. I recruit 5 Southron and Easterling units in regulars in Gorgoroth and 5 Sauron regulars in Nirn.
Damn.
There we go. More and more and more buildup, and I use my Palantir to draw another card, which I'm going to be drawing it from the character deck this time. All right, your move, unless you want to pass.
I'm going to use another character action.
Oh.
To move the fellowship again.
Nice.
So
go ahead.
Obviously, auto it goes. Obviously, all of I'm taking advantage of the fact that you literally cannot see any of this.
Yeah.
Your turn.
Alrighty. Let's see. I'm gonna use this army muster action as a muster. Oh, wait, no. No, I shouldn't do that just yet. Okay. Ooh. This works. I use an army die. That was an army die. There we go. To play the event Olog High. If Sauron is at war, I get to recruit 1 Sauron unit, regular or elite, in a region where a shadow army is present. And I'm going to take a Sauron elite and put him in Dol Amroth.
That's what I thought you'd do.
And I will draw another character card from here. Alrighty. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to use a planter. And I'm going to play Aemir, son of Aemond.
Ah, Aemir!
And I'm going to recruit one Rohan regular or elite and a leader.
In any free Rohan region containing a settlement, which all the Rohan regions are currently free.
Mm-hmm. I do want to note that because I'm going to put an elite down.
Yeah.
Because that's way more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to strengthen the Fords of Eisen.
Alrighty.
Not regular. And a leader.
Gandalf turning white early is causing some interesting things to happen, including Aemir probably doesn't even get banished in this version of the story.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this flips and really goes to discard. Your action?
Righto. Okay, for me, I will use a character action for the Nazgul Strike. If the Fellowship is on step 1 or higher on the Fellowship track, which it is, I can move any or all of the Nazgul. And then if at least one of the Nazgul is in the region with the Fellowship, I may either discard one Free People's character event card from the table, or roll for the hunt as if the Free People's player had moved the Fellowship. Now, rolling for the hunt isn't useful right now because I have no hunt dice, but I am going to take my guy in Moranon and start harassing you in Cardolan so that I can discard your axe and bow. And then I will... Is there any others that I should... You know what? I'm also going to move the one from Minas Morgul?
Yeah, Minas Morgul?
Yeah, Minas Morgul into Dol Amroth.
Okay, that's a really good move.
So yeah, he's flown over. So now I have rerolls. Anyway, discard that and draw another character event because of the Palantir.
Okay. I'm going to I'm going to play a Palantir.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to play a Power 2 Great.
Ooh.
Move it over one just so it's separate.
Advance the Elvenation a step? Ah.
The elves are now at war.
Alrighty.
And then you, the Shadow, cannot move an army into or attack either in a field battle or a siege, Lorien, Rivendell, or the Grey Havens.
Got it. Okay. I see what you're putting down.
However, the Woodland Realm is still up for...
Yeah. Thranduil sucks and does not have a power too great.
Yeah, because, you know, he does not hold one of the Elven Rings or is a legendary elf. Well, he technically is. But he doesn't have a power too great compared to the might of Elrond of Rivendell.
Yeah.
Or, you know, Galadriel, eldest of the elves in Middle-earth.
Who would it be that's holding off over in the Grey Havens?
The Shipwright.
The Shipwright. So he can just do that. Cool.
He's also, like, he's old. Like, I don't think he's as old as Galadriel, but he's old. And he's also the only person with the knowledge of how to build ships that can reach the Undying Lands.
Hmm.
Which makes him valuable.
Yeah.
And he's also I do believe he's also one of the legendary warriors of the elves.
Makes sense. Alrighty.
Anyway.
So
Your
that's
turn.
down.
Your action.
And I see how I can force it to be discarded. It is expensive. I will use another character action. Sorry?
Just as a side note, for the discard of the Palantir, does it have to happen on my action turn or at any point? For the Palantir, to force its discard.
You have to use an action die result, which you can only do on your turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. This is probably the last turn I'm going to be able to do that, so I'm going to play one more character action. And I play The Ring is Mine. So, while the Fellowship is on the Mordor track, so when that happens, I'm just going to put this over here for now.
Mm-hmm.
This hunt tile gets added to the hunt pool.
Does it auto flip the ring to his ownership?
No, but what this does, this is a nasty one. So, basically, the eye symbol means that it deals as much corruption damage as there are dice in the hunt box from the shadow player.
Okay.
So it can be anywhere between, like... It can be a lot. It can be quite a lot. Yeah, the hunt tiles... The eye icon represents a variable numerical value, which is... Oh, no, never mind. It's equal to the number of successes rolled in the hunt roll. My bad. Yeah, number of successes rolled in the hunt roll. A die icon means the hunt damage is equal to the subsequent roll of a die. And there's a little stop icon on it as well that is... When you are in Mordor, and a stop action tile is drawn, the Fellowship doesn't advance up the mountain at all. It basically means that you don't move for that turn.
Damn.
So this is a powerful hunt tile, because it does a potentially very high amount of damage, it automatically reveals you, and it stops you from moving.
Damn. So just for a moment, Sauron's eye pins them to the earth.
Yeah. And I am going to replace that with yet another character one.
Okay. It is my action then?
Go ahead.
I will do the Will of the West, and I will destroy the Palantir of Orthanc.
Alrighty. Palantir of Orthanc is discarded.
And it blows up in Saruman's face, and he is just laying there, broken, on the floor, thinking to himself, why ever did I agree to do this?
Worm tongue! I've fallen and I can't get up! Alright.
Because again, I don't want you to have one of the rings. You don't get to have that power.
I am going to use another character die to play yet another event.
Okay.
Candles of Corpses.
Ooh.
I don't actually know what that's a reference to. I don't remember if it's a thing from, like, where this is in the books, but... Anyway, if the Fellowship is not in a region containing a Free People's settlement, I roll 3 dice and add a corruption point on each 4-up. 3 dice succeeds on a 4-up. Let's see. That's 2 corruption points. And this isn't hunt damage. This just directly adds corruption, so you can't even, like, use casualties to get rid of it.
Yeah, it is, by the way, for the reference that you're referring to.
Oh.
It is what I thought it would be. Because the second half references Gollum as the guide. It's referring to when they passed through the dead marshes. Because he was calling the dead faces as candles of corpses.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah,
I don't know why
I kind of figured it was a reference to that because I think that was the only point they passed where Gollum was leading, where they passed a bunch of corpses.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No. I don't know how that happened up in Cardolan, but who knows?
Who knows?
Anyway.
I mean, we're close enough to
the Barrow Downs.
The Old Forest is right there, so this would have been right past the Old Forest is where the Barrow-wights are.
Oh yeah, these are the Barrow Downs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Technically.
So
they're either the Barrow Downs are either here or here.
Yeah. Oh no, they're probably in the South Downs.
Yeah, but it's close enough.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough. The witches are rising. The witches are climbing.
All right. You're out of action, so I can just do stuff now. Let's go ahead and okay.
But I cracked the plant here open.
Gonna use this
oozing its evil.
Muster, or no, that's still a bad idea. I keep forgetting that that's a bad idea. Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna muster action, I think.
Okay.
And I'm going to use Saruman's ability. Voice of Saruman. And basically, using the muster army die, I recruit an Isengard regular in every Isengard settlement. So that's 1 in North Dunland, 1 in South Dunland, and 1 in Orthanc. Replacing the one that was killed by Treebird earlier.
Don't forget the Gap of Rohan. Oh no,
that is not a settlement.
It's just a controlled tile. Right.
Yeah.
Blink. Oopsies.
As a reminder, that's actually where the original plan for moving in this direction. Gandalf's idea was always to go south from Rivendell and skirt around the Misty Mountains straight to Rohan, in order to like get to Mordor as fast as possible. And originally, like, obviously the plan would have been to do that with Saruman's cooperation. Because if Saruman was actually on our side, this would have actually been a perfect route. But even afterwards, the plan was to cross over the fords of Isen through the Gap of Rohan, and they only didn't do that because they realized that Saruman was effectively fortified against them coming in from the north, considering the Crebbine flocks, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So it seems like in this world, they're doing the same idea, but they're just skirting around Dunland. Anyway. So, next up is, got a character and an army action. So, I think the army action, I want to use the double army move. And I'm going to... I'm actually moving just these 5. I'm moving these guys into South Ithilien. And then I'm moving all these Southrons and Easterlings along with these 2 Sauron regulars into Minas Morgul to guard the place. So South Ithilien has a major united front built up in of Sauron units. I have, in fact, exactly 10 guys and 1 Nazgul, which is the precise limit for army size. And yeah, why not? I'm going to use my character action to officially attack Osgiliath. Because I can do that because there's a Nazgul in the army.
How did I know that was going to happen? Okay. The battle for Osgiliath begins.
Righto. So, this is just going to be a field battle, but you do have a fortification, which means that for the first round, I only hit on 6s, whereas you hit on 5s and 6s.
Okay, I'm going to get crushed immediately, but let's do this.
All right. I get to choose whether I play a combat card. Let me see. Let's see here. Yeah, no, I'm not going to use a combat card.
Neither will I.
Alrighty. I'm going to roll 5 dice. I hit on 6s, and I've got a leadership reroll of 1.
I'll be rolling 2 dice. All right, shall we?
Let's go. My leader reroll gets 1 hit.
I rolled nothing.
All right. One of the regulars goes out.
Gone forever.
Would you like to retreat?
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fall. I'm gonna fall back to Minas Tirith. Osgiliath is yours.
Cool.
This is not. I am already on a massive defensive.
Yeah.
This is not great. Osgiliath has fallen. Dol Amroth has fallen. You're pressing on this city, even with Gandalf inside.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm gonna be real. This is kind of what it feels like to be the Free People's player. You always feel like you are losing super hard. Even when you're actually not.
Well, I know. I'm definitely losing right now.
Yeah. The thing is, you have so much more mistake allowance than I do. Basically, if I lose more than 1 stronghold, I am done. You can lose up to 4 strongholds before you're done.
That's true. All right.
Oh, and there is one other upside to this.
Yeah.
Gondor is now officially at war.
This is true. I can now actually muster armies.
Yeah.
And strengthen my positions. Yay.
Alrighty. And I think that's all of my dice. That's all of your dice. Action resolution is done. No victory just yet. Turn 5. All right. Ah, damn. Rohan's already activated. Okay. You...
Question for you.
Yeah?
Even if the Fellowship has moved, I can break off. Like, do I have to reveal it in order to break off a companion?
One sec.
Anyways, I know you got food, so you're probably eating some.
Yeah. No, you do not.
So I can just break them off. Do they break off? Do they then appear at the last known location?
So here's how it works, right? Let's say you were to break off Strider, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Strider has a leadership of 3. The Fellowship has had time to move 2 spaces since they were last declared. Add those 2 numbers together, and you can spawn Strider outside of the Fellowship within 5 spaces
of the last known location.
The last known location.
Okay. And in order to break off a companion, they do not have to be the leader or the guide.
Correct. You can break off any companion anytime you want for basically whatever reason, as long as you have a character action.
Okay. Good to know. Shit, I just rolled 5 character actions.
You didn't. That's just what it automatically defaults to. We haven't rolled yet.
That's right. Well, for a second I was like, oh shit, I just have to do shit with characters. Fuck me.
Yeah, no worries. All right,
anyway.
You can declare the position of the Fellowship if you want to, but there's not really a reason for you to do so.
I will not declare nor change the guide.
Yeah. Though, actually, let me see if there is a potential reason to do so, because I think that something does happen if the Fellowship is in an area with... let me see here. Fellowship...
That's all just the hunt for the ring.
Yeah, Right, hunt rerolls. If during the hunt the ring bearers the ring bearer figure is in a region that contains one or more of the following: a stronghold controlled by the shadow player, one or more shadow army units, or one or more Nazgul, then the shadow player can, after the hunt roll, re-roll failed hunt die rolls. So the fact that there's a Nazgul there does mean that my hunt rolls are a little bit stronger. So you might want to declare just to get the Nazgul out of the area and force me to move it again, if you want to.
Okay. I'm gonna set Strider aside for a second. I want to look at the rest of these guys. I can only do that when I have the character action, right?
Correct.
That's what I thought. Okay.
All right. Would you like to?
Then I will declare the location.
Okay.
Just because I want to get that Nazgul off my ass. They're going to be in, as I'm thinking through my movement. Okay, this is going to seem like a really stupid move. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move them to the South Downs.
Okay, doubling back on yourself. Interesting choice.
You're probably thinking to yourself, that's really dumb. Why would you do that? Just the Fellowship just spends the entire game up here. They never make it to Mordor.
And
the rest
you
of the
realize
world
that
crumbles.
also completely resets your Fellowship track and essentially loses you a point of movement.
I know.
You're sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, Fellowship has been declared in the South Downs.
Let's continue.
Guide cannot change. I am forced to allocate 1 die to the hunt box. I will not allocate any more. Rolling action dice. Okay.
I rolled 4 character actions and 1 Will of the West.
Okay. I still have just the 1 shadow action die for the eye.
The character actions is how I can hide the Fellowship, yeah.
Correct,
Just
but since you have Strider, it can actually be any action. So you can do that with the Palantirs, or... Well, okay, you can do that with anything,
Everything.
But yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
But it is all character actions, yes. Now, since
Gondor
Gondor is at war, you can now use those character actions also to move armies with leaders.
That's true. So, and then just to verify, like, I have to spend a character action to split a companion off.
Correct.
Okay.
Right out. Well, take the first move.
The first move, character action, will actually be to split off a companion.
Alrighty, who's splitting?
I'm going to remove their card from the...
Yeah.
I'm going to split off Peregrine Hook.
Pippin! Okay, Pippin's doing things.
No, his icon now goes on the board.
Yeah.
And it appears within 1 tile of
the South Downs,
South
yes.
Downs. He'll appear at Bree.
Alright. Now, Pippin... Of note about how, Pippin technically does have a guide ability if you're down to just the hobbits together. And it might seem familiar. So, during the hunt, if the hunt damage is 1 or more, separate Peregrine from the Fellowship to reduce the hunt damage by 1. And take them alive. If Peregrine is eliminated while in the Fellowship, immediately place him in play again as if he was just separated from the Fellowship. This can't be used if you're on the Mordor track.
I'm going to... I haven't faced that direction. So his ability doesn't really do anything anymore.
Yeah. But he can be used to activate any nation, as long as he is in a... let me just check. Activate... a city or stronghold, specifically. Bree is a town, so you would need him to go to the Shire to actually activate, but... Just to ask, Buckland is technically closer to the Shire. Are you sure you want him in Bree?
I'm sure I want him in Bree.
Cool. I trust that you have some plan.
I have a plan, I promise.
Alrighty. My turn then. Let's get started with... Event die, Palantir, for threats and promises on the table. While threats and promises is in play, the Free People's player cannot advance a passive nation on the political track using a muster action die result. So, as long as this is in play, you cannot manually advance the dwarves or the north without activating them first.
Okay.
And this gets discarded as soon as a Free People's Nation advances on the political track due to either an attack or a companion's special ability.
Okay.
So there we go. Your move.
All right. I'm going to use that Will of the West, turning it into a Palantir.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast, or I'm going to not cast. I'm going to play Fear, Fire, Foes. I'm going to move Treebeard into the Ford's Vizon. And then it's going, and then because I have a companion in Bree, it automatically activates the North Nation and moves them to at war.
Interesting.
Which I believe Gil is completely around your...
Yep, threats and promises gets discarded. That was a good move.
That's why I put Pippin where I did.
Yeah, no.
That's the entire reason I moved him back to the South Downs. It was the easiest way because one, it got rid of the Nazgul, but it also allowed me to put them directly. I mean, I could have also moved to South Erin Luin, which would have allowed me to do pretty much the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
Alrighty.
I got away with things.
Yeah, you did. You got away with a honestly a pretty baller move. You just saved yourself a lot of grief.
That just leaves Rohan and the dwarves as not at war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. Your move.
Alrighty. Let's see. I'm going to...
You prime I do prime.
I'm going to use a muster die. Oh, hold on. Oh, shoot. I got distracted, and it looks like Evangeline redeemed an Ara Ara. I hope you're still here, Evangeline. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Hara hara. All right.
Understandable.
Just in case. Oh, yeah, it's literally been a minute. Yeah, sorry. I tend to get distracted. I also definitely need an audio thing for the Ara Ara and Snick voice. Okay. Using Muster Army as just muster, I'm going to I'm going to choose to recruit 2 Nazgul. Now where can I recruit them? Just to make sure that I'm doing it right. Okay, yeah. Of note, taking an enemy stronghold doesn't actually allow you to recruit troops there. It just stops recruitment. So I can't recruit guys directly in Dol Amroth.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because technically, even if you've conquered the city, I imagine there's still a non-orc population.
Yeah.
Even if they're just being used as food.
Pretty much. So I'm going to grab one of my Nazgul in Moria. And one in... Just for... I'm going to move these anyway, so let's just put them in Umbar for now. Alrighty. Your move.
Okay. I'm going to do... Because all I have left are character actions. I'm going to spend 1 character action to hide the fellowship again.
They were never revealed.
I declared them.
Not the same thing.
Oh, not the same thing. Okay, never mind then.
Hiding the fellowship only happens if they were revealed.
Okay, body specific side. Okay, but then I can go back to... I can just start moving them, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Then I'm going to do this for moving the fellowship.
All right.
Roll your 1 hunt die.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't fail.
Fail?
Yes, failure.
Alrighty.
Sorry, I'm excited for that. All right, move the fellowship. Your turn.
Cool.
Or your action.
All right. I'm gonna move the Nazgul.
You little rat.
Yeah, I get to move all Nazgul and minions. So this Nazgul is going to follow you to the South Downs. This Nazgul in Umbar that I just recruited, as well as the one in Moria, are actually going to fly down and join in at Osgiliath.
Okay.
Now, yes, I know that Gandalf can forfeit his leadership to remove all Nazgul leadership for the duration of the battle. However, remember that if Gandalf dies in battle, he's dead. No coming back another time.
No coming back for Ganondorf.
Alrighty.
That's not
And,
good.
I think that's all of the Nazgul movement I need.
Damn, you really are building up Osgiliath.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. I really wish I had a mustard die right about now.
Well, you can have one, you know.
I'm not letting you have a run ring. Get your dirty, lichy claws off my rings.
Just use the ring. What's the worst that can happen?
You know... It's language like that that really makes it obvious why so many people fell to corruption. Just use the ring. What'll happen? What's the worst gonna happen? Come on. I would never do anything with those.
It'll really help you out, and it's not like I get that much advantage from it. You have less dice. You need the power it provides, you know?
For a second, I thought you were actually being genuine, but then I clocked the tone of voice, and I'm like, nah, you're just being deceitful. I mean, even if you're technically right, you're still being deceitful.
How am I doing? Am I Sauron level yet?
You're about 6 out of 10. I just need you to know, by the way, this was sent to me. I saw somebody ask who wants to watch the Odyssey with me, and it's a picture of the box cover for the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Yeah.
That isn't technically an adaptation, yeah.
Do you know what else is technically an adaptation? And it's not even subtle, it's blatant and over the top and really, really obvious.
What?
Brother, where art thou? It literally is the Odyssey. Like, just flat out. It's just the Odyssey.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen that movie.
I have not, but I know a little bit about it, I think.
It's a watch. I'll give you that. It's a watch.
The Odyssey might be one of the most... I think that if you were to look at the most adapted in different ways under different titles pieces of literature of all time, the Odyssey is up there with Heart of Darkness.
Yeah. Heart of Darkness has been so many times.
Yeah.
Which is also a really interesting book.
Like, off the top of my head, right? You know, obviously there's Apocalypse Now. Everyone remembers that one.
I've never read it.
In college, I actually did a presentation on the film Agira, The Wrath of God, which is a Werner Herzog and Klaus Kinski movie that is an adaptation of Heart of Darkness, but instead of like the Heart of Africa, it's a bunch of Spanish conquistadors in the Amazon searching for El Dorado.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Kate, are you still there? Because if you are, can you add that to the watch list? Thanks.
Nice. And
sorry, go ahead.
And of course, there is the most recent adaptation of Heart of Darkness that I know of. The video game Spec Ops: The Line. No, hold on. I'll type it. I'll type it out for you. Also, so Jukai is Kate. Hi.
Oh no, Jukai is Bash.
Oh, Jukai's Bash.
Is Kate. Yeah.
Stadbab. Okay, it's
Yeah.
Aguirre, the Wrath of God.
Okay.
Watched that around the same time in my life that I watched Blade Runner, so that was a fascinating piece of my my media landscape. Anyway, apparently that is being added to the watch list, so congratulations. You have fun with that one.
Yeah. Okay. So Kate's seen it. Okay.
Fun fact about it, by the way. During the filming of that movie, Klaus Kinski attempted to walk out on the movie entirely because he was sick of being in the jungle, doing filming on location. And Werner Herzog went to go have a talk with him about his decision. And he brought a pistol to this talk.
Huh?
Kinski chose to continue working on the movie. Werner Herzog and Klaus Kinski threatening to murder each other for 3 months straight is one of my favorite things. They are such fascinating people. They hate each other so much. They hated each other so much, and yet they could not stop working with each other because they were also the only people who understood each other on like a filmmaking level.
This is the fuck is going on in the Hollywood. This is like the kind of lore that you want to be hearing, but no.
I don't think Herzog has ever been Hollywood. Like, you know what? I'll just come right out and say it. Werner Herzog and Klaus Kinski is toxic Yuri.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for that. Okay.
It's times like this that I occasionally get to remind people that I actually have a minor in film studies.
And yet again, no, yeah, this is a great use of that reminder. Damn. What do you want?
I was like, nice. I know, but it is my special interest. Film studies is fun. I probably wouldn't have gone with it so much if it wasn't with basically, I have a minor in film studies because I really liked the film professor. I had originally had him for a basic, introductory English literature course, and I liked him so much I took classes from him all 4 years of college.
Hell yeah.
And that involved...
There you go. Now you have a minor.
Going and minoring in film.
I have a purring cat laying on my chest right now.
I probably would not have actually gotten around to watching Blade Runner without him.
That's so real.
Herzog is the guy who made the documentary about the guy who moved to Alaska to live with the grizzlies and got eaten. Yep. Alright, sorry. We've gotten way off track. I believe it's your turn?
Yeah, I'm actually going to pass this action. So
Fair enough.
let you go take an action instead.
Alrighty. Let's see. All right. I think it's time. Death will stop me from making Timothy Treadwell jokes anyway. I use a character action die.
Okay.
And my army in Osgiliath attacks Minas Tirith. So, so first thing that happens is that at the very beginning of battle, do you want to forfeit Gandalf the White's leadership to negate all Nazgul leadership for the duration of the battle?
In this instance, yes, just because I do not want to allow you to have 3 reroll options.
Understood. Let me actually just check something real quick, just to make sure.
Pretty sure I only had like
All
one
right. All right.
leadership anyway.
If that's the case, yeah.
You got to kill me with a spell. The free cast.
I am going to play a combat card.
Okay.
What about you? Do you wish to play a combat card here?
Yeah, I'll also play one.
All right. Interesting. Okay. All right. I use Onslaught, and you have Heroic Death. So, what you get is, before you remove casualties inflicted by your opponent's combat roll and later reroll, you may eliminate one of your leaders to cancel 1 hit, or eliminate 1 companion to cancel a number of hits equal to or less than the companion's level. Whereas me, after removing casualties from the combat roll and later reroll, I may inflict and apply up to 4 additional hits against my units, rolling 1 die for each hit I inflicted to my units, and scoring a hit against the enemy on each result of 4 up. Oh shoot, I just realized. I forgot to actually ask you if you want to retreat into a siege before the battle even starts.
Nah, I'm good.
Alright, we're fighting out in the field.
The Battle of Minas Tirith has begun way early in the war.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Man, things are
so
accelerating.
Let's see how things go. This could result in the death of Gandalf, or more likely in the death of whoever this leader is. Probably Faramir, sadly.
Rest in piss, Faramir.
Anyway, so my combat value, both of our combat values are at 5, so we both roll 5 dice. I have, since it's just a field battle and we're not actually using the stronghold, we both hit on 5 ups, and you have 1 leadership worth of rerolls. I have none. Once you got all that ready, let's go ahead.
All right.
I am so sorry.
Did you just wipe everything out?
I got 5 hits.
I got 1 hit.
Okay. You now have a chance to use Heroic Death. You can cancel 3 of those hits at the cost of Gandalf the White, which would mean that you would lose 1 of those dice in the future.
That would also wipe out. Oh no. I don't know if Gandalf is like really important. I don't know if I should sacrifice him here. Though that does basically hand you the entirety of Gondor.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, it does.
I'm 90% certain I'm going to lose this game.
I think you're going to lose this fight, but I'm not sure about the game yet.
Taking 5 hits, that'd be the elite and 3 regulars. If I sacrifice this leader, I would only lose the regulars. Or I would lose the elite and 3 regulars. The Gatto. Oh, hey, Lilson. Thinking this through. I really don't want to sacrifice Gandalf this early.
There's no shame in retreating.
But I can't retreat until after the damage is done.
Yes.
I will sacrifice this leader.
All right.
Into the gravestone.
Mm-hmm.
That cancels 1 hit, so I'm only taking 4.
Right.
Which would mean I could sacrifice the elite and then 2 of these guys, but still retain 2 regulars.
Correct.
Which I think is probably the better option.
Mm-hmm.
Because that still gives me 2 dice. Damn.
Okay.
There were no riders of the Rohirrim to save them this time.
Too early.
And I can't retreat allied units into a non-at-war nation, can I?
I don't believe you can, no.
Okay.
But you could retreat into Druidon Forest.
Yeah. Which would lose Minas Tirith, you'd get 2 more victory points. Pelargir and Lamadon would effectively be sacrificed.
Yeah.
Damn.
I will take a hit. Because you did manage to get a hit against me.
Yeah.
Oh, I already took it. Got it. Yeah, I took that hit. And now, last-ditch effort from me. I want Gandalf dead. I am going to sacrifice 4 of my guys to Onslaught. And I roll 4 dice. If I roll 2 dice of 4 or higher, the army will be completely overrun and Gandalf will die.
Joy.
I'm sorry. Are you all right, Niko?
No, you're completely fine. This is completely valid. You were playing the game correctly. I'm like, no, not Gandalf.
Okay, 4 dice.
I'm bemoaning the loss of him already.
4 dice, 4 ups. You got lucky. Gandalf is alive. 1
Praise
more
me.
regular dies.
Okay, Gandalf is dead. Or not Gandalf, but the regular is dead. And
Yeah.
so falls the fortress city.
Because I assume you are retreating.
Yeah, I'm retreating this. I'm not holding this line. Sorry, fam. Me retreating Gandalf, the last of Gondor's army, on a merry ride to Lorien.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to retreat them into Druidon Forest, which I believe I do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Gondor has fallen.
Gondor... Well, Minas Tirith has fallen. Pelargir still stands.
It ain't gonna hold.
Fair.
Because that puts you... That would put... Yeah, because if you take Pelargir, which will be dirt easy for you, you are halfway to victory.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Sauron getting to move back into his old home.
Yeah.
Getting to see how the miscreants have messed up his carefully laid out house.
I don't like the color they've painted the walls.
Yeah. That tapestry. But ugly.
The
tapestry is stupid.
They haven't been upkeeping the damn plumbing.
Who remodeled this? It looks like crap.
Also, you know the easiest way to do the ICU?
Yeah.
Don't do it on the exhale, do it on the inhale.
Ah, like the end
It's
voice.
painful. Yeah, it's really painful and you don't want to keep doing it. But it works.
I see.
Wow.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, but like you can't do that for a lot because that's obviously not the way the air is meant to be moving through your larynx, but it does the
Hold on.
job.
I see you.
Yeah. It takes a little bit of practice to do it
Yeah.
smoothly. I can also do it with the
No man can kill me.
I am no man.
kills the Witch King. And you don't even have the Witch King out. Bro did not even participate in the fall of Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
Niko's possessed, always.
He's busy. He's up in Angmar. It's fine.
He's up there chilling, kicked back, enjoying a nice, enjoying some cold ones with the boys.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The Witch King is notably a lich that raised armies of the dead. He's cracking open a cold one with the boys. I hate it here.
All right. So, it's your turn now. Free tip from me, for the record.
Yeah.
If you don't move Gandalf away, I'm going to try and kill him.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna probably move to Western Emondmule. Let's be honest. It's probably
As
the
long
easiest
as he's not
escape.
with a Free People's Army, he's safe.
Oh, so I could just leave this regular to die in the Druiden Forest.
Yes, you could quite literally just move Gandalf back into Minas Tirith, and he would be fine.
Waltzing through. The orcs can't hit him. He's insubstantial, but he's just there.
Yeah.
Gandalf sitting on the throne of Gondor as a bunch of orcs keep trying to hit him, and they just don't hit him. He's just there, sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is that everything you got for that action?
That's all I got.
Okay, I'm gonna discard this one. Okay. I'm gonna spend a character action then,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to make Gandalf run away.
All right.
They're going to call him Colonel Runaway.
Back to Eros.
He's here to tell Theoden, hey bro, I know like the beacons weren't lit, but like y'all gotta get your men moving, man. Minas Tirith, gone. This is not. I'm losing so hard right now.
Yeah.
You can't even argue that it's a misconception. We both know I'm losing.
Yeah. Well, you're losing in one direction. You've gotten fairly lucky in terms of moving the Fellowship. Although I question your strategy somewhat, but I do understand why you went to Bree.
Oh yeah, because that brings the North. I now have 3 of the 5 nations.
What I will
That
say
gives
for the
me.
record,
Go ahead.
even if I take the entire South, even if I took all of Gondor and all of Rohan, took Helm's Deep, took Edoras, took Pelargir, that gives me exactly 8 points. I still need to take at least one stronghold in the north.
Yeah.
Or 2 cities. I either have to, assuming I get all of this, I still have to either take the Shire and Dale, or I have to get into one of the elven strongholds, which are currently protected. Erebor, the Woodland Realm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I basically have to take Erebor or the Woodland Realm, or the Shire and Dale.
Yep.
So,
All right.
yeah. It's entirely possible to stall for time. I'm not going to say that you're not losing currently, but you aren't out of the game.
All right. Well, then it's your action, though.
Alrighty.
Because I used my character action to hide Gandalf.
Let's see. I will... use a Palantir die to draw from the character deck. Alrighty. Okay, drawn card, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to use my last character action to move the Fellowship.
Alrighty.
You do roll a hunt.
Yep.
I do believe you get to re-roll one due to the Nazgul, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Hunt, level 1, succeeds on a 5-up, and I get 1 reroll.
Did you...
Sauron is looking away. He does not see it.
He does not see. Fellowship moves again.
Alrighty. However, I have bad news about that.
What?
Foul thing
Forcing
from
it.
the deep. Fellowship is not enough reaching containing a free people settlement. I get to draw a hunt tile. If the tile shows an eye or is a Fellowship special tile, I discard it without effect. Otherwise, I follow the rules for a successful hunt, except that the Free People's player must reduce hunt damage by, if any, by eliminating a random companion before using the ring. Alrighty. You got lucky it was an eye!
Oh! Praise be.
Yeah, see, you're getting lucky with this part of the game. I'm a little bit worried about the Fellowship.
Me too, man.
Alrighty. That was your last move, so I've got one more. Can't play those, so... Gonna have... an army of... Let's go with these 3 guys. Move over Losarnak and conquer it so that you can't recruit guys there. And that will be my final action for the turn.
Okay.
Right. Neither of us has won yet, so we continue.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. All right. You get to declare the fellowship or change the guide.
I'm gonna do neither.
Alrighty. I'm forced to put in one eye. I won't add any more. Let's roll the dice. All right. Sauron's attention is at 3 this turn.
Okay.
But you've got Will of the Wests.
Yeah.
One thing to think about, by the way, is that if I manage to conquer and hold all of Gondor, then there's no way to get Aragorn out.
Yeah. I know.
So that might be something to deal with.
Unless I somehow manage to retake one of them.
All
What,
right.
you burned your fingertips, Freya? What?
All right. Your move first, unless you want to pass.
I move first.
Oh wait, you can't pass because we actually have an equal number of dice.
Yeah. I'm gonna spend a muster action,
All right.
which I believe I can recruit 2 regulars, 1 elite, or a regular and a leader.
Correct.
Or
Or 2 leaders. 2 leaders is also possible.
Or 2 leaders. I'm going to recruit 2. Probably not my smartest decision, but I'm going to recruit a leader and a regular to Pelargir.
Not bad. Alrighty. My go. I will use an army die. And before you can do that again, I'm going to have the Lossarnak crew attack Pelargir.
But I thought you were gonna do.
Alright.
I figured. Okay. Combat strength is 2, leadership is 1. Still 5 ups.
Let's see.
You held on to a match for too long without thinking. Yeah, I feel that. That's valid. That's super real.
I will... I choose to play a, No, actually, I'm not going to play any combat cards. What about you? Combat cards?
Do I have any combat cards for the fall of Pelargir? I'm not even going to pretend that I'm winning. I know I'm losing this battle.
All right. So, 3 versus 2. I hit on 6 ups in the first round.
Yeah, I'm not applying a combat card.
Alrighty.
All right, shall we roll?
Yeah.
How many hits you get?
2 with the leader reroll.
I got 1 with the leader reroll.
Gotcha. Okay. So I lose a regular and Pelargir falls.
So passes Pelargir. And so fails my ability to one day get fucking Aragorn.
Yeah. Unless you manage to mount a counteroffensive from Rohan, which is not impossible.
Yeah, with that though, damn. If this was like Middle Earth as it was written, bro, everyone would be falling.
Yeah.
Rohan would probably pack up shop and ride for the hills. The elves. Oh no, man! They as soon as word reached them of Minas Tirith falling, they'd be packed. They wouldn't even be bothering to pack. They'd be grabbing their to-go bags and they'd all be running for the hills. Well, to the Grey Havens.
There was a last alliance of men and elves once. Maybe it wasn't so last after all.
I don't know. Considering even Elrond was ready to give up.
Who
no,
knows?
Thranduil might still remain. He might decide to. I'm gonna wave my pointy sword around.
Yeah.
Hi, Levi. Hello, my sweet little kitten. Do you want something?
Alrighty.
Hello. Are you mad because your bed is on the floor instead of on the desk? Yeah.
Okay.
You are, aren't you? Yes,
Your
you are.
turn. I for the record, I do want to apologize. I probably should have warned you that playing as the Free Peoples is much harder for a first-time player.
Oh no, I knew from the moment when you were explaining how it all worked, I knew the Free Peoples would be the hardest option. I picked them anyway because I'm dumb. But I understand I did know what I was getting into.
That's fair.
You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. I just want to make sure you're still having fun.
I'm still enjoying this. Like, this is a fun game. I'm just, damn, I should have played the Shadow. Anyway. Alright, mine, I'm gonna make E. I'm gonna turn a Will of the West into I think it's a character action to make a political move again.
Political move is muster action.
Muster. Well, it turns into a muster action.
Right.
I'm gonna move Rohan forward.
Alrighty.
That's your move.
Okay. I will. Let's see. Not a bad idea. I'm gonna go ahead and use a army die to play Shadows Gather, moving one shadow army up to 3 regions. The movement must end in a region already occupied by another shadow army not under siege. So on and so forth. I'm going to take all of the guys in Far Harad and go to Near Harad, then West Harondar, and then Pelargir.
Okay.
Just to get these guys out on the board. Your move.
I was told about an hour ago. I just noticed now in my DMs. I was told I need to have a positive attitude with this.
Oh? By whom?
Oh, by Bash.
Ah.
He was like, you gotta have a positive attitude. It's like, but oh. Okay. In that case, I will... I'm going to use a Pelargir. And I'm going to use Dane Ironfoot's guard.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take a Dwarven leader and a Dwarven elite. And I will place them in Erebor.
Nice. You know, I am going to give you one very big bit of advice, and it's, I think, the biggest mistake that you've been making thus far.
Mm-hmm.
Always retreat into a siege. Always retreat into a siege.
Okay.
That would have saved your ass in Dol Amroth, and it would have saved your ass in Minas Tirith.
Yeah. Damn. Anyway.
Because the thing is, retreating into a siege slows me down considerably because I have to spend so many more actions to do the same thing.
I see.
Now, in Minas Tirith, it probably would have still eventually gotten Gandalf killed, but it would have taken time. And you might have been able to get a relief army or something.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
All right.
you learn some, you lose some. You'll lose a lot of them.
Yeah. Anyway.
Grabbing my cat by his back legs and pulling him in.
My turn, I believe.
Well, not his back legs. I grab him on either side of his hip and pull him in.
Let's see.
So mad right now. He's giving me that like half closed side eye.
I'm gonna...
What the hell are those tiny little cries for?
get a muster. And I'm going to recruit Sauron regulars, one in Dol Guldur,
Okay.
and one in Moria.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to convert this Will of the West into a character action die,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to move the Fellowship.
Alrighty. I will roll Hunt level 3, succeeding on 6s. I think I still do have one reroll.
Yeah. Come on, fail them all. Fail them all. Fail them all. Ha ha!
I failed them all. Alrighty. And... Alright, that's that for you. I will use this character action die to play the Ringwraiths Are Abroad. I get to move any or all of the Nazgul again. Then I can either move 2 armies each containing a Nazgul or attack with 1 army containing a Nazgul. So what I'm going to do is gonna take one of the Nazgul in Minas Tirith and move him back to Minas Morgul.
Okay.
And then I'll take the one in Pelargir and move him over to East Rune. Then I get to move 2 armies containing Nazgul. The East Rune army is going into, I've decided, the Vale of the Karnan. There we go.
All right, you're pressing the advantage on the north.
And meanwhile, this guy, along with, let's add six guys are going to move into North Ithilien.
Okay. Okay. All right. And that's the end of that action then?
Yep.
Okay. Then I'm going to take a army/muster action. And that's going to do... That is going to do that to take... Oh, sorry, my throat. To muster a... an elite... Or no. Two... To muster an elite
All right.
at Dale.
Not bad, not bad.
Because you have a huge army on its border, and if Dale falls, you're one step closer to victory.
Yeah.
Yep, hold 1 second. I will be right back.
Understood.
That includes in Discord.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. As things stand from my perspective, I am in a very good position. I do think that I can probably, with a pincer attack from Isengard and the Gondor region, I can probably take Aetheras, definitely. Helm's Deep, maybe. I feel like Niko at this point, just from my advice, but also from probably figuring it out, is going to be able to figure out that the entire like siege battle system and how important that is, and deal with being able to siege Helm's Deep. So who knows if I'll be able to keep that, or if the Free Peoples will manage to retake any of Gondor. I've gotten very lucky as to essentially shut Niko off from being able to pull out Aragorn. But the north is still a problem. Dale wouldn't be too hard to take, but Niko has built up there. Erebor is tricky. Now, the nice thing is that the dwarves can't really do much right now because they're still very early on the political track. But on the other hand, that's going to change quickly if I start attacking them. And that is a lot of elites right there, which means that Niko can potentially sustain a siege of Erebor for a really long time. It might be that the Woodland Realm is my best target. Getting rid of this is, at the moment, too...
I'm back, by the way.
Ah, you're back?
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm okay with you hearing a little bit of my strategy. It's probably stuff that you can figure out.
I kind of figured you were trying to figure out where's the best point to hit. I knew you wanted, like, I knew from the start the reason you were hitting Gondor so hard that cuts me off from a relatively powerful leader unit.
Yeah. Really, the question is, I'll be honest, I've played this game a couple times now. I have literally never seen anything of note happen in the Grey Havens. No one goes over here.
Well, because it's so far out of the way.
Yeah. Like, imagine someone marching all the way from Mordor to the Grey Havens. It's just not realistic. Like, even Orthanc is a bit far away. And Orthanc is usually busy with Helm's Deep.
Like, realistically speaking, I know most of the conflict's going to happen around Gondor and Mordor, and then potentially up near Dol Guldur and Dale. But
Yeah.
the Grey Havens and the Shire are so far removed from everything. Same with Ered Luin. They're so far from everything.
Yeah. And the
Unless
thing
you
is,
decided to just build a huge army at Mount Gundabad and slam south, but I'd have a lot of advance warning before an army of any significant threat rose up there.
yeah. Uh,
See, I am always half expecting you to say, I've played this game a few times, and I've never seen somebody do something quite that stupid. Would I make an action? But that's more of I'm trying to play this. I think I'm playing a little too safe, but also not making strong enough moves at the same time.
I would say you're playing it a little safe when it comes to the Fellowship, but not safe enough when it comes to the actual military.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's like, at this point, you know that I've just outright told you that retreating into a siege is one of the most powerful tools that the Free Peoples have.
Mm-hmm.
And with you knowing that, I don't like my chances of actually successfully sieging Erebor.
Mm-hmm. Because, like it or not, that is a fortress city.
Yeah.
It's not. It's filled to the brim with dwarves. It's not moving.
My ideal target would be Lorien. But the problem with that is a power too great. That's a big cost. Anyway, I think it's my turn, yeah. Okay, I've got an army die.
It's a steep price to break a power too great.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I can understand why you're not wanting to do that.
Well, I'll at
That's
the very
also why I
least
played it when I did.
move to threaten it. Gonna move these guys to the South Anduin Vale. And this host is gonna move into the Dead Marshes.
All right, you're really pushing.
Yeah. The armies of Mordor are on the move. I will say,
yeah,
this is not actually my usual strategy. This happened because of the event cards I was dealt. I would not have gone with this strategy if I had not gotten the Corsairs of Umbar card so early after getting a card that let me build up very strongly and very quickly among the Southrons and Easterlings. Like, if I had not specifically gotten Horde from the East at the same time I had Corsairs of Umbar in my hand, I would not have made this move. But those cards let me make my attack on Dol Amroth.
It was a good combination.
Yeah. Normally, my strategy is to hard focus Orthanc at the beginning and immediately rush Helm's Deep.
because that cuts the continent in half.
Yeah.
It's no longer very scattered pockets, but it quite literally cuts me. It makes the Fellowship harder to move.
Yeah. But in this case, I ended up getting a lot of stuff that just made it a more effective strategy to just rush Gondor.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, that is my move. And that's the turn.
Mm-hmm. You're halfway to victory.
And 7. All right. Oh, wait. Yep, you got it. Okay. Got cards. And do you want to declare the position of the fellowship?
No.
Can't change the guide. I am required to allocate a die to the hunt box. All right, 2 dice in the hunt box. All right, your move.
Okay, I'm going to use a character action die right away to move the fellowship.
Okay.
Roll your hunt.
Alrighty. Hunt is level 2. Succeeds on 6 ups, and I get a reroll. Nope.
Okay.
Alrighty. My turn then. Okay, I've got a lot of musters here. What can I do with that? That card doesn't do anything right now. I'm going to go ahead and use a character die to play Give It To Us, which adds this special hunt tile into play.
Mm-hmm.
So just like the ring is mine, this one adds this tile.
That's also a stop, I believe.
Yep, that is a stop. It does 1 corruption damage and reveals.
Okay.
Alrighty. Your move.
Okay. I'm going to take E. Rohan is still not at war, so I can't start mustering armies in Rohan. So it's probably good. It's probably the best possible time to bring him into the war.
Yeah. Rohan probably needs all of the men that it can right now.
All right, that's the muster action, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know I ask that like every time, but I'm going to keep asking.
You're fine. You're fine. I understand. This is
All
a
right,
complicated game, and it helps both the viewers and us.
Yeah. So now Rohan's now at war. That is your turn then, or your action.
Rohan's in it. Okay. Got like 1 muster, 2 army, and 2 muster army. Let's see. I'll use a muster to once again do the voice of Saruman thing and recruit an Isengard regular in every Isengard zone.
Or you can replace 2 regulars in the Orthanc with 2 elites.
I can do that. I'm not doing it yet, though.
Yeah, you'd rather have a large army in the Orthanc.
Yeah.
Well, across the whole area. Okay. Is that everything for that?
That's everything there.
Okay. Leaves me with 2 Pelargir. And a muster army action. He was really fucking annoying. When everything I have is corruption based.
Yeah.
I'm going to play a Pelargir
You mean Palantir?
And yeah, I'm gonna use a player gear up, and then I'm going to. I'm just making sure that the choice I'm going to make will be worth it.
We've said Pelargir so often that you're mixing it up with Palantir.
Palantir, Palantir, a Palantir. Ah! Okay, but I'm going to use a Palantir, and I'm going to do the Spirit of Mordor.
Oh?
I choose a shadow army anywhere on the board that is composed of units from at least 2 different shadow nations. I roll 5 dice and score 1 hit against this army for each result of 5 up.
These are both options.
And so is the army in Dol Amroth.
Oh, good point. I didn't even think of that one. Yep. All 3 of those are good options.
Because I think, the rest are not. Because the Nazgul do not count.
The Nazgul do not count. They're not units. They're a different thing.
I'm going to do it in the forces you have in the Dead Marshes.
Okay.
I believe I just roll my usual... Do I just roll general?
General dice, yes.
And it's a 5 up.
Yep. Let's take a look.
Come on, come on.
3 hits. Not bad. Okay.
And
that
obviously
is
you allocate the damage.
3 Southrons and Easterlings down.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations. That does slow me down, actually.
Because now that army can't continue to press until you've strengthened it.
Yeah.
All right, then it is your action.
Okay. Good play. Good play. Okay. How do you even handle this? Alrighty. I think... it's time. Sauron is at war. There's a Free People's Nation at war. I have a muster die result. And I have a region with a shadow army that includes at least 1 Sauron unit. The Witch King has arrived in South Anduin Vale.
The Witch King.
All Free People's Nations are activated, which right now is just the dwarves. The dwarves have an oh shit moment upon seeing the Witch King.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives me another die next turn. You have to be very careful as the Shadow when to actually play the Witch King. Because...
you play him too early.
If you play the Witch King too early, then that means that the Free People's player doesn't have to do any work to activate all the nations.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Well, that was my move.
Alright, my turn?
Yep.
Using a Palantir, I will activate Smeagol Helps Nice Master.
Ooh, okay. We will, once again, move that over here. Smeagol helps Nice Master.
Mm-hmm.
And that puts a positive HUD tile into play on the Mordor track.
Hell yeah. Alright, then that's my turn. Or my action.
Nice. Alright. Let's see here. I think it's time, actually. Okay.
Are you going to destroy Power Too Great?
I am going to destroy a Power Too Great. I use an army action die for it. And I discard the Day Without Dawn and Worm Tongue. Notably, I got the Day Without Dawn this turn, but I can't use it because you don't have any Will of the West dice.
Mm-hmm.
And Worm Tongue, notably, the top half of that card
Useless.
is mostly about preventing the activation of Rohan, which has already happened.
You probably didn't pull it until after Rohan was active.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, so you have removed a power too great.
Yeah.
Galadriel is at last vulnerable.
Alrighty.
And then it is my action?
Yep.
All right. Obviously, I have army or muster action. I will use a muster action. And I'm going to take 2 elven regulars and strengthen Lorien.
Nice. Alright. Good move.
Because
Oh, wait.
you're...
Okay, I need to check something because I just realized. What was it? For mustering. Figures into play. When mustering 2 figures, units, and or leaders using a muster action die result, the 2 figures are always in separate settlements.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, sorry.
That is okay. Well, one regular will go there, and then the other will go to the Woodland Realm. Or they don't have to be the same, do they?
Yeah, they don't have to be the same. You could
Okay.
You could do that and then put someone in Edoras or something.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll strengthen Edoras. Which, yeah, you technically have a numerical advantage, particularly with the Witch King with Lorien. And of course, lest we forget, the Balrog is still in play.
Got him on a leash. He's wagging his tail.
Sippy sip, thank you, Bash.
Oh, I will also take a sippy sip. Oh, I'm actually out of water. Give me a moment. Need to go get that. There's not a lot over here in Mordor, you know?
Yeah, while you're doing that, though, I'm going to run something upstairs quick, so I'll be right back as well.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Everyone, take 5. Alright, I'm back. Sounds like Niko is not back yet. So I was saying that it was too much of a problem to get rid of Power Too Great, but I hadn't considered that I could, when I got a, kind of a bad strategy card in Day Without Dawn, I realized that that was probably the best way to use it, and it would also get Wormtongue out of my hand. My general feeling, right, is that if I can help it, I don't ever want to discard an event card due to my hand being too full.
That's the thing that can happen in this game.
Yeah, if your hand gets full with six event cards, then you have to discard any new ones that you draw.
Interesting.
And event cards never reshuffle.
Oh, once they're gone, they're gone?
Once they're gone, they're gone. Which makes sense. These are supposed to be like individual opportunities and moments.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
I have zipped my cat up inside my sweater.
Oh, cute.
He is not happy with me.
Okay. God, whose turn was it? Oh wait, you're out of actions. It's my turn.
Yep.
Alrighty. So I have a muster and an army left, or two armies if I prefer. So why don't I use that army move to move these guys from South Anduin Vale to Parth Celebrant.
Damn.
And these guys are going to shift course and go towards Western Emmenmule.
I see you're probably going to join them up with the forces of Parth Celebrant for the assault on Lothlorien.
Probably that, or use them to fortify Dol Guldur and push upwards.
Yeah.
And then... So that was the army. Now for the muster... that's supposed to be a muster. Oh well. I'm going to swap out 2 Isengard regulars for Isengard elites.
Okay.
And for the record, these guys count as leaders as long as Saruman's out. That would be the White Servants of the White Hand. Each Isengard elite is a leader as well as an army unit for all movement and combat purposes.
I see.
Yeah. Alrighty. And that's the turn.
All right.
Turn 8. Get our cards. And... would you like to declare the fellowship?
I will not.
Okay. I am forced to put a hunt die in the box. And I will roll the dice. 2 hunt dice. And I have rolled almost entirely muster army.
What do I got? Oh boy, I got 2 character and 3 Will of the West.
That's not bad. I did just get rid
of your forced to discard of the Will of the West.
Yeah. Anyway. Go ahead.
Okay. Levi, do not bite my hand. I'm trying to play a game. That is not you sit there and you bite me. It's not the invitation. And he does it anyway. He comes right in, bites my hand like it's perfectly acceptable.
My servant plays his role well.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna use the character action to move the fellowship.
You know, maybe I should have put Levi in Aedoras and sent Wormtongue to bug Niko. That probably would have been a better use of my resources.
Honestly, Levi would just bite Theoden every time he'd think of listening to someone. Alright, but yeah, I'm moving the fellowship.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'll make a hunt roll. Hunt level 2. I still get the reroll.
What, Levi?
Well,
Ooh.
that's a hit. Okay, we're drawing a tile. It's another flat 3.
Oof. Yikes.
Do you want to eliminate someone or just take corruption?
I'll just take the corruption.
Alrighty.
I believe that reveals them, yeah?
Nope, it does not because the tile doesn't say it does.
Oh, okay. I'll
Basically,
take corruption.
You see this this little symbol on the tile that looks like it's front tile points to back tile? That's the reveal symbol.
Oh, okay.
If the tile doesn't have that, it does not reveal the fellowship.
Okay.
Basically, this is like, the times that they were dealing with shit, but that didn't actually... Like, when they were in Moria, right? The orcs and goblins were after them. And, like, they had to deal with the Balrog. But Sauron didn't actually know that that was happening. He was not seeing that part.
I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay.
All right.
Then I still move them though, yeah?
Yes, you do.
Okay. We're now at 5 movement. It's pretty good from where they're currently sitting. Who knows where they're at right now? Who knows?
Probably the Fords of Isen.
Possibly.
Actually, wait. If you went entirely through Dunland without me noticing, you could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at the beginning of next turn, you could just declare them in Helm's Deep.
I could.
Interesting.
I very well could.
And that would completely skip over Moria.
Mm-hmm.
I like your style. Alrighty. Okay. I will use an army action to move these guys to Eastamnet. And I will also be moving these South Dunland units to the Gap of Rohan. Your move.
All right. My move indeed. All right, I'm going to convert E Will of the West into E Muster action.
Alrighty.
I'm going to muster another Elven regular to Lothlorien.
Alright. Not bad.
And I will muster... Sorry, go ahead.
I said not bad.
And then I will muster E Rohan Leader into Eteros.
Oh. Hello, Eowyn.
Mm-hmm. Alright, your actions.
Alrighty.
Why are you so bitey, Mr. Levi?
let's go ahead and army action once again with a muster army. I'm going to combine this force and I will I will also move these Isengard regulars into from North Dunland to no, not to South Dunland. I moved them to the South Downs.
To the South Downs.
Yeah.
Wow, you really are bringing the war into the towards the Shire.
I am. And of course, it's Saruman that's doing it, which is very in character.
Damn old Sharky. Coming to take it all.
The scouring is coming.
The Hobbit folk
God.
best be running. I mean, they're literally a
I
hop
will
and a
say
skip away from the Havens.
I will say, out of all of the things that I've said and done during this game, like playing this character, actively cheering for the scouring of the Shire is the first one that's actually made me feel bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, your turn.
Okay, I'm going to take another character action. To move the Fellowship again.
Alrighty.
Roll thy hunt.
Okay. So now this one's going to be 5 ups.
Come on.
Nope. You're in the clear.
Fellowship is now at 6 movement.
Not bad.
Which, if I'm heading for Helm's Deep, you don't know where I'm heading. That'd put me at Westhaven End.
Yeah.
Or
Well, no, actually, the thing is, that would actually put you in Aeros because, look, 1, 2, 3, Fords of Eisen 4, Westamnet 5, Aeros 6.
yeah, I could be there, or I could be in Droudon Forest.
Oh? Is that going through Moria?
Holland, Moria, Dimrill Dale, Parth Celebrant, Estament. I could either be Western Emyn Muir or the Droudon Forest.
Yeah. There's a lot of places. Like, the more movement points you have on the Fellowship track, the more I have no idea where they actually would be.
Yeah. Because, like, you know, you have 3 movement points, it's a lot easier to figure out where I could be.
Yeah. I will say, this actually might be one of my favorite mechanics in the entire game. I love how the Fellowship track works.
Yeah. Yes, Levi, is there a reason you're stanced up over my keyboard staring at me? Do you want me to feed you? Is that what this is about? You want dry-ass kibble in your bowl? Like, he's just standing here, staring at me, tail going. Yep, every time my hand is near him, he bites it. Do you want me to feed you? Is that what this is about?
I love you, Levi.
Did you hear that, Levi? All of my friends love you. You evil little kitten.
Okay, I cannot possibly be all of your friends.
I've yet to have a single person not say they love Levi.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So, yeah. All of my friends.
Fair enough. Alrighty.
I'm gonna go feed him real fast while you do your thing.
Gotcha. Let's see. My thing, actually... is probably going to be playing Dreadful Spells. But I want to do that when Niko's here. Oh,
I'm back.
Niko. Yeah. So I'm going to use a Palantir die to play an event.
Oh dear.
And I'm playing Dreadful Spells, and you're not going to like this. Play if a shadow army containing Nazgul is adjacent to or is in the same region as a Free People's army. Roll a number of dice equal to the number of Nazgul, up to a maximum of 5, and score 1 hit for every result of 5 up.
I know exactly. Who wants to guess you're targeting Lothlorien?
Yeah, and there's 3 Nazgul here because the Witch King counts.
Yep.
So, I roll 3 dice, and I'm looking for 5 ups.
Okay.
1 hit.
1. Farewell, Elven Regular.
Sorry, man. Alrighty.
Damn, the elves are dying.
They are. And
I have 4 Elven Elites left in reserves.
if I do manage to take Lorien, I actually have an even nastier surprise in my hand.
Oh, let me guess. It's I don't know. You turn Galadriel into a Dark Lady.
Not quite. That would be a very
Or-
funny card, but I think this one's going to be even... It's kind of actually... You were kind of right with what you said earlier about something, but I'll leave that for if it comes out. Alrighty.
The
Here we
elves
go.
all flee to the Grey Havens and leave the world.
Perhaps.
Don't tell me if I'm right. It would be it'd be funnier if I find out I'm right later. Or find out I'm just wrong.
Alright, your turn.
My turn. What am I doing?
You can do whatever you want,
You're right, I can.
including muster to get that guy back.
Yeah. I'm actually going to convert E Will of the West into E Palantir,
Alright.
and I'm going to play Thranduil's Archers.
Ooh.
Recruit 1 Elven unit, regular or elite, into the Woodland Realm. Then draw a strategy event card.
Nice, okay.
Recruit an elite to the Woodland Realm. And then draw a strategy event card.
Alrighty. Okay. I think it's time. Army muster die used as an army. And the Parth Celebrat crew are going to attack Lorien.
Figured.
Would you like to retreat into a siege?
I will retreat into a siege.
All right. Go ahead
I'll hit
and
the siege button.
click the siege button.
The big yellow besieged.
I'm going to go ahead and take this entire group and put them in effectively in here.
Mhm.
And we're going to mark them as besieging Lorien right here.
That, yeah, because way too many units otherwise.
There's no way they'd all fit in Lorien.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just leave it there.
Yeah, and I went with this one because this way we got a nice little we still get a nice little face off.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
All right.
So that you retreating the siege does end my action. So it's your turn again.
All right. I'm going to spend another one to turn it into muster,
Alrighty.
or at least no, I'll turn it into another Palantir. It's easier to remember. To play Swords in a Riador.
Oh.
I'm gonna recruit Northern Elite, I believe in the Shire, it says.
Yep, in the Shire. And
a Dwarven in Ered Luin.
Interesting. All right. What's the story with Eriador? I remember hearing that name, but I don't remember what context it was in.
Ariador is everything.
Eriador. Sorry.
This is all of Ariador here.
Oh, just this entire big region?
This whole thing is Ariador, yes. It is the original. So the kingdom of Arnor was originally all of Ariador, and then stretching south into where Gondor, present-day Gondor, sits.
Right. I
That's
remember
the kingdom of Arnor.
You mentioned that Arnor basically was absolutely everything, basically everything from west of the Misty Mountains all the way down to Rohan and Gondor.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically from the river Anduin up through to just south of Fangorn. Right. And then everything over there around the southern mountain. I don't remember what that mountain range is.
I think those are the White Mountains.
Yep, right. Everything surrounding the White Mountains up to everything west of the Misty Mountains, including Angmar. Because Angmar was originally a province of Arnor. The Witch King is a corrupted lord of Arnor.
Yep, because I do remember all of the Nazgul are corrupted kings of some sort. Mm-hmm. Although not all of them from like Middle Earth proper. As I recall, some of them are Southern or Easterling kings.
Yeah. But yeah, so like that's all of that. Eriador is just the northern half of where Arnor sat. And it was at least, I believe, if I remember correctly, prior to the War of the Last Alliance, Arnor had grown so large that its governance was split between two of its two heirs. Gotcha. One of its previous kings died. He split the kingdom between his two sons. One son, which would found Isildur's line.
Right.
Would inherit all of Gondor, while the other would inherit all of what would become was Northern Arnor. It was North and South Arnor for a while. And then came the War of the Last Alliance, and while the great kings and their armies were distracted, and Dagorlad and Moranan fight and the slopes of Bradder, the Witch King was corrupted and started his conquest of what would be Northern Arnor. It was when they defeated Sauron and returned. The reason there's not a kingdom in the north anymore is because the Witch King had dealt so much damage, and he'd leveled the capital, and he'd killed so much of its leadership and its population centers that there wasn't enough left to keep an actual administrative center. They dissolved Arnor effectively because the damage he dealt was so extensive.
Yeah.
That's why, like, if you'll notice here, there's so few settlements when this used to be the heart of the single most powerful kingdom on the continent.
Yeah.
There's so few settlements is because the Witch King destroyed most of it. Bree used to be huge. Arnor itself was the original capital was a gargantuan city. Again, he leveled it.
Yeah, like Bree, if I remember correctly, Bree's the scale of Bree's territory used to reach all the way out to the fact that their Weathertop is like an old structure on the Weather Hills, which is now very far away from Bree, but isn't that like essentially originally part of Bree?
It was originally part of Bree's territory, yes, because Weathertop it was a watchpost. And now watchpost in the sense of Arnor and Greater Arnor is that was a fortress, and it also held a palantir.
Huh.
Yeah, Weathertop held a palantir. The original capital of Arnor held one. Obviously, the Orthanc holds one. Minas Tirith holds one. Minas Morgul held one. There were more. One, I believe, would travel with the King of Gondor, or the King of Arnor.
Right.
It was lost in a shipwreck
Oh, damn.
One of the kings was killed as his ship was swallowed by the sea.
Dang.
And his palantir was lost with him. But yeah, so anyway, after the War of the Last Alliance and then the War for Angmar, Arnor was effectively dissolved. That line was ended, and Isildur's line retained Gondor. But then, as the Shadow's forces, well, the Shadow itself was inactive, air quotes. The men of Rohan came south, following their king, as they fled Dragon, and the decision was made to allow them to settle north of the White Mountains, and for what would become around what would become the Gap of Rohan, and were allowed full autonomy and given those lands to rule as their own.
Under the
Gondor,
under the condition that in Gondor's time of need, they would go to aid them, which is the reason for the beacons of Gondor.
Yes,
the beacon of Minas Tirith, yeah, which is still one of it's still one of the coolest things, and frankly, one of the best scenes in the movies.
Oh yeah.
There is something incredible about watching that light cross the continent.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, objectively speaking, the actual distance it had to go is not actually that large if you look at the map from above. Mm-hmm. But come on, it's important for the scene that it look like it's going cross hill and dale over mountains and seas.
Oh yeah, it is deceptively large distance.
Yeah,
it doesn't, and it's faster to just light the beacons on the mountains.
Yeah,
they reach Edoras much faster than they did if they'd sent riders. Because this map doesn't do a great job showing it, but Draudon Forest is obviously thick and old, and then this whole area is also hilly.
Yeah, and we know that light basically travels instantly.
Yeah. So yeah, they were able to get a message back to Edoras much faster. Rohan rides.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a lot happening across Middle-earth, and we never see it in the books because there is also an active war being fought for Dale. Erebor and the Woodland Realm.
From Rune, yeah?
Yeah, because Sauron had large enough forces and enough military might that he could afford to send smaller forces north to harass Erebor, Dale, and Thranduil to prevent them from sending anything south.
Yeah.
Because he distracts those three kingdoms. That keeps the dwarven kings isolated in the north. It keeps Thranduil, who again is one of the mightiest elves in Middle-earth, held in the Woodland Realm. Dale is locked in conflict between the two. The three are held. Yeah, they're kind of can help each other.
Yeah,
but it keeps them distracted.
This is kind of a clusterfuck up here. And frankly, the only reason things probably would have gone worse if the events of The Hobbit went differently, because if the Battle of the Five Armies had gone any other way, this area would have been much weaker, and the troops from Rune would probably have just swept it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If the Lonely Mountain had not been returned back to the hands of the dwarves, not only would the dwarves be
basically not relevant to the War of the Ring at all.
Yeah, I kid you not. While this map does a great job of showing it, the dwarves are dying.
Yeah.
The elves, there's not very many of them left, but that's because a lot of them went across the sea, and the few that remain kind of stay in their cities. The great cities of the dwarves by this point had long since fallen. Hundreds of thousands, millions of their fellows had died to dragons.
Yeah.
Or were scattered in various very small pockets. The Iron Hills, prior to the retaking of the Lonely Mountain, the Iron Hills was one of the last strongholds of the dwarves. If the Lonely Mountain had not been retaken and brought a lot of their scattered numbers back, quite frankly,
it would be
by the
Eredluin.
time and Eredluin, by the time of the War of the Ring, for Gondor, for Rohan, for probably for Gondor and Rohan, dwarves would be a thing of myth.
Yeah.
Because there wouldn't be any left. And because the few that remain would be the Iron Hills or Eredluin or scattered.
God, there's a much
left of the dwarves.
There's a much darker timeline where Bilbo was the last hobbit to ever meet a dwarf.
Yeah. That is a timeline that could have occurred.
Yeah.
If Erebor had not been retaken, he probably would have been the last one to ever meet one.
Yeah. I also had this has been really, really good. I wanted to get at least one of these massive tangents because it's super cool how much you know about all this. I consider myself a fan of Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know half as much as you. Half as much as I would like.
When I was in high school, I read a lot of things pertaining to Lord of the Rings. I own the original trilogy. Well, the original 6 books in one volume.
Mm-hmm.
It's upstairs, actually. I wrote a paper in high school on the character development of Sauron.
Interesting. Over just the original trilogy or including the Silmarillion?
Just the Lord of the Rings.
Interesting.
It's a lot more difficult than you'd think.
Yeah,
because Sauron, quite frankly, because he haunts the narrative more than he is as an active participant.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. That feels like an odd. Like, I would pick almost any other character to analyze their character development other than Sauron. Why did you choose Sauron?
Because I was dumb and I wanted to challenge myself.
Fair.
There is development in him because, 90% of the book, the development of him is confident, secure. He's in no rush. It's only when we get to the aftermath of the battle for Minas Tirith that he starts to get sloppy. Well, he is sloppy before that point, but this is the point where he starts to panic, and you can see it.
Yeah.
And his movements are less. He's more frantic to find the ring because he realizes, quite rightfully so, that since he's lost a huge army at Minas Tirith, the men of the West are aligned. We have one of the Maya leading them. There is a new king in Gondor, which is a problem.
Yeah, huge problem. Especially because at the time, Sauron thinks that Aragorn has the ring.
Yeah. Which, he still has there's a confidence in him that he can still corrupt Aragorn with the ring, but he's also slightly panicking because he thinks Aragorn is incorruptible. He thinks he's fearing that Aragorn has the strength of will to make the ring his.
Yeah.
Because he's seeing no signs of that corruption, even though he believes he has it. So he's panicking. He's starting to. That's why there's the whole Mouth of Sauron incident.
Yeah, I was going to comment that the Mouth of Sauron. It's kind of interesting that it's then that he sends out someone to actually talk when he's never spoken before. I know it's not him speaking, but it's basically him speaking.
Yeah. He waited until then because, one, he's panicking because he's trying that last-ditch effort to try to crack Aragorn's composure and open a hole wide enough for the ring to take over. Because, again, he still thinks he has the ring. It's only when they reach the actual crack of doom does Sauron realize he's been played.
Yeah. And
because go ahead.
So that moment, in the movie, that moment is almost treated as visually, it's oh shit, Sauron's looking, and it's like, oh no, everything's fucked. We're everything's about to fail. But that moment is like the ultimate oh shit for Sauron.
Yeah.
That is
No,
him
that's the
genuine like deathly panic.
Oh yeah, because that's the moment he's basically shitting himself. Because he just mobilized the vast army on the plains of Gorgoroth into Moradin to the Black Gate. He's effectively left the Crack of Doom undefended. And he realizes it at that moment, and he's like, fuck. So the character development that I wrote is like, yeah, most of the book, he's haunting the narrative more than he is active. He's viewed as this omnipresent evil that's almost undeceivable. He's confident, and in his confidence, he's sloppy.
Yeah.
And as soon as he starts to panic, that sloppiness gets worse because he's panicking. He's floundering to try. Like, he's still, arguably speaking, he still has enough military might in Mordor. He could probably have broken Aragorn's army easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the problem,
like, Aragorn's force had absolutely no shot of actually taking Mordor. That was not at all. That was not the point. That was not even what he was trying to do.
No. He was trying to draw the armies of Mordor out.
Yeah, it's draw out the armies, get Sauron's attention, and just buy time. And the whole thing was basically a suicide charge to do exactly that.
Go ahead.
The intent was either Frodo manages this, or all of us here die.
And like either way, he knew even if they'd survived, or even if he hadn't done that, he knew even with a king on the throne of Gondor, they weren't going to win.
Yeah.
He understood that this was, regardless, this is a losing battle. The elves have fled. There's still the war in the north being fought. They can't expect allies from the Woodland Realm, from Dale, or from Erebor. The elves of Lothlorien, most of them have left. The elves of Rivendell have left. There's no real forces in Eriador proper. Rohan is already at his side.
We basically tapped all of the remaining elf manpower when that contingent from Lorien showed up for Helm's Deep.
Which is only a film thing.
That's only the film?
That was never appeared in the books. And in fact, the books, the elves have almost no presence. They are only really seen at Lorien and Rivendell.
I'm probably going to be controversial and say I actually really like that added detail from the movie. I think that's one of the like few but there details in which the movie improves the story in some way.
Yeah, like it definitely brings that. It is a very good change in my opinion as well. Like I really enjoyed that, but it was in the books, it's quite literally the last of Rohan's. The defenses of Edoras basically have fled and are about to die. Yeah. They're clinging to what few things they can do. And it's it's meant to show that the strength of men, that even in their darkest hour, they can still prevail.
That's fair, yeah.
And then, because a lot of Lord of the Rings is focused on those times of myth and magic are all but over. Mm-hmm. Those legendary kings of old are gone. Is that this world is now in the hands of men. The elves have all but abandoned it. The dwarves have retreated beneath the mountains and are all but unseen. Men are the last line of defense.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I mean, to be fair, the other thing that was making Sauron unhappy is a king on the throne of Gondor isn't good because that's a Númenorian.
Yeah.
And that's important because there's a lot of old magic that only wakes to a Númenorian.
Right. I mean, we saw a little bit of that with... I don't know if this is technically old magic, but there is the fact that only someone of the line of Isildur could have roused the dead men of Dunharrow.
Yeah, which is a big one. So like now the films bring the dead men all the way to Minas Tirith. They actually don't go that far.
Yeah. No, that
They
makes
actually ride out of the mountains with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli to take Pelargir.
Yeah. Well,
and then, of course,
that
the
card
Swan Knights.
That card's still in the deck. That Dead Men of Dunharrow card's still in the deck, so that might be how you
Yes,
retake
it is.
Pelargir.
It is still in the deck, I'm aware. But yeah, like, it's...
Well, deck it, or possibly your hand.
Yeah. Technically, so the curse that's placed on the Men of the Mountain, technically, I think it is something that's only capable by the line of Isildur, because those are the rightful kings of Gondor, and the last of the Númenóreans.
It's really just like this is the only person who could hold them to their ancient oath that is keeping them alive.
Another thing that is really I want to note is so Númenor is gone by this point by a few thousand years.
Yep, sunk beneath the sea in the same upheaval that made the world a globe.
Yeah. But yeah, Númenor is gone. But the reason Sauron destroyed Númenor and tried to corrupt it is because even if they were greater than the average man of Middle-earth, and they were less than the elves, they were still dangerous. For example, the outer wall of Minas Tirith and the Orthanc itself, both of which are Númenorian constructs.
Right. So, like...
They're unbreakable.
We see how, like... at least in the movies, we see how, for example... the cities of men that have popped up after the sinking of Númenor, like Edoras, their architecture does not hold a candle to Númenorian architecture.
Yeah, well, that and Edoras isn't... There's no Númenorian descent among them.
Yeah. Edoras is like a realistic medieval castle town, basically.
Yeah. Minas Tirith is notably... So the outermost wall of the city is Númenorian in construction. The only breachable point in that wall is the gate itself. You cannot bring those walls down by anything. There was no working of the enemy that could break it. The Orthanc, notably, the Ents could not even put a scratch in the tower.
Yeah.
And the Ents are old, and the Ents are strong.
I remember that. The Ents tear down everything else, but they can't deal with the tower itself.
Yeah, because the tower is Númenorian in nature. There are technically Númenorians among the ranks of Sauron's forces. They're referred to as the Black Númenorians. The mouth of Sauron is a Black Númenorian.
So I actually did know that part because, get this, in the Lords of Middle-earth expansion...
Yep.
There are aside from the new shadow characters of Gothmog and the Balrog, there's two different versions of the Witch King that are alternate versions of how those characters could potentially have been portrayed.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, the Witch King, instead of being the Black Captain, he's considered, like, his title is Leader of the Ringwraiths, and his abilities are more along those lines. But also, the Mouth of Sauron gets a new card, and instead of the Mouth of Sauron, Lieutenant of Barad-dûr, it's the Mouth of Sauron, Black Númenorian.
Mm-hmm.
And it changes him from being a general, primarily, to being primarily a sorcerer.
Yeah.
This is one of those, like, I want to mention this. I know that we've gone massively off track, but...
No, you're fine.
Hey, it's fine. Honestly, this is good content.
Yeah.
The, one thing I love, if you read in the book, let's look at one of these things, and I love how the writers of this game talk about the stuff they added in these expansions. In The Lord of the Rings, the Mouth of Sauron is an envoy and military leader, soon to become the tyrant of the free peoples should Sauron win the war. But the Mouth of Sauron was a Black Númenorian sorcerer wielding great power. What could have happened if the Dark Lord had chosen to unleash this cruel general upon his enemies sooner? The following rules explore this possibility. They always justify the changes that they're making and the stuff that they're adding as not... The thing is, War of the Rings 2nd Edition, out of the box, is a complete game that fully simulates everything that happens in Lord of the Rings. All of the expansions are just, what if something went differently? It's all basically... Hilariously, it's alt history of a fictional universe.
Yeah. I do not remember the role of Gothmog.
What they have here is, the true nature of the Lieutenant of Morgul is never revealed in The Lord of the Rings. We know that he steps in as Commander-in-Chief of the Shadow Armies after the Witch King is destroyed on the fields of Pelennor, so clearly he is among the most powerful servants of the Shadow. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Aragorn, he might have succeeded in turning the tide of the battle in the Shadow's favor. What if Gothmog had been entrusted with the command of the armies of Mordor sooner, while the Witch King was attempting to bring the One Ring back to its master? The following rules explore this possibility. So even for this character, that apparently is a very minor character, they're making the assumption of, like, this guy is the second in line after the Witch King. He's gotta be a big deal, right? Which, yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I had a couple of other small questions and all of that. That was a very, like, good rundown of a lot of stuff that's going on. Going back to the idea of, like, Eredor and the ancient kingdom of Arnor. Out of curiosity, was Dunland... I wanted to ask if several places are technically part of Arnor. I'm guessing that Rivendell was never part of Arnor.
No.
But what about Dunland?
Technically, yes.
Dunland seems to have some kind of really strong grudge against the Men of the North. Do you know what's up with that?
Because they predate Arnor. They're referred to as the Wild Men.
Oh, they're an indigenous population.
Mm-hmm. The thing that's kind of ignored here is Arnor is a colonial power.
Yeah.
Though the original source, their original empire is gone, Arnor and its kings are technically colonial.
Yeah.
So the Men of Dunland, or
the Hillmen, yeah.
Yeah, the Hillmen, as they're referred to. There's also a population in Thrauden Forest and in Drueth Ear. Yeah, they are unhappy with all of this. They have a grudge against the ruins of Arnor, against Rohan and Gondor, because they're treated as less than, and they were in old centuries prior, and even possibly even right up into the events of Aragorn taking the throne, were routinely pushed away from quote-unquote civilized land.
So they kind of have a point, yeah. It's just too bad that they ended up putting their putting themselves with Saruman.
Yeah, because Saruman and Sauron played on the resentment and the centuries, thousand-year-long reinforced hatred and used it to their advantage. They basically looked at an oppressed group and weaponized that anger to their own ends, while making these men believe they were working for their best interests. When in reality, they weren't.
They really
doing
weren't.
it. To be fair, Arnor, the ruins of Arnor and Gondor weren't helping the matter, because they were still enforcing that separation and that forced.
Do things positively change for what's left of them after Aragorn takes power? Because that feels like something he might do.
After Aragorn takes power, a lot of things do get changed for the better. We don't really know much beyond, I believe, his grandson. They do a lot of repair. I don't really know if it really discusses much what happened to the Men of Dunland. But one of Aragorn's main things was the reestablishing of the kingdom in Eriador. So it's possible he tried his best to heal a lot of those rifts. I don't know. All I know is, well, maybe because he was a ranger of the north.
Yeah, he would have
So
probably
he would have.
known.
These are people he would have spent time with. So it's possible he had greater sympathies and would have.
Yeah, because
made
like the men of
changes
Dunland
to-
aren't evil,
No, they're not.
not at all.
They're just men who weren't the right kind of men. The right is in air quotes. I want to clarify that.
Yeah,
Because this is from the perspective of the Numenorians. That's the only reason the men of Dunland were pushed down the way they were, is because they weren't. The Numenorians looked at them and said, you're not what we want."
yeah, you're inferior. Your skull's not the right shape. That kind of thing.
Yeah, that kind of bullshit. We see we're presented a lot of this stuff as works of majesty and power, and that the fall of Arnor was a tragedy. Really, the only reason it's considered a tragedy is because it weakened the Western powers against Mordor. That was it, literally it.
Yeah. It sounds like Arnor
it's-
was pretty much your bog standard colonial power, where it's great
Yeah.
for the people who benefit from it and live in it, but it's not great
Yeah.
for everyone outside of it.
Mm-hmm. Its collapse was probably for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, because I think, quite frankly, without Arnor there, a lot of the cultures and peoples of Eriador itself were allowed to flourish.
Yeah. I mean, without the fall of Arnor, you don't really get the modern Shire.
No, the Shire came later. They came from the Riverlands,
Yeah.
which I can't quite remember exactly where the Riverlands are. But yeah, they probably around Holland or something. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look. But yeah, they moved to the Shire after the fall of Arnor.
Right.
Bree is the remnants of a city of the Arnor. Ered Luin, I think, was already established at the time, but was much smaller. Rivendell pretty much kind of stuck to itself. Dunland was heavily under the thumb of Numenorian princes. It was after the fall of Arnor, a lot of these cultures and civilizations were allowed to reestablish themselves in a way that, because a lot of this land is now just open land. It feels so open and empty.
Yeah.
Because the power that once ruled all of it with an iron fist is gone.
And has been gone for a long time.
By at least 400 or 500 years by this point.
Yeah.
Arnor fell about, I think, 5 centuries before.
And like, not to over romanticize like the classic English country life, that the scouring did happen, but the Shire is portrayed as having a really interesting sort of like almost direct representative government. Like the Shire's government is fascinating.
The Shire has, because like a lot of these, because there's no longer a king and there's no longer Arnor itself, these places were allowed to develop their own political systems. The Shire is, quite frankly, probably the closest thing we have to a direct democracy in Middle Earth. The elves are deeply aristocratic.
Yeah.
Everything about their society is built on who you're related to.
And like dwarf settlements, from what I remember and what I've seen, are basically like company towns.
Kind of.
Without the modern conception of capitalism, it's still under a form of monarchical feudalism.
Mm-hmm.
But they're fundamentally resource extraction operations.
Yeah, the dwarven cities, a lot of them, their political structures are built around skill Though yes, you have noble houses. The line of Durin is one of the most prominent of those noble houses.
Hello, Sully. Thank you for the water in the stretch.
Hi, so they are, that's an example of the rule by inheritance in the form of the Dwarven kings. But most of the cities that were not directly under the control of the House of Durin, they'd have minor kings or minor lords, but a lot of them were kind of just who's the richest, who's been here the longest, who has the most skilled craftsmen, the most skilled miners, the access to the best parts of the mines. Is a lot of it was based off of resource allocation, of who had access to the best of it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the sippy sip on my end as well, Sully. I will actually take 2 because...
Yeah. And welcome to the voice chat, Sully.
Fucking hydrate.
I will.
But yeah, the other major question I had is something I thought of when I was listening to all of that is, like, when you were talking about how it seemed like all of the positionings of things were very much I understand, like, this board game shows very well exactly what might have been, like, good military strategy for the Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
My question is about Dol Guldur. So, if there was such a massive... I knew Dol Guldur was a thing. But at the beginning of this game, it seems like there's a lot of troops in Dol Guldur. Like, especially compared to the amount of troops there are in Moria. Now, it's possible that basically these are only the troops that Sauron actually has command of in Moria, which is a very, very tiny amount. Probably near the surface level. But there seem to be a lot of guys that the game puts in Dol Guldur that I feel like probably could have been doing shit at various points in this, including, like, menacing Lorien.
I do believe Lothlorien was also attacked during the war.
It was attacked from Dol Guldur?
From forces in Dol Guldur. So Dol Guldur, its original name is Amon Lank. It was a fortress of the Sylvan Elves.
Ah, I see.
Sometime around... This would have been... It's still in the Third Age that it became abandoned. But sometime before the War of the Last Alliance, the Sylvan Elves at Amon Lank turned and went north to Thranduil's halls.
Right.
And the fortress itself lay abandoned for most of this.
This was probably around the same time as the Darkening of Mirkwood, right?
Yeah, that was around the time...
Or Darkening of Greenwood, I mean.
Yeah, some of his forces took residence there.
Yeah. Was it as much of a... Like, would you say that the amount of troops that are in it in the game are roughly representative of its strength during the War of the Ring?
It's...
I'm guessing it was probably a little bit exaggerated for game balance.
Might be a little bit for game balance, because there was a small, sizable force in Dol Guldur, not a huge one.
Yeah.
I mean, it was still it's a powerful stronghold that is effectively invisible, because it's so deep in the Mirkwood. Yes, and I did, by the way, because we talked about it last time, when Gandalf went to Dol Guldur to investigate the Necromancer, the Necromancer fled before he could be identified.
Ah.
So the Council of the Wise suspected it was Sauron. They always had. They weren't able to definitively prove it that he was.
Not until much later, when it was basically too late to do anything about it. Anywho, sorry, we have gotten massively off track, and it is my turn. I am so sorry. Okay. So I'm going to play a Palantir die.
Okay.
And I am using Grand Hammer of the Underworld.
Oh dear, is this gonna break? Using this on what I think it is. Yeah.
Play if the Witch King is in play and is with a shadow army besieging a stronghold. Attack that stronghold. The siege lasts for 3 combat rounds instead of 1. During the first round, the Free People's player cannot use a combat card unless a companion is in the battle, which it is not.
Oh boy. Are you ready, Sully? You're about to watch the elves of Lothlorien get butchered.
Yes.
The Golden Wood is dying.
I am sorry about this, but I got another really good combination of cards because this plus having the Balrog out, Lothlorien's not doing great.
Oh, it's lost.
Alrighty, so, Grand allows me to do a 3-round siege instead of just a single round at a time. So this helps me out with my...
Does Durin's Bane only apply to 1 round or all 3?
Just 1 round.
Okay.
And I'm pretty much gonna pop it immediately as my first turn combat card. So you can't actually respond with a combat card because of Grand. I discard Balrog of Moria. And I get to roll 3 combat dice, scoring hits on 4-ups. That's 1 hit. The Balrog managed to get 1 kill.
Okay.
My personal recommendation would be to degrade an elite here.
Okay. And I have to pull you.
Oh, wait, no, you can't! Oh my god, you can't, actually. I just realized that you can't degrade an elite here because you don't actually have any elven regulars ready. So you have to actually... Yep. Oh, damn, that sucks.
I have to lose a regular. Well, not... Yeah, I have to lose a regular. The defenses grow ever smaller.
Yeah. Alright. So now for my actual attack. And it's gonna be 5, but I only hit on 6s.
Do I also roll defense dice?
Yes, you do. You roll 3 dice with 1 reroll. I am rolling 5 dice with... how many rerolls do I get? 2 from the Witch King and 2 more from 1 more from each Nazgul, so a total of 4 rerolls.
It's still 5 ups.
It's 5 ups for you. It's 6 for me.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. Three hits.
I have no hits.
I see.
I lose an elite and a regular.
Right.
Yeah, Lorien is lost.
Well, you can play a combat card if you like.
This.
No combat card?
I'll play Sudden Strike.
Oh, let's see. All right, go ahead and roll. I believe that's 1 die.
Still on a 5 up.
Still on a 5 up.
Nothing.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Which, of course, I'm sure you noticed is the Dead Men of Denharo card.
Ah. Yeah.
I didn't even register that before I played Sudden Strike, so that's kind of on me.
Oh, well. You know what? This is not, like... Just take that back. It didn't end up doing anything. Keep the Dead Men of Denharo because it'll be fun.
Okay. Thank you for your mercy.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that feels condescending. I don't want it to be. I just
No, you're fine. You're fine.
yeah.
No, you're right. I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, if it was you, I was like, I'll let you keep that because it'd be funny if you managed to pull it off anyway.
Yeah. At this point,
We know you're winning.
yeah.
I've lost so badly.
And I do feel bad because I want to play this game again sometime with you, and I feel like I always worry about, like, I play a lot of board games, so I tend to be pretty good at them, which means that when I'm introducing people to new board games, I feel like sometimes I get to the point where I make people not want to play games again with me, and I always hate that.
I will play this game with you again. I'm going to tell you that right now because I am enjoying this.
Okay,
Even if
good.
I'm losing, I also understand this is a position I put myself in by playing the, ostensibly speaking, weaker party.
Yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
you now know how important sieges are.
Yes, I now understand how important all this shit is.
Yeah. Anyway, I will make another roll. Oh my god! Okay, Dice, you don't have to do that.
I'm not even going to roll hits. Well, roll my one anyway. It's not going to get anything. Yeah.
Nope.
Nah. Lorien has fallen.
Lorien is fallen.
Damn.
Alrighty.
I ended the siege.
And that is that's my turn.
Yeah.
Oh right, you don't have any dice left.
Yeah, you have 2 more actions.
Alright, so here's
you could honestly press this advantage.
Here's where I do the mean thing that I mentioned earlier, and you get to see what happens. This is Return to Valinor. Play if you control at least one elven stronghold, which I do. For each region with an elven stronghold which is not under siege, so Rivendell, Grey Havens, and the Woodland Realm,
Yep.
I roll a number of dice equal to the number of elven army units in that region, up to maximum of 5, and I score a hit against that army for each result of 6. This is not technically them dying, it's them leaving for the Undying Lands.
But I don't get them as reinforcements. They still just disappear.
Correct. They are removed from the game all the same.
Yeah. Okay. Hits on 6-ups. Which one are you hitting first?
Let's start with... This is just going to be general dice. Success on 6. Let's start with the Grey Havens since they're closest. We have a regular and an elite. The leader doesn't count because it's not an army unit. Nope, none of the Grey Havens leaves.
Yay. The Grey Havens remain.
All right, 2 in Rivendell. Someone from Rivendell fucks off.
They're all elites.
That is actually a genuine weakness of the elves. I noticed this in my copy of the base game as well.
They have
the elves
more
are
elites
almost
than
all
anything
elites.
else. Yeah.
There are so few elven regulars.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very funny.
Yeah. All right. Woodland Realm is last.
Yeah,
Take
that
it
one's
out.
going to be 3 of them.
3, yeah.
Nope. Thranduil stands.
The last king of the elves.
Righto. And finally...
Quite literally, there's, I think... But with the fall of Lorien, I think Thranduil is the last elven king.
Yeah, because...
Elrond's
not a king.
He's a prince.
Was there a king in Rivendell at the time?
No, Rivendell never had a king, I do believe. It was never a king's land.
Gotcha, it's not a kingdom.
Elrond is a prince, I believe. Lorien was never technically held by a king, unless you count Galadriel as a queen. I think she technically is one.
Oh, I had assumed that, what's his name? Celeborn?
Celeborn was not a king, he was a lord.
I see. Right, I keep forgetting that there's... Elven aristocracy is so complicated.
Yeah, I mean, he's technically royalty, given he's of the House of Doriath, but that's a whole nother can of worms.
It really feels like some of these are just the case of they don't want to call themselves like realistically speaking, right? If you have a prince that is not like that has his own land, that is notably, if Rivendell were just one part of a larger elven like kingdom in the area, like I guess maybe there's no land outside of Rivendell for the elves to like rule over, but still, it feels like he should be a king even just by default. But I guess the elves don't like doing that.
Oh,
Or maybe I'm just
So-
misunderstanding primogeniture.
no, I think you're understanding it right. I do want to note this because I did just. This is kind of funny. Galadriel went west before Celeborn did. He remained in Middle Earth, though he left Lorien and went to Rivendell. After this point, he was present for the wedding of his granddaughter to Aragorn.
Huh.
His granddaughter is
Arwen. Yeah.
because his daughter was the one who married Elrond.
Right.
And after he would then sometime later leave through the Grey Havens with the shipwright. The two of them would leave together.
Right.
And with both of them gone, there was no one left in Middle Earth to still remember any of the Elder Days.
Yeah.
That was the last memory of the First Age.
Yeah. Well,
But anyway,
at least the marriage of Aragorn and Arwen was a nice capstone to everything, even if it meant
Yeah.
the ultimate dissolution of the old elves. Normal Niko hours, please.
yeah, it's a redeem.
Ah,
Fine, you get normal Niko back.
alrighty. And my final thing is just another muster army. So, I will. I think army is the important one to do here. So I'm going to use an army action, which is gonna be. I'm gonna move the main force here, Shadow Army 3, back down into Parth Celebrant. And leaving like 3 guys behind to guard Lorien. And I'm going to move these guys from the Gap of Rohan into Orthanc. Alright, and that is my turn.
All right.
Okay.
Next turn.
Next turn. Got new event cards.
I am not declaring position.
You are still not declaring position. All right.
I'm
Okay.
keeping my 6 movement to myself.
Righto. Okay. I need to I am forced to allocate 1 die to the hunt box. And let's roll. Well, I just have the 1 eye set up. I've got 4 Palantirs, a muster, 2 armies, and a muster army. And you have... your hand is exceeded. You need to discard a card from your hand.
Mine has succeeded.
Yeah.
I discard a card. I'm going to discard Elven Cloaks.
Alrighty. Okay. So. Go ahead and get us started unless you want to pass.
I'm going to take a character action.
Alright.
To move the Fellowship.
Okay.
You appear to only have one hunt die.
Yes.
Roll your die.
I do get a hunt. Actually, I think I get multiple hunt rerolls because, hold on. Both. Yeah, for each condition that applies, in this case, Shadow Army units and Nazgul, I get a reroll. Though, I don't know, I guess we'll have to use the scripting. I don't know if that means I get to reroll twice, or I would just get to reroll 2 dice if I had them.
I have no idea.
Guess we'll find out. It turns out it's just I get to reroll 2 dice if I had them. Well,
okay.
You get to move.
And I take nothing.
I'll say that a lot of my character cards only work if the Fellowship is revealed, so I am getting cucked super hard on that regard. Like, I have some nasty things. I have a card that represents Frodo's wound from the Witch King's blade. Or actually, it wasn't the Witch King's blade. It was one of the other ones that actually stabbed him. I don't remember. I've got a card that, oh fucking boy, would be really fun to use, but it requires the Fellowship to be revealed.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Alright. I'll start off with this muster die. Playing Monsters Roused. Recruit 1 Sauron regular in each of Angmar, Ettenmoors, and Weather Hills, and 1 Sauron elite in Trollshaws.
I see.
So, guy in Angmar, guy in the Ettenmoors, guy in the Weather Hills, and an elite in the Trollshaws.
Damn, yeah, you are really, I'm so losing. I don't think I can muster what takes to defeat this.
The real question is, can you hold out long enough for the ring bearers?
Maybe.
Because admittedly, I did kind of go ham on Lorien, and I've now used Grand Hammer of the Underworld. Frankly, I thought that Lorien was going to take longer. I forgot about the thing with the elves not being able to effectively replace their elite units.
Yeah.
So I probably actually wasted my my Grand.
That's valid. Okay,
yeah.
What do I got here? 3 army muster and then an event.
Actually, wait, I'm dumb. I was supposed to use a friggin' Palantir for that.
Oop.
Yeah, you know what? I'll keep my decision.
Okay. I am going to spend a Palantir to use the red arrow.
Oh.
Advance the Rohan Nation 1 step. I don't need to. They're already max. But I recruit 1 Rohan unit, regular or elite, and 1 Rohan leader in Edoras.
Alrighty.
I will recruit a leader. Or an elite and a leader.
Yes, hold on. I'll move things around for you. Oh.
Damn. Yeah.
Eh.
There we go. Edoras is filling up.
Yeah. Rohan is going to be the big final stand here, it looks like.
Yeah, because Rohan's kind of the last real stronghold of anybody. Oh, unless you decide to make the assault on Erebor,
Yeah,
which
I could.
might not be your best decision.
I might need to assault something in the Erebor region, but
Yeah,
who knows?
you only need 3 more points.
Yeah. Basically, I
Dale and Erebor.
If I
or
don't
Dale
wanna-
in the Woodland Realm.
if I don't want to deal with Edoras, then I can take Dale instead.
Yeah, you take Dale. That opens up. You can take either Erebor or the Woodland Realm. Which, if
Yeah.
you go for the Woodland Realm, that's easier for you because there's no reinforcements for it.
Yeah. I'm going to use a Palantir to draw a strategy event.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Not bad. Go ahead.
Well,
Unless
Oh,
you
it's
would
my
like to
turn.
pass. Yeah, sorry. I did that thing where I used the Palantir die to just draw a card.
no, I completely forgot. Okay, I'm gonna take a muster action, or muster action, or what have you, which of the 2 actions it takes, to move the dwarves forward.
Alrighty. I will draw another strategy card.
Don't mind me just spinning Gollum in a circle.
Well, top half of that card is useless. This requires Aragorn to be in play.
Let me guess, it's kill the king. I don't know.
The king
Dang
is
him.
revealed. Play if Aragorn is in
Oh.
play, recruit 5 Sauron regulars and a Nazgul in Minas Morgul. Okay, your turn again?
Yep. Alright, I'm gonna do a muster action.
Alright.
I'm going to recruit. Thinking through. I'm going to recruit 2 regulars into the Shire.
Alrighty.
I like how all of the North's forces are bald.
Yeah.
And it's all the same guy.
Yeah. Which is not the case with, like, the dwarves, for example.
No.
The dwarves all look different between the different guys. Though the elves are also the same guy.
Yeah.
It's just hard to see because they're all wearing the same uniform.
Same heavy armor.
And yeah, Rohan is also the same guy. I'm guessing Gondor's the same guy.
No.
No?
The Gondor's leaders
Oh, have different
are Citadel Guard.
Neat. And of
The
course
rest of them are the same unit.
there's a lot of same guy syndrome. Actually, no. Right, the elites for the Southrons are the Oliphants. And yeah, even the Isengard elites are slightly different.
And obviously Sauron's elites are the trolls.
So the different types of Sauron units are all distinct and diverse, and yet the Free Peoples, several of their troops use the same guy in just 3 different positions. What did Ares Games mean by this? It's actually not them. It's DevKev. These are not the actual models. The actual models are small and plastic.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, okay, so that was my action. It's your turn. Or your action?
I'm guessing, honestly, that
So
probably these models were probably ripped from one of the Lord of the Rings video games. They look kind of like PS2 or 3 models.
Yeah, possibly. I know some of the characters are pulled from the Games Workshop tabletop game.
Ah, that makes sense.
Because if you look at Peregrine, for example, you can see he's a 3D scan.
Right. Yeah.
Because you look at his sword. Same with if you were to come over to the Fellowship itself, you can see these guys, like, all of these are 3D models, right?
Yeah.
Fully 3D models. But if you were to look at Gandalf over here, he's very clearly a scan.
Makes sense, yeah. Alright. So, next up for me.
Whereas Aragorn is just Strider on a horse.
I will use an army action to attack the fords of Eisen from Orthanc.
Oh boy.
I am leaving 2 guys behind in the rear guard. Alrighty. So, you are in a fortification. So for the first round, I will only hit on 6s.
I actually technically reroll 3 dice.
Oh?
Oh no, I reroll 2 dice, but I also actually get 4 dice to roll due to Treebeard.
Ah.
If the defending army is in Fangorn, Orthanc, or a Rohan region, I add 1 to the combat strength of the Free People's Army.
Oh, neat. So you do get an extra die, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So your combat strength is 4 with 2 leader rerolls.
Mm-hmm.
And I have 5 with 3 leader rerolls because of my elites counting as leaders.
Yikers.
Yeah. Alright. So... Okay. I'm not going to... I'm not gonna play a combat card here.
I will.
Okay.
I will play Daylight.
Alright, I am locked to 3 dice. Alrighty.
You still get all of your rerolls, but
Yeah.
you only have the 3. Alright, I'm ready. Are you?
I'm ready. Let's roll. I got 1 hit total.
I got no hits.
Alright, so one of your guys goes down.
I will take out the elite and replace him with a regular.
Righto.
Okay.
And you can now choose to retreat. I am choosing to press the attack.
I'm going to withdraw into Helm's Deep.
That is exactly what I would do in your situation.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, I fought the battle. I didn't do any hits, but it's better to have access to a fortress.
Yeah.
Even if you take your own fortification, but it's less than a actual larger structure.
And I cannot take Saruman with me.
Unfortunate.
Alrighty. Your turn.
All right. I just have a muster army action left. I'm going to use it to muster muster an elite on Helm's Deep.
Do you recall that? Oh, that actually does make
limit.
exactly 5. Nice.
Yeah.
It's really hard in this art
leaders
style.
don't count.
I suppose, yeah, I should have been looking at the flags, but I was looking from above, and from above, it's really hard to tell which are leaders and which are elites. It's just base size, and they're close enough that I got confused. Anyway,
that's my last action.
All right, I will army action. And I'm going to attack with the same group of guys from the Fords of Eisen into the Helm's Deep region.
Okay.
You can choose to fight a field battle, or you can retreat into a siege.
We're going siege.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Alright, and now I managed to draw this. The Fighting Urukai. Play if Saruman is in play, and if an army containing an Isengard unit is besieging a stronghold. And once again, it's the attack the stronghold, siege lasts for 3 combat rounds instead of 1. During the first round, Free People's player can't use a combat card unless a companion is in the battle. Although, wait. Treebeard...
I have a companion.
Yeah, Treebeard is a companion.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you can use your thing. So I get 3 rounds here to do something. Okay. I'm going to... I am going to play a combat card of my own.
I will also play one. And I'm pretty
Alright.
sure, looking at it, I think I get to have a little cheatiness with it.
Alrighty, let's take a look. Oh, that's funny.
Because he doesn't have any leadership.
Yeah.
So
All right.
therefore, technically I'm not losing anything to play it.
I also am not really losing out at anything because there's no way Aragorn's going to get into play unless I'm really fucking up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've got Relentless Assault active. So that actually happens first. So before the combat roll, I get to inflict and apply up to 2 hits against my units.
Okay.
I am going to do so. I'm going to hit a regular and then downgrade an elite into that same regular, which is 2 hits. And because of that, I now hit on 4 ups.
Okay.
Instead of 6 ups.
Okay.
So, for the combat itself, I'm at 5 strength. Your strength is also at 5. I hit on 4 ups. You hit on 5 ups. I have a leadership of 2 this time.
Mm-hmm.
And I
leadership of 2.
think that this only applies the combat roll, so I'm not going to get the extra bonuses on the leader reroll.
Mm-hmm.
So that's still 6 ups only. All right, ready to roll?
I think for the misses to hits is just 1 miss to a hit, right? Due to mighty attack. Because it's automatically...
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm... Okay, are you
I
ready?
didn't realize there was a special button for that. Yes.
All right, here we go.
I got 5 hits.
I got 2 hits. I can't believe... You just killed Treebeard.
Christ.
Treebeard is dead. Long live the Treebeard.
Yeah, no, I'm fucking screwed.
Okay, hold on. You might still be able to get something, which is...
I mean, I can degrade the Rohan elite into a regular.
But it's probably not going to help.
All of the other regulars, so I still have 1 unit left.
Yeah. That'll at least force me to go 1 more round.
Yeah. Well, we're doing that.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. It doesn't actually cost you anything.
Well, it costs me bodies, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I do lose the mighty attack, though.
Yeah. I will not be playing a combat card for round 2.
Though I do believe I only go down to strength of 1. All you have to do is land one hit and you win this. You win the Helm's Deep Falls.
Yeah. All right. Let's
All
see.
right, here we go.
I did not land a single hit.
I landed one hit.
All right. One of my regulars.
Oh shit! I forgot that I
Gets
do
beamed.
technically get an extra 1 from Treebeard.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna roll one more die.
Yeah.
Well, oh shit.
Whatever.
Ignore those two.
Yeah.
Though that one was for landed. So technically 2 hits.
I will degrade an elite and bring the guy back.
Yeah, I should have kept it at strength of 1 when I did that reroll. Oops.
Yes. All right. So you see, like, when I'm not using some cheat to bring down my to-hit rate, the strongholds are actually really powerful.
I believe this is also the last combat round, yeah?
This is the last combat round, so if I miss on this one, then you've actually managed to hold things.
Let's see how this goes.
Alrighty. I only have 1 leadership this time. I did get 1 hit.
I also got 1 hit.
Alrighty. Well,
Helm's Deep falls. Treebeard dies.
Falls to Isengard, and Treebeard is gone.
He's also removed from the game, yeah?
Yep, he is.
Damn. This is deeply funny to me.
This is truly the darkest timeline.
This is. Let's end that siege.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright,
And
this is...
I might as well
puts
not
either
fuck
1
around
point away.
anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this.
We're
End
going...
my misery.
I'm going to move as fast as I can. I move this shadow army over into Eastamnut. Alright, no, wait.
Okay.
Never mind. I just realized... Right.
Just attack Dale.
Just attack Dale.
Yeah.
I fucking forgot Dale. Yeah.
That's so real.
I'm attacking Dale.
Alright.
Okay. First round of combat, I only hit on 6 ups. After that, it's 5 ups. It's 5 units. 2 hit 6, 1 leadership.
4. Strength of 4.
And I am going to play this this card.
Okay, I'm gonna also play a card.
All right. Our cards are, for me,
Sudden
it's
Strike.
Black Breath. And you're getting Sudden Strike off of Dead Men of Dunharrow. This is the Morgul Wound card for me, but it's Black Breath on the combat one.
I see.
So for you, it's roll an extra attack with leadership.
Mhm.
And for me, it's if my leader reroll scores at least 1 hit, I get to also eliminate a leader. So you are going first. Go ahead and just roll dice equal to your leadership to see if you can take out any of my guys.
I'm just gonna roll. Do I just roll it as general?
Yeah, just roll as general.
5 up. Nothing.
Nope. Ah, well.
Damn, that's so in line with that card. That's the second time I've used it. Both times, nothing.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Alrighty. Here we go. 5, 6, 1, 6. I only got 1 hit.
I got 2 hits.
Alrighty. So one of your guys goes down,
I'm gonna downgrade the elite.
and I lose 2 Southrons and Easterlings. Alright. Now we go to regular. I am not retreating.
Neither will I.
Right, because you would immediately lose.
Yeah,
This is the last stand at Dale. Alright.
it really is.
I am going to... I'm going to play this card. Any cards from
I
you?
do not have a card. Nope.
This is the breaking of the fellowship, which I do want to say what this was. If the fellowship is revealed, I draw a hunt tile. If it shows an eye or a fellowship special, discard it without effect. Otherwise, you have to separate a number of companions equal to the number on the tile and place them in the same region as the fellowship. And if Gollum is the guide, add a corruption point instead.
Damn.
But I'm using it for
Damn.
Dread and Despair. If the total Nazgul leadership is 1 or more, before the combat roll, I forfeit 1 or more points of Nazgul leadership, which I will forfeit my 1, and that makes you roll 1 die less.
Okay, I roll 3 dice instead.
Alrighty, let's go.
Here we go.
I got 1 hit.
I got 3
Oh, damn.
without a reroll.
Okay.
I lost 1.
I lose 3 Southrons and Easterlings.
Dale, the men of Dale hold.
I'm actually going to swap one of those to get to stay at 4 with the
One of the elephants.
The elephant, yeah.
No, it's okay. I guess the
or-
descendants of Bard the Bowman are not giving up.
Actually, no, wait.
They fought and won the battle of the 5 armies. They can fight the battle of 1 army.
Never mind. I lost track of how many I actually put down, and I don't want to accidentally add one that I don't need, so I'm undoing that that elite
Okay.
thing.
That's fair.
All right. I don't want to accidentally cheat.
Nope,
All
that's
right.
perfectly okay.
Round 3.
Okay, I got no cards.
My 1 card would actually do nothing, so we're just gonna do a flat roll. I am working with this time 4 combat strength.
I'm still working with 1 leadership, 3 combat strength.
I got 2 hits.
I heard that. I got 1 hit.
Alrighty. This time I am going to swap out an elite. Need to resist putting out Ara Aras or I'm going to be so poor, but point poor before next year.
That's so real. Yeah. I mean,
You know,
if
I
you had
can-
the points on mine, you could always do it to me.
Yeah. I won't do this all the time because I do want to be fair, but it's channel points. It's for fun. I can do an Ara whenever I feel like it.
This is true. I don't know why, but I just heard like a squeal from the direction of Evangeline.
I mean, hell, with my attendance record, I could donate 1 or 2.
This is true.
Da-da-da-da.
There it is.
Heck yeah. All right.
Hell yeah.
We are down to
Combat strength 1.
4v1. And let's see if we can manage this.
All right.
Oh, I forgot. Whatever. No hits
I got
versus
1
1
hit.
hit. Okay, 3 versus 1. But I am getting my leadership reroll this time.
Okay. I heard it. I also got a hit.
Alrighty. It was down to the wire.
Dale falls and the free peoples have lost.
Alright. And I technically get 1 more action, which I will just use to, I don't know, draw a card. Shadow lengthens. Cool. Shadow military victory detected. Yep. The
That's
shadow, unfortunately, sweeps across Middle-earth.
Do you want to know, by the way, where the fellowship was?
I mean, you don't actually have to decide explicitly where it was until you put them down, but where did you feel like it was?
They could have either ended up here
So you did go through Moria.
or here. If they went, I was just gonna put them through Moria because it was faster. You already got rid of the Balrog, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Either way, they were so close to Mordor.
Yeah.
But the last of the Free Peoples fall. It just hello. Someone speed a blow. Ayo. Blows up. Disappearing before you blow up again. Whoa.
Little rundown. You already know this, of course, but I just really want to. I did a bunch of stupid tricks in this game that basically resulted in me getting multiple rounds of siege combat and taking out a lot of sieges in effectively one go.
Yeah, that is honestly, you were playing well, and I appreciate you playing well rather than going really easy on me.
I generally have. It's not always what people want, and I am willing to ease off if people explicitly ask for it. But my instinct, right, as someone who likes board games a lot, is that if I'm playing a board game that is new, and someone else is going up against me, I don't want them to go easy on me.
Yeah.
I want them to come at me with their full power so I can, like, develop my strategy quicker. Because if I see the full potential of what's coming against me, I can analyze it, and I can see how I can deal with it. Yeah. Or I can see if the game is poorly balanced and I don't want to play it anymore. Either way, I get positive information.
That's true.
And I internalize that. And I think, the way I think of it is, right, if I am not always treating each game deadly seriously and bringing my absolute A game, if I am not doing that against an opponent, it means that I do not respect them. And I am insulting them. And I don't want to insult people.
And I appreciate, and I would prefer you play this game against me as you would normally, rather than going easy on me. Even if it does sometimes mean you have to also point out something I should do that would actually be more effective for me. I'd rather you point out the mistakes I make, just so I also understand that, I could be doing this better. But I'd rather you play to your full potential, because then that also helps me get a gauge for just how much this game can work.
Yeah.
Both for or against me.
And yeah, what I'll say in the postmortem, it was the decisions made at Minas Tirith and Dol Amroth that I believe actually lost you the war.
Yeah, because if I'd received the sieges there, I probably would have held longer.
Significantly so. Dol Amroth was the big one. I could see not going into a siege at Minas Tirith because you want to move Gandalf out of there. That's a completely valid strategy. But refusing to retreat into a siege at Dol Amroth was devastatingly bad for you.
Mm-hmm. Because that gave you just a foothold. And now I had a two-front war to pay attention to down there.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have been an issue if I didn't get that Corsairs of Umbar card. So we also do have to attribute a lot of my dominance in this game to me just having good luck with card draw.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, do you want to know why I couldn't use... These are the reasons I couldn't use the two combat cards. I had one that required Strider or
Aragorn, and one that is Brave Stand. Yeah. Athelas Anduril, Grey Company, Brave Stand.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we, to finish things out, there aren't that many cards left, so if you want to take a look through the rest of your cards and see if there's any that jump out at you as, like, fun little game pieces, I'll do the same.
Faramir's Rangers.
Yeah, that one is basically you get to do a little out of combat alpha strike against guys in and around, like, the area between Minas Tirith and Minas Morgul. Ithilien and Osgiliath. Grimbeorn here. Basically just, that's just an elite guy in the north. A lot of the ones that are recruitment focused are just, here is some free troops, and here is who those troops are according to the game. Tom Bombadil. Play on the table, advance the North Nation one step on the political track. While this card is in play, the Shadow player cannot move an army into or attack the Old Forest, the Shire, or Buckland. That one is very niche.
It's really niche because it's very rare the shadow is anywhere near there.
Yeah. Oh, Cyrdan, that's the shipwright, right? Yeah?
Yep, that's it on the shipwright.
Cyrdan the shipwright. If the elves are at war,
Okay.
recruit 2 elven units in a coastal region containing a free people's army.
Damn, if I got that turn 1, I would have reinforced Dol Amroth.
Yeah. But yeah, like, you would say they really cover almost everything that was even remotely a factor in the War of the
Yeah.
Ring. The
Wisdom of Elrond.
Imrahil!
Imrahil.
Recruit 1 Gondor unit, regular elite, and 1 Gondor leader in Dol Amroth.
Celeborn's Gladrim.
Yeah, that's one. Same basic deal for Lori. There's basically, for almost every major stronghold, there's a Free People's card that's like, here's a guy there that's cool, and here's a card that lets you get a free unit and a leader because of it.
Oh, damn. That's a move puts the dwarves directly at war.
Book of Mazarbul. Move any of our companions who are not in the Fellowship. Then if the companion is in Erebor or Ered Luin, activate the Dwarven Nation. So what is the Book of Mazarbul? Do you know that one?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Huh. Fair enough. Guards of the Citadel is Minas Tirith stuff. Help Unlooked For. Attack a shadow army besieging a stronghold with a free people's army in an adjacent region. For this entire battle, the shadow player rolls 1 die less. Okay, let me look that one up, because that one sounds...
The Book of Mazarbul, by the way, is the book that Gandalf takes from Ori's hands in Khazad-dûm.
Ah! Basically the record of what happened in Khazad-dûm.
Through a day and a night. Ooh, 2 regions.
Help Unlooked For apparently describes the sudden arrival of Aragorn and the Grey Company at the Battle of Pelennor.
Yep.
Which, that makes sense for the effect. Kindred of Glorfindel.
Glorfindel. And my last card. Paths of the Woses.
Right, the one that lets you basically just teleport over the White Mountains.
Yep.
And as for your strategy cards, there's Challenge of the King. Oh, that's the one where Aragorn basically is looking for the like trying to get Sauron's attention. That's him riding out in front of the army and yelling at the gate.
Yep, the eagles are coming.
Classic.
Then the Ents Awake, Treebeard.
Yep. There's 3 different Ents Awake card that all basically do exactly the same thing, and it's because the March of the Ents was so important that there need to be 3 cards for it.
Yup. Oh, there's the File of Gladriel.
Yep, there it is. Wizard Staff, Bilbo's Song. We prove the Swifter. Elven Rope. Gwaihir the Windlord. Mithril Coat and Sting. And Ents Awake Horns.
Hurons.
So a couple of notable ones of these. Of course, the Mirror of the Galadriel is just make something into a Will of the West die. That's actually huge, because you can use that to bring in Aragorn or Gandalf.
Mm-hmm.
File of Galadriel. Classic. Elven Rope gets you this 0 tile. Gwaihir the Windlord, move someone. Bilbo's Song is this one just cute and I really like it. It's the heal 1 corruption point. If Gollum is the guide, i.e. if it's just Sam, Frodo, and Gollum, 2 corruption points instead.
Mm-hmm.
Because ironically, Bilbo's Song, as I recall, Home is behind, the world ahead. That one. That probably means a lot more when the ring bearers are alone. It feels a lot more real.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that song.
Wizard staff can stop a hunt tile from getting drawn.
And of course, then the other half wizard staff, servant of the secret fire, makes Gandalf all the dice in a battle with Gandalf better.
Yeah,
Would have been great at Fall of Minas Tirith.
it would. There and back again. I like this one. Separate from the Fellowship one companion or group of companions, may move them one extra region. Then, if Gimli or Legolas are in Dale, Erebor, or the Woodland Realm, activate the Dwarven and the North nations, and advance the Dwarven, Elven, and North nations one step each on the political track.
Yeah.
Basically just recreating the route from The Hobbit.
Yep.
Which makes sense considering the name. As for the Shadow, I've got, a lot of them are just, the Pits of Mordor. Worn with Sorrow and Toil. The Lidless Eye. The Black Captain Commands. Nazgul Search.
Shelob's Lair.
Yeah, Shelob's Lair, which is that one with the random die, crew weather. Nazgul Search, notably, I can move a Nazgul and it just auto-reveals the Fellowship. That would have been very useful for me to get. Oh, on they went. And that one's a rough one for being on the Mordor track. Isildur's Bane. I don't actually know what that one refers to, but it sounds nasty.
That's the ring.
Oh, right. Of course.
Yeah, the ring, because the ring was his it's his hubris.
Oh, this one. This is one of the best ones. Denethor's Folly. Play on the table if Minas Tirith is currently under siege by a shadow army. Immediately eliminate one Free People's leader in Minas Tirith. When Denethor's Folly is in play, the Free People's player cannot use combat cards for battles fought in Minas Tirith.
Oh.
But the Free People's player can force it to be discarded with a Will of the West die, or with any action die result if Gandalf or Aragorn is in Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
And if the Witch King is in play, I can teleport him to Angmar and then recruit a bunch of guys there. Which can be useful for hitting the Shire, if I need to do that in a game.
Yeah.
Now this one slightly confuses me. Or no, I think I get it. So Stormcrow is the name that Theoden calls Gandalf at one point. Gandalf Stormcrow. Yes. I'm guessing that that's referring to the fact that Theoden was, initially... Basically, Gandalf has a mixed reputation among the kingdoms of men. Because it seems like he only shows up when bad shit's going on.
Correct.
And...
Because that's when he's needed.
That's when he's needed, of course. So they don't really get cause and effect. They think that the wizard brings the problem, not that the problem was going to happen no matter what, and the wizard's here to help.
Yeah. So, the term Stormcrow actually is Old English. It basically it means someone who profits off of trouble.
Oh.
Basically, he's basically calling Gandalf a war profiteer.
I see.
That's your interpretation is also correct. It's a multi-layered insult that he's throwing at him. He's calling him a war profiteer. He's basically saying he's bringing the trouble, or he's making this trouble for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that doesn't say anything at all about the fact that several of my OCs have the name Stormcrow. Nope, not at all. It says nothing. The Rage the Dunlendings?
Yeah, that's the Helmet of Dunland.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shadows over the Misty Mountains.
Yep, that's just recruit shit in Mount Graham or in Moria. Makes sense.
Yep. Yeah. This was fun. I enjoyed this game quite a bit.
It's pretty great, huh?
Yeah.
a lot of people have tried to make, like, people love the Paradox games for being interesting alt history sandboxes.
Mhm.
And a lot of people have tried to make, like, Lord of the Rings versions of stuff like Crusader Kings.
Crusader Kings 3 has a Lord of the Rings mod.
Yep.
I've played it. It's actually kind of fun.
Yeah. But I think this kind of fills that same niche of this is fundamentally a third age sandbox.
Pretty much. But I mean, it's a little more restricted because it's trying to keep you to the actual, like, oh, they redid the whole workshop menu. I hate it.
Yeah. Oh, are you looking to download this yourself?
I mean, that I'll grab this myself, just so I can, like, look over all of the other stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is good. Oh yeah, it's I think it's Lord of the Rings Realms in Exile. Which, if you have Crusader Kings 3, I don't know if you do.
I don't. I'm a little bit of a weirdo. I really like Crusader Kings 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Crusader Kings 3 is... I don't know. It's different in a way that doesn't gel with me all that much.
That's fair.
I also, before I actually play it, I do want at some point to do that thing that I know is possible. And it might be easier now if Victoria 3 slots in like I hope it does.
Oh, the Grand Campaign?
The Grand Campaign where you go with essentially one save file, CK2, EU4, Vic2, and Hoi4.
And I believe... And then after that, you can make a custom nation that reflects what you built to play Stellaris.
Yeah, I don't usually. I don't particularly want to go that far because that's going a bit far beyond alt history for me.
Yeah, it's so real.
I will say,
all right.
I as a side note, I think that that kind of alt history game, as long as you don't confuse it for actual scholarship, it's actually a really good teaching tool, not for what happened during history, but arguably the more important lesson of why things happen the way they do during history. I remember there was a Tumblr post that put this really well, where, like, in school, they never understood what, like, so many major schisms in the church were about. And it's like, oh, this is about, like, something about bishop investiture. Like, who cares whether the Pope or the local king gets to be the one who appoints, like, a specific guy to the office of bishop? Like, that doesn't really matter. And then you're playing CK 2 or 3, and it's like, oh, god damn it, that I really want to have, like, the Pope keeps like throwing these dumbass Italians who don't know shit and have terrible scores into my chat council slot for the religious counselor. I have so many better learned vassals at home that would do so much better. Why do I have to deal with what the Pope said? Oh, I get it!
Yup.
And you can have that realization because Crusader Kings, like, puts you in the mindset of the things that a medieval era like Christian king would care about. But yeah. And I feel like I admittedly with your help, but I feel like I do learn a lot about Lord of the Rings each time I play this game. But yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, that was a good game.
I suppose I can say similar. Until just recently, I didn't realize that an elf that we know predates the sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yup. Galadriel's old.
Galadriel is really old.
So
Back
is
in my day, there was no sun
Celeborn.
in the sky.
Yeah. So
Sure-
Celeborn. So
sure,
is
Grandma, let's get you to bed.
Ceradan. Yeah. They're old. Technically, okay, so I do want to note this, by the way. It's only through various like rules put in place is the only reason Sauron is such a huge threat is because Gandalf is under restrictions.
Yeah.
Because Gandalf is the same exact type of entity. He's just as powerful. Yeah, and then technically, I think when he returns as Gandalf the White, they unlocked more of his power. Yeah, and also the only reason Gandalf was one who had to fight the Balrog is because the Balrog is also the same type of thing as Gandalf.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was a big thing to realize that, like, so magic basically doesn't exist in Lord of the Rings in the same way that it exists in a lot of fantasy stories that are somewhat based on Lord of the Rings. If you are able to actually consistently use magic, it is either because you have some kind of magical artifact that's usually connected to a Maya, or you literally are a Maya.
Or you're an elf.
Or you're an elf.
Yeah, like most of the magic that is known is learned from the Maya or the elves. Like the Numenorians, like the like the Mouth of Sauron is a sorcerer. He is a known sorcerer because he was taught by a Sauron.
Yeah.
Sauron, who is a Maya.
Yep.
Gandalf is a Maya, and he's capable of a lot of things. Some of his works still persist. Saruman is a Maya. He has done a lot. A lot of his works are also scattered around. There are technically 6 Maya present in Middle-earth during the War of the Ring. However, both of the blue wizards, who are also Maya, are missing and are lost somewhere out in the east.
Okay, so it's like, obviously, Gandalf, Saruman, Sauron, the Balrog, Radagast. Who's the 6th that I'm missing?
See, I completely forgot about the Balrog. I was counting the blue wizards.
Oh!
So no, you're right. There are 5 active. It's
Yeah.
the three wizards, and then Sauron, and the Balrog. There's more things out there. There's the implication that the nameless things in the deep are beyond the creation of Eru Iluvatar, and are therefore eldritch entities from a time before the Song of Creation. So, like, I mean, unless you want to count not Shelob, unless you want to count, why am I blanking on her name?
Ungoliant?
Thank you. Unless you want to count Ungoliant as one, but she isn't. Though she is certainly powerful. I think... No, she's technically stronger than the Maya, because even Morgoth was afraid of her.
Now, okay, I'm not sure that that's evidence, though, right? Because Maya can be more or less powerful than each other.
Yes.
Like, Sauron ends up being more powerful than the Balrog.
Well, because the Balrog are twisted. Morgoth broke them. He made them into something different. They're still technically Maya at the core, but what he made of them changes their strength. He made them into weapons. They're not as cunning as Sauron. They're technically as powerful as Sauron, but Sauron outstrips them in terms of cunning and his ability to use his power. The Balrogs were just kind of twisted into living war machines.
Gotcha. But
making use of the immense power of a Maya and just laser focusing it into a weapon.
But wouldn't it still be possible that, like, Ungoliant and Morgoth could both be Maya, but Ungoliant could still be strong enough to be easily able to kill Morgoth, with them just being, like, different power levels of Maya? Or are all Maya, like, the same amount of powerful to the point that it wouldn't make sense at all for Ungoliant to potentially be a Maya?
So the Maya, you're getting your ruler smacking desk sound effect. You're gonna need it. The Maya ostensibly exist within the same power bracket. Obviously, some will outclass others in different ways based off of their own strengths and weaknesses, but they all kind of exist in the same ballpark in terms of power.
And the fact that Morgoth was that scared of Ungoliant indicates that she's in a higher tier entirely.
Because Morgoth isn't a Maya.
Right, I forgot. Morgoth's a full-on Valar.
Yeah, he's one of the Valar. He's a legitimate god.
Yeah, okay, I forgot about that.
And do you redeem nerd? I did. I just didn't say it. I'm sorry. And his fear of Ungoliant comes from the fact that she devoured the trees. She just devoured the lamps, I think.
Yeah.
And he realizes there's almost nothing that will stop her from devouring him. Hence why all of his deals with her were made at a distance. He never wanted to be nearby because he was actually afraid she'd just eat him because she'd be like, you're a tasty little morsel. But yeah, Lord of the Rings there's a huge, rich tapestry of history and interaction in it. There's a lot of cool little tidbits and features that are buried throughout it.
Yeah. Because one of these, like, with some of these things, if I remember correctly, a lot of these things aren't even really in the Silmarillion. You have to go digging in Tolkien's letters sometimes.
Yeah. I still think about old Tumblr post I'd read of someone talking about how they'd been at a convention of Tolkien scholars and how for 3 hours they debated over the existence of bees because he never mentions them.
Well, okay, I actually do have a bee-centric theory. Aren't those the Entwives?
You got a great point there. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, the Entwives are implied. I don't think we ever get a description of them, but they're implied to be similar in stature and size to an Ent.
I always thought that there was like there was a whole thing about how the Entwives had gone so long ago that the Ents don't even remember what they looked like, which seems to imply to me that they don't look like Ents.
You got a great point there. However, here's the counterpoint to the existence of bees. They drink mead.
So honey must exist.
Therefore, bees exist. The fact I remind you guys, this was a legitimate conversation during a convention of Tolkien scholars on whether or not bees exist, and it took 3 hours before someone mentioned that there's mead in Middle-earth. Therefore, there must be honey, which means there must be bees.
Yeah. I wonder if they're just bees have gone extinct in the regions in and around Fangorn Forest.
I mean, assuming your theory is correct that they were the Entwives,
yeah,
then it's possible. It wasn't important to the story. The bees were wearing roller skates the whole time. We can be bees. We can be bees. But yes, you're right. That's why. It wasn't important to the story. That's why they were there.
Yeah. I firmly believe that that either bees are the Entwives or the Entwives were some kind of ancestor of modern bees.
That's also potentiality. Got a great point there. But yeah, so long story short, Lord of the Rings has so many layers to it, and there's a lot of lore and development in all of this that we don't see because 90% of it does not matter to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
For example, the fall of to the great kings of the elves. Why? What importance does it matter to the Lord of the Ring that there once existed those ancient cities in Nargothrond, and I'm blanking on the one that starts with a G.
Sorry, I can't help you with this one.
Gondolin.
Gondolin. Yeah, it's the thing is, right? The entire point, really. I was going to mention this earlier. I got sidetracked during the long discussion partway through stream. But when you were talking about like Aragorn's whole thing of Sauron was like panicking because, but also trying to thank you for the water.
Splash drive by disappears. Whoa.
But yeah, like when he was doing all that, right? And the whole thing about Sauron believed that Aragorn had the ring. Ultimately, the thing is, the whole situation made Aragorn look like he was a ridiculous, badass willpower god who could resist the ring perfectly, and that's what was freaking Sauron out. But, like, Aragorn was no less susceptible to the ring than anyone else in the Fellowship.
That is correct.
If Aragorn actually did have the ring, there's no way it wouldn't have corrupted him.
That's also correct.
I'm getting long snicked.
Long snake.
So, really, the reason that Aragorn is freaked out by this whole situation, and it's a running theme of all these important kings of men and their Númenórean blood and the majesty of the elves, is all ultimately a distraction at best for the main villain to allow the people who are doing the most and taking the most risk and taking the most damage unto themselves, the hobbits, the ring bearers, Frodo and Sam, because ultimately this is a story about the importance of the little people.
Correct.
And this thing with Aragorn just supports that, because I remind you, why did Sauron think that Aragorn had the ring?
Because he saw the return of the king and was like, shit, man, he's got to have it. There's no way he could have beat my armies otherwise.
But
because he was also horribly underestimating the will of men.
But why did he think that the ring could possibly be... Basically, what I'm getting at is it's because of Pippin. It's because of Pippin and in the Palantir. Because remember, when that entire bit happens, Sauron thinks that Pippin is Frodo. Because he doesn't know which hobbit has the ring. And because Pippin was able to close his mind just enough, Sauron made the assumption that Pippin was Frodo, and that meant that Aragorn had the ring because they were together.
He drew an assumption, and rather than leave contingencies in place, he fully committed because he assumed no one had the capacity to outwit him.
Yeah. Ultimately, Sauron gets outwitted by Pippin.
Yeah. Basically, Sauron's major character flaw and development is his own hubris.
He's so good at tricking people that he doesn't think he could possibly have it done to him.
Yeah. He thinks no one can he looks at everything he has, he believes he has already won. So he gets sloppy, but then he also believes he has outwitted everyone else and no one else can outwit him. There's so much to this whole thing. I love this whole. I love this whole shit.
The reason
All
I just
this
brought this
stuff.
up, Pippin and the Palantir is genuinely one of my favorite parts of the story, and it's just because it's such a little thing. Such a like Pippin effectively does it on impulse because he's curious. And he explicitly disobeys what Gandalf essentially told him to do. Or, well, he does what Gandalf told him not to do, which is, don't touch that. And because of that, Sauron was defeated.
Yep, that's exactly it.
And, like,
Yeah.
there's other aspects to this, too. The Witch King, like, Éowyn was the one who struck the blow, but Merry was also critical in taking down the Witch King.
Yeah, also, yes.
Every single one of the hobbits, at exceedingly critical moments, with tiny little things that they did, ended up shifting the entire tide of the war. Leon! Hey!
Hey, Leon. The entire lesson, basically, like
Holy
you
shit,
already
Leon.
mentioned it, is a big moral of Lord of the Rings is the importance of the little folk.
Yeah.
And that's emphasized how every single hobbit plays a critical role in the smallest of ways.
Yeah.
None of them are the ones who fell the great villains. None of them fell the great evils. But all of them do something critical. Though, yes, technically you could attribute, oh, well, Frodo threw the ring into the fire. Frodo didn't throw the ring into the mountain.
Yeah, of course.
Gollum
But
took it with him.
that's the thing, though, is that I was about to say, yeah, the hobbits all, like, play these really critical roles. All 5 of them.
Yes, all 5 of them play a critical role. I love all of this. Yeah.
If there's,
Wow.
I might not know a lot of the history here, but one of the things I'm very confident about is that I understand the themes of Lord of the Rings.
There's also, of course, the themes of Catholicism in there, but we're not going to talk about that.
Well, yeah, like Tolkien says directly in a letter that for a lot of the story, he considers Frodo to be an agent of Providence, which, if you don't know how the word Providence being used in that way, when a classical Christian of Tolkien's kind uses the word Providence, it effectively means the will of God.
Yeah.
And that's a huge thing. And also, like you mentioned, it's a huge theme that the days of heroism are over. And that for all that Tolkien's work basically revitalized the fantasy genre and spawned so many different stories and worlds, it's fascinating that Tolkien's fantasy world is almost post-apocalyptic.
It is also, it needs to be noted, despite that revitalization, it's one of the only ones that sticks to that. The heroes, your victory doesn't hinge on legendary heroes, on powerful warriors. It hinges on the small.
Yeah, any other writer would have made Aragorn the hero.
Yeah.
Aragorn is so set up to be the big legendary hero, and it's not a subversion in that, like, absolutely childish version of subversion where what if the hero was bad and evil? No, Aragorn is a great man, a great hero, and a great king, but he's not the one who effectively ends evil in or ends the shadow of Mordor in the story.
Yeah.
The little people do.
Yeah. It's I love this setting. Everything about it. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. I love it.
It's super good.
We should probably wrap up now.
We should. It's been 7 hours.
Just about. We've been here for a while. Great game. I mean, we were definitely slowed down the fact that I was also kind of learning it and second guessing myself at times, but Hey, next time we can try one of the 3 expansions. I don't know if we want to just throw all 3 in at once and overwhelm ourselves, or if we want to go with like 1 or 2 of them.
I was actually thinking it's entirely possible that we could
Ball.
make, even before then, we could make some decent content out of just switch seats.
That's true.
I play Free
what did you say?
Peoples, you play Shadow.
Yeah. What did you say, Sully?
Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it,
Fuck
we
it, we
ball.
ball.
Fuck it, we ball.
We could.
Yeah, I actually was looking over some stuff, and I wanted to mention that I really like how Kings of Middle Earth does its thing of its usual, like, sort of asymmetrical, but the expansions always give things to both sides. And Kings of Middle Earth is like, okay, so you've got 5 rulers who are Brand, Thranduil, Denethor, Theoden, and Dane. And they start out basically passive. The Free Peoples can awaken them, and the Shadow can corrupt them. And depending on who does what, they end up swinging to that side. And notably, the rulers that are awakened end up effectively adding even more dice to the Free People and making them much more able to do stuff. Which, you now know just how much the Free People need dice. Just desperately. But yeah.
No, that was good. That was fun. We will have to absolutely play again.
I'll shut up about the expansions now, because otherwise it's going to turn into a Midwestern goodbye.
Two of which I am deeply famous.
Yeah. All right. I don't know what you want to do, like, raid-wise. I plan to raid Copper, who is currently live playing Hydroneer.
I am absolutely willing to follow you to Copper.
Alrighty. Sorry, Leon, by the way, that you came in right at the end, but it's good to see you. And I'll just say before we go, 100 followers and the 10 new subs goal in the same stream, with it being a game that I adore this much, with a great friend, and I thank you so much for this, Niko.
Yeah, I had fun. I enjoyed this.
This was fantastic. This has been a wonderful night for me, which I've been having some emotional troubles recently as a result of my HRT is delayed and my hormones are freaking out.
Yeah, no worries.
But
that's okay.
This has been like a bright star of my week.
I'm glad to be of service. This was a lot of fun. I've been looking forward to this for a while.
Hell yeah.
And even if you weren't playing with us, we do appreciate you coming and hanging out as well, Sully.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I was part of something, barely.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to start my raid to Copper and do my farewell, so I'm going to deafen myself on Discord for that.
Gotcha.
And then I will be right back.
Alrighty. I will do effectively the same. Actually, I don't need to. That deafening just mutes. Right. So, let me just get up the raid. Thank you all so much for coming, everyone. It's been a wonderful evening, and I was so glad to be a host for you all. I did it again. It's /raid. I am the dumbest person in the world. /raid Copper Dinosaur. Right. Thank you all so much for coming, everyone. I love you all dearly. I'll see you again, probably next Wednesday. When it's time for either the next Morrowind video, or possibly I might split that with something else that I picked up. Who knows? And at some point soon, I'm also going to be playing Tragedy Looter here. That's going to be fun. But for the time being, I have ruins to explore and maps to follow. So have a wonderful night. All right. And raid.